We have a 10-second delay, Nerd Squad. It just turned to 5:22 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. The federal felons upstairs are on a bit of a rampage. Once again, the preceding live stream, you should see right there, 27511 imminent new police report. Shows a runtime of 7 minutes, but probably like the prior live streams that show my living room, this is another video they've criminally and illegally shut off and shaved minutes off of, just like those other recent ones. Let's click on it together and see how long the video is, because the male and females upstairs are laughing and thinking they're smart and sly because of this particular ongoing crime. Okay. Looks like it's still showing a runtime of 7 minutes. And this is going to cover the updates I just went over because they just criminally and illegally shut it off. So same day, it's just now 5:23 a.m. this Friday. Pay attention to these updates. Bars where you input the title and description were half of the height that they should have been. When pushing next, it didn't come to mandatory things that I needed to impute and select, like whether or not there would be an age restriction on this video. As a result, I had to restart and reinitiate a second time. That specific issue I've never encountered before. We do have some updates, which I'll throw into the description. But in my mind, these updates aren't necessarily the most specific. They just sort of further reflect the imbecilic nature of the federal felons. And those updates are that as of this morning and last night, yesterday, just before 4 p.m., Mrs. 80 plus years was in the building giving directives for something while I'm asleep. The plan of attack now, which I, again, speculate is largely due to the prosecutors facing federal disbarment and any other attorneys involved facing federal disbarment. The plan now is for them to double down on their fraudulent and perjuring claims. For instance, the, quote, fraudulent, demonstrably false claim that they have all been sticking to, that anything and everything they've done has been a reactive measure, considering they had been premeditating and I had been reporting this behavior that they've since made overt and actionable with their co-conspirators. That's a big one for the FBI, but there is some plans upstairs for Monday. Now, I don't know if that's this Monday or the Monday after that. There also was some plans discussed for Saturday. I just speculate that these are to do with the remaining felonies they have yet to perpetrate, and or that they're going to add additional counts for, like breaking and entering. Depending on how you count it, it'll be their second or third attempt of that, if that's what their plans for Saturday or Monday coincide with. They also believe they're going to, quote, wage a war with me, which is just kind of ironic considering they've been illegally detaining me for over half a year. They have stolen tens of thousands of dollars from me. They currently owe 5:08 a.m. PST, and provides further information regarding subsequent events and the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207. At 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filing. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025 are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned formal judicial notice, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, and their continued obstruction of justice.
This section details further criminal acts and ongoing conspiracy subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned document on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m., further demonstrating the blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing threat posed by the individuals involved. February 5th, 2025, 11:52 a.m. to 11:58 a.m. PST, a female individual associated with Unit 207 identified as having actively participated in stalking and harassment activities against me since April 2023 and described as a protege of the woman facing over 80 years in prison, was observed engaging in frantic cellular phone communications. During this period, she actively attempted to prevent me from overhearing her conversations. Based on the context of this ongoing conspiracy, the nature of her actions, and my informed perspective as a designated FBI informant, it is reasonably speculated that this individual was engaged in acts of perjury, further conspiracy to obstruct justice, and or furthering the aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, dcyf. February 5th, 2025, 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. PST. Male individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in furtive and suspicious behavior, interpreted as an attempt to test the FBI's surveillance capabilities or to provoke a reaction. This behavior is consistent with their ongoing pattern of attempting to, quote, catch the FBI, end quote, as they phrased it, demonstrating a continued disregard for the federal investigation and a commitment to their criminal objectives. Ongoing stalking, hacking, and threats. The individuals associated with Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office continue to actively stalk, hack, and harass me. They have stated as recently as this morning, February 6, 2025, that they are planning to break into my home and detain, arrest, and/or unlawfully commit me. They stated that this will occur either today or by Monday. Premeditated second/third break-in. Individuals in Unit 207 have reiterated their intent to perpetrate a second or third, depending on whether prior attempted entries are included, breaking and entering of my residence. The first instance occurred on January 29, 2025, and involved the exploitation of my disabled sons. The prior attempted illegal entries and stalking, moving of private property to do so, peering into my windows, numbering at least 38 separate instances. The current plans apparently involve the utilization of co-conspirators, including, but not limited to, Erica and John Owens and/or Anne Marie Bauer. Child abuse and exploitation. The continued involvement of and planned use of my disabled sons in these criminal activities constitutes aggravated child abuse and endangerment. These actions are a direct result of a year-long campaign of targeted abuse designed to exploit their disabilities and cause regression and escalation, which has been perpetrated by these individuals and their co-conspirators as outlined in the incorporated documents. They instructed their named co-conspirators Erica Owens and Richard Garcia to perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis. Planned, quote, defenses, end quote, and obstruction. The planned, quote, defenses, end quote, of this criminal enterprise, as articulated in the tort claim filed on August 14th, 2024, and incorporated herein, are demonstrably fraudulent and constitute further acts of obstruction of justice. These defenses were conceived prior to many of the overt acts of this conspiracy and are now being pursued in a desperate and illegal attempt to retroactively justify their criminal conduct. They are attempting to make me cooperate with some form of prosecution via coercion of Erica Owens. Their stated motives to the FBI and others continue to be self-serving, protecting their careers, reputations, and income has always been of primary concern to them. Coordinated, aggravated conspiracy. The entirety of their actions, as detailed, form the basis of a coordinated and aggravated conspiracy to deprive myself and my sons of our civil rights and liberties. 3. Conclusion. The information presented in this addendum, taken in conjunction with the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all previously incorporated documents, paints a damning picture of escalating criminal conduct. The individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrate not only a blatant disregard for the law, but a stubborn commitment to their failing conspiracy. Despite clear warnings, despite the weight of evidence accumulating against them, and despite the ongoing federal investigation, they persist in their obstruction of justice. Their evidence tampering, their threats, and their unconscionable exploitation of vulnerable children. Their attempts to retroactively fabricate a legal justification for their actions are transparently fraudulent and will not succeed. They continue to dig a deeper hole for themselves. Their recent actions, including the continued plotting, the frantic communications, and the blatant attempts to interfere with this ongoing investigation, are not signs of strength. They are signs of desperation. The, quote, cycle of subterfuge, end quote, as previously noted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, continues. It is a cycle that is rapidly spiraling toward the inevitable conclusion: full accountability under the law. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Now, the FBI wants me to read you the February 4th document that this is in addendum to what I just read. That is significantly longer. So let me scroll down to it. It is now 5:45 a.m. PST. Oh, and you know what? Because of their criminal conduct for the last 24 hours, I need to make sure this is even still recording and that there's audio. Let's see. Is there audio? Is this still recording? I don't hear anything. Is there audio? Is this still recording? All right. Here we go. So, for this one, I am going to read it straight off of Facebook, which does include like a couple of sentences, just kind of letting you know what it is. Second police report of 2/4/25 at 10 a.m. Also served on federal felons via email and provided to law clerks at Snohomish Superior Courthouse via email. ADA mandatory filing in any all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Law clerks urgent, please and thanks. ADA mandatory file in any all cases with my legal names, Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject: aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct. Unit 207 and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents, which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST, specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum to the declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al., 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, acts to obstruct justice such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025, involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators, all other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. 2, critical context and ongoing illegal detention. Now I'm reading this verbatim, but I'm actually going to adjust 2 portions of this part I'm about to read. The date and the length of time I've now been illegally detained. That's the only adjustment I'm making. As of today's date, Friday, February 7th, 2025, I have been detained within my own homes illegally for 185 days. As of today's date, February 7th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own home for 185 days. Since August 6th, 2024. My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit instructions from the FBI. With the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home, per FBI directives. 3, pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and their co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4, financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5, absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and among all of their co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne Marie Bauer, there is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past, present, or future. Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6. Recent events and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST. The North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29, 2025. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed, and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST on that date. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussions suggest it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator, such as Anne Marie Bauer, for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders with that date. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. 7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date February 4th, 2025. Time 10:08 a.m. PST. And then remember, everybody, today is Friday, February 7th, 2025. It is 5:59 a.m. PST. Remember, if this live stream ends for any reason whatsoever without me orally telling you the end time and the commencement of a new live stream in 90 seconds or less, that Unit 207 is responsible, and they've either broken in and kidnapped, unlawfully arrested me, or unlawfully committed me, like they've been premeditating and I've been reporting for over a year, and or they decided to add more evidence tampering and obstruction of justice counts to their looming soon-to-be unsealed indictments, something of which they accrued numerous counts of in the last 24 hours. Remember, if you look at the YouTube live stream, all of the videos that you see from February 1st forward that show an image of my living room are live streams they criminally and illegally ended. I am only adding selfies of myself going forward from last month to live streams when I personally am ending them. Now let's make sure there is still audio and this is still recording. Now let's make sure there is still audio and this is still recording. And now let's make sure that it appears to be at 6 a.m. Nerd Squad, the YouTube interface is reflecting as 198 videos set for public consumption. I don't know if that's accurate or if it should be 199. Updates are reflected on the description from the home screen of the live streams as well. I was listening to a podcast that I think I'm going to binge today. It is called Time Suck with Dan Cummins. I might not binge it all today. I might binge it all this weekend, mixed in with some other podcasts. I'm listening to an episode on Alexander Hamilton because as a kid, I was consistently told that we were descendants of Clark from the Lewis and Clark expedition. For those of you who don't know, he was the dumb one who made maps, who didn't commit suicide, and who also owned slaves. Not the greatest guy to be related to, but still it was a cool thing. And I thought it for my whole entire life because I heard it from so many different relatives. Well, turns out I am not a descendant of him. However, thanks to 23andMe, we found out that Alexander Hamilton is my great, however many greats. He's my great grandpa. Insert the appropriate number of greats. So I've been listening to the episode on that and found it interesting because I don't know anything about him. I've never seen the musical because I hate musicals aside from Mary Poppins, and I do enjoy all of the Disney movies made before 1999. And I'm in the middle of that episode, so I'm going to resume that in a second. I'm just going to double check that I have this live stream open in a tab because of their criminality. I want to stay on top of when I'm awake and they criminally and illegally shut off the live stream. Okay, so I'm like over halfway into this Alexander Hamilton episode. Again, it's Time Suck with Dan Cummins. If you're interested, it's episode 416. Resuming that.
5 more states ratified the Constitution in quick succession. February of 1788, Massachusetts and other states agreed to ratify the Constitution with assurance that amendments guaranteeing freedom of speech, religion, and press would be proposed immediately. Maryland and South Carolina soon followed. June 21st, 1788, New Hampshire becomes the 9th state to ratify the Constitution, and the new Constitution goes into effect March 4th of 1789. Virginia ratifies June 25th, 1788. New York finally ratifies July 26, 1788, with Hamilton's convincing after a ratifying convention in June. That year, Hamilton was reappointed as a state delegate to the Continental Congress. North Carolina and Rhode Island, the last 2 states, of course, to ratify the Constitution. Rhode Island, you motherfuckers. If you would have held out, Massachusetts and Connecticut would have tag team and spit roasted your little ass. Divided you up. I don't know why I like to go hard on Rhode Island. I should be picking on Delaware. They have less people. Or Vermont, least populated of the eastern states. Did you know that during the American Revolution, Vermont declared independence separately from the original 13 colonies? And that the Continental Congress was just basically like, you know what? How about you shut the fuck up, Vermont? And just refused to recognize their independence, and then they just fell in line in 1791. That's true. George Washington inaugurated, first president of the U.S., April 30th, 1789. Washington appointed Hamilton to act as the first Secretary of the Treasury from 1789 to 1795. Hamilton believed the Constitution gave him authority to create economic policies that would strengthen the central government. And that was the main goal of his during his time as Secretary of Treasury. James Madison, then in the House of Representatives, introduced 19 amendments to the Constitution in 1789. On September 25th of that year, Congress adopted 12 amendments, sent them to the states for ratification. 10 amendments were called the Bill of Rights and ratified December 10th, 1791. Meanwhile, Hamilton would propose fiscal policies that initiated the payment of federal war bonds, had the federal government assume states' debts, instituted a federal system for taxes, and would help the U.S. establish credit with other countries. Huge deal. Congress first tasked him with planning for the adequate support of public credit. His first 2 reports, published in December of 1790, Hamilton urged Congress to fully assume national debt accrued by the states during the Revolution, then establish a tax system to pay for it. He faced strong opposition, was only able to get his plan through Congress by bargaining with then Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson. Southern states agreed to vote for assumption of debt if the future capital of the new nation would be located not in the north, but on the border between the north and south, on the border of Virginia and Maryland. And that is how the location and creation of the District of Columbia came to be. Washington, D.C., neither a northern state nor a southern state, but bordering both. The compromise was reached during a dinner between Hamilton and Madison, June 20th, 1790, became known as the dinner table bargain. And the compromise led directly to the passage of the Residence Act, which formally created Washington, D.C. in July of 1790. That's cool trivia. Hamilton's third report, also submitted in December of 1790. In it, he advocated for the Bank of the United States, modeled after the Bank of England. Congress passed the bank charter, and he persuaded our new president, George Washington, to sign it into law. This is huge. Right? You can't really be a nation if you don't have financial order. You have to mint your own national currency.
Just a word to the wise. Word to the wise. I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've only been authorized to state I'm an informant, and I only have things on a need-to-know basis. But I am very confident, due to the verbiage from the FBI, that those of you who have blown the whistle, who are going to be given immunity and paid for your hostile working environment, need to not follow any unlawful directives, even though you're at risk of serious retaliation. So how you're going to maneuver to do that, I don't know, but do keep it in mind. Contact the FBI directly. That's what I would do if I were you. But even that, you've got to do discreetly. Their field office is open today.
See, be able to borrow money from other nations, be able to lend money to other nations, have a treasury.
And also remember, it's the people that are members of the bar that have attempted to put 47 of you in prison on their behalf, not realizing or wanting to accept that they already have provided enough evidence and there's already enough people to testify against them, that they are going to prison regardless. Now it's like the FBI just wants to see who else wants to join them. That's basically what the reality is. And remember, the FBI had me tell you all in a filing in December, I think it's that December 14th, 8:07 p.m. one, they're expecting to arrest officers in March. But they have not revised their claim that they plan on federally disbarring 2 or more attorneys this month. And then remember that their blitz sweep can take place in the event that you perpetrate X, Y, or Z against me, but that they want it to take place while some of those members of the bar are in the Snohomish Superior Courthouse. So again, remember, I only get to play connect the dots with the primary numbers, and it's 1 to 100 for the full picture, and I've got like all the primary numbers for 1 through 50. But that's my word of advice. And then for anyone else who's listening, remember, over 50% of the people that are upstairs are victims just like me. They're victims of a hostile working environment. They've done the right thing. And they're in a shit situation because the FBI has stated that the retaliation they would face would be more severe than what I have faced. I have faced everything except for murder and kidnapping of myself. Oh, and rape. So I'm guessing that that means like they're in a life-threatening situation. People are going to prison for the rest of their lives. And the members of the bar are absolutely going.
Treasury to store money collected from taxes, etc. The backbone of
Do
the
not
nation
be
is its economy.
fooled.
And Hamilton had a huge influence in building ours. In his report, Hamilton argued that the Constitution was the source of implied and enumerated powers, and this doctrine of implied powers became the basis for interpreting the Constitution in subsequent years. In his fourth report, issued in December of 1791, Hamilton proposed to aid industry growth with protective laws. He argued...
Oh, and then I'm just going to reiterate, even though you guys already have it on video recordings from before you even kidnapped my kids, but I am not suing anyone who has independently blown the whistle to the FBI. As far as I'm concerned, they've washed their bloody hands, and now they themselves are fucking in a shit situation. Literally surrounded by Nazis who know that they're going to prison for the rest of their lives and who have been actively attempting to send everyone else to prison but them. And they've not deviated from that plan. Basically, if you haven't been sent to my front door or sent to perpetrate fraud at the courthouse, you're the only ones they didn't try to send to prison. in an attempt to avoid themselves from going to prison. And they're also the ones the FBI is most excited to put in prison.
Argued for subsidies and tariffs to promote industrial growth. He believed that the country's general welfare required the encouragement of mass manufacturing and that the federal government was obligated to help the economy out in this way. First political parties in the U.S. were partially influenced by division over Hamilton's economic policies, as well as foreign policy issues. Hamilton, and I think this is pretty awesome, did not care for or approve of political parties in general. He thought they would cause disorder and instability. Holy shit, does that ring true today? My God, so much division. It's insane. He thought the government should be full of...
So just from an extremely rational perspective for you guys, let me just share with you one of my amazing Asperger superpowers, okay? Rationally, this means the FBI is going to let some more bullshit slide at minimum until the last week or day of this month. Because that's been their plan, as you would know if you read that December 14th filing. A plan that can change if those attorneys are able to get you guys to do some more breaking and entering on their behalf in domestic terrorism and whatnot. Which again is actually their attempts to make you all go to prison and not them, and or to succeed and get away with their criminal enterprise.
Of superior individuals who were above parties. And fucking hail Nimrod. Bingo. I didn't know he said that. Well, I essentially preached the same shit in some stand-up shows the past couple of years. I would love to see political parties outlawed if I could magically have it my way. All of them, honestly. Every politician would, in my ideal world, have to stand alone. And instead of being able to ride the coattails of more well-known politicians in their party in order to be elected, they'd have to live and die on their voting records, if they'd already served, on the merit of their life's work, and on their political platforms. Political parties, I think, encourage a wildly unhealthy amount of groupthink and too much fear of career and livelihood repercussion for standing up against a party platform. Ironically, though, Hamilton would later become a leader of the future Federalist Party. More on that in a bit. He did so because he needed support and strong leaders in the executive branch, which would allow his economic programs to pass in Congress. That is unfortunately why we have parties. Fuck. Are they an inevitable, necessary evil? I'm not sure. James Madison and Thomas Jefferson were two of Hamilton's main opponents and the early founders of the Democratic Republican Party. One big difference between this party and the Federalists was that the Federalists wanted to keep some ties to England, while the Republicans wanted to strengthen their partnership with France. Hamilton tried to block Jefferson's policies that would help relations with France, because he disliked the egalitarian principles of the French Revolution. Hamilton even went as far as to warn British officials that Jefferson was too attached to France, and suggested they send communications to him and the president on foreign policy. This caused a major feud with Thomas Jefferson, one of several feuds in Hamilton's lifetime. And I do love the passion Hamilton had for what he thought was best. He was not afraid to forcefully oppose anyone. Hamilton's most well-known feud would involve Aaron Burr, another prominent politician. Hamilton and Burr became rivals of a sort in 1789 when they debated the Constitution. Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr also had some important similarities. They were both orphans, both war veterans, both successful young politicians. Aaron Burr had been born in Newark, New Jersey, February 6, 1756. Came from a long line of English gentry who were active in politics. His father was a Presbyterian minister and the president of the College of New Jersey, which will later become Princeton. Both of Burr's parents died before his second birthday. Afterwards, Burr and his sister were sent to live with their wealthy uncle. So maybe he and Hamilton did not have that similar of backgrounds. Orphans, but one came from a lot more money than the other. John Sedgwick, author of War of Two, told History.com, Burr was orphaned, but was as high-born a character as you could find. It was John Adams who noted that almost nobody in American life was as much of a shoo-in to the very top as Burr. In 1769, 13-year-old Burr enrolled at the College of New Jersey, graduated summa cum laude in just 3 years. 3 years, started when he was 13. Was college so much easier back then, or are kids just so much lazier now? I get worried that sometimes I push my soon-to-be 19-year-old too hard to start grinding now, right? Because a lot of people are like, come on, cut in some slack, you're just a kid. But back in the 18th century, he'd be expected to already be making a fucking name for himself now. Already have a degree, right? A real job, maybe starting a family, providing for him. Burr then attended the Litchfield Law School in Connecticut, but his studies were put on hold because of the war. He served as an aide-de-camp to Colonial General Richard Montgomery, fucking Dick Gumry, during the Revolution, and served well, received a congressional commendation for his bravery. He also fought with infamous traitor Benedict Arnold during his 1775 expedition to Quebec. Arnold, just real quick, had fought with distinction for the American Continental Army, rose to the rank of Major General before defecting to the British in 1780. General George Washington had given him his fullest trust, placed him in command of West Point, New York. Arnold was planning to surrender the fort to British forces, but the plot was discovered in September 1780, whereupon he fled to the British lines. Back to Burr now. By 1776, Burr was promoted to major, was appointed to serve under George Washington at his home in New York, later transferred to the staff of General Israel Putnam, whom he would work for until he retired in 1779. Burr then returned to law school in 1780, became a licensed attorney in 1782.
And if anybody's wondering what the latest brief was from the FBI today, it was that their use of you all being personally liable in the latest addendum was intentional. They also had me say that in that greetings recording from January 2nd. And they had me tell you that it applied past, present, and future, which, again, maybe that's a way for all of you to say no. That's speculation. Maybe that's a way for all of you to say no. And on that note, what do I expect to happen? I expect you guys to follow the pattern of criminality that has been exhibited and to participate in whatever the people that are going to prison for the longest tell you guys to do. And I also don't want to feel bad for whoever is stupid enough to proceed again.
Opened to private practice in Albany, the city where Hamilton once studied law, then later moved to New York City, practiced law there for the next 6 years. 1789, Burr was appointed the Attorney General of New York, married to a widow named Theodosia Provost.
But it does constitute a hostile
Theodosia
working
Provost.
environment, duh.
And in 1783, Theodosia gave birth to a daughter of the same unfortunate name.
And criminal
She and Burr were happily married until she died in 1794.
And then I have no immunity.
Sadly will die in a shipwreck 18 years later.
Yes, it does say that, doesn't it?
Much to Burr's frustration,
no.
Hamilton seemed to continually outshine him in his confidence, charisma, and energy. We will check back in with Burr very soon.
So everybody, whistleblower
United
or
States,
not,
I mentioned earlier,
you
proposed
should
by Alexander
all
Hamilton,
be
was chartered in
consulting
1791.
with a fucking
helped
attorney.
fuel the
And I wouldn't
nation's
use
early
one in this
economic growth.
county. I'd use one
High
in
point of
Pierce.
Hamilton's career.
I would use
The
an
concept of
attorney in
implied
Pierce
powers, which allows
County.
the government to do things that are not explicitly written in the Constitution, to allow the charter of this bank. First bank was granted a 20-year charter.
Because they'll be able to tell you things I can't say. Like, yes, that would make you personally liable, and you need to say this to your employer because if she asks you again, you're going to file this and you're going to get paid.
Too cautious, and it was constraining
I'm not a
economic
member of the
development,
bar.
and the charter will not
That's
be
why
reviewed.
you guys need to be
1811,
consulting
the
with
second bank in
attorneys,
the US,
even if you're just
formed
getting
in
a free
1816.
consult and dropping major
President
bombs
Jackson,
on them.
Step 106, pulled all funding from that
Pierce
bank
County.
in
Pierce
1832.
County has a
ceased
shitload of
operation, and the
excellent
charter expired
attorneys,
in
FYI.
1836.
Shitload.
Now back to Burr. Said it was going to be said. Hamilton's political
Particularly
success
for
was somewhat
federal
dampened by his
indictments.
feud with Aaron Burr. Hamilton was angered when Burr successfully ran against his father-in-law, Philip Schuyler, for Senate in 1791. Hamilton wrote in 1792, I fear Burr is unprincipled, both as a public and private man. I feel it a religious duty to oppose his career. God wants me to stop this motherfucker. I literally wrote, my religious duty is to oppose his career. Clearly very ideologically opposed, these two. Burr was known for defending the free press, the abolition of slavery. He advocated actually for a greater degree of freedom of the press than Hamilton did, and was more opposed to slavery than Hamilton was. Despite how the Broadway musical depicts Alexander, recent evidence has shown that he was not as opposed to slavery as previously thought. He did not fight to end slavery, and in fact had slaves in his own household. Aaron Burr also owned slaves at one point in his life, but as a New York assemblyman in 1785, publicly supported a bill to end slavery and was far more vocal than Hamilton when it came to abolitionist views. Fought harder to defend the free press than Hamilton. Burr defended the rights of Thomas Greenleaf, a newspaper editor whose shop was ransacked by an angry mob, and John Burke, a printer and playwright who was locked up and threatened with deportation for criticizing George Washington in print. He also fought harder than Hamilton did for representation for average citizens and defended immigrant rights. He opened the first bank in New York that extended credit to the middle class instead of just the rich. And he fought for an electoral system that would give more power to each individual voting district and less to powerful families like Hamilton's who were used to running the state. He also praised British feminist Mary Wollstonecraft and introduced a New York State Assembly bill that would have given women the right to vote. Yeah, way before that happened. Burr was actually the only member of the Founding Fathers who openly and publicly believed wholeheartedly in the rights of women. Josephine. He educated his daughter, Theodosia, better than most men of the time. By age 10, she could translate Latin and Greek. And Burr wrote, I hope yet by her to convince the world what neither sex appears to believe, that women have souls. Jesus Christ, that's fucking so sad. That was just a common belief. While Hamilton viewed Burr as an opportunist who would change his beliefs and allegiances to whatever advance his career, viewed Burr as an opportunist that would change his beliefs instrumental in helping form the system of government we have today. Burr was actually a better man in many ways than Alexander Hamilton. Funny, right? Maybe Lin-Manuel Miranda lionized the wrong founding father when he wrote the musical Hamilton. Anyway, after 6 years in the Senate, Burr would lose his re-election to Schuyler. He was bitter, blamed Hamilton for ruining his reputation, turning the tide of public sentiment against him. In 1793, Congress was further divided between delegates who wanted to remain neutral and those who now wanted the U.S. to support France in their war against Britain. French Revolutionary Wars were hostilities between France and other European powers that lasted from 1792 to 1799. Some sources count skirmishes that would extend until 1802. During the height of the French Revolution, Hamilton thought the Revolutionary Wars would be an opportune time to end the alliance with France, but Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson did not. Washington sided with Hamilton, and in April of 1793, he issued a proclamation of neutrality. A lot going on back then. The U.S. just barely getting started as a nation born out of war, and more war is continually raging all around them. There were calls for war against Britain by many Americans because the British had seized some U.S. trading ships in the French West Indies. But Hamilton thought war would be a national suicide because his new financial policies relied greatly on trade with Britain. Hamilton persuaded Washington to send Supreme Court Chief Justice John Jay to London to negotiate a treaty, and Hamilton wrote instructions for him, manipulated the negotiations, and supported the treaty when Jay returned with it in 1795. And this foreign affairs issue strengthened the division of the first two political parties, the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans. The Federalists supported a strong national government and emphasized commercial and diplomatic harmony with Britain. Most Federalists lived in the commercial Northeast, but there were also Federalists in Virginia, North Carolina, and Charleston, South Carolina. The majority of plantation owners and farmers in the South and the West were not Federalists. The Democratic Republican Party, founded in 1792, actually the oldest active party in the U.S., they would evolve into the modern Democratic Party of today. And Democratic Republicans, not a confusing name at all now, favored a decentralized, limited government. The modern Republican Party would not emerge until 1854 to combat the expansion of slavery into Western territories after the passing of the Kansas-Nebraska Act. The Federalist Party will completely dissolve by 1824. Back to the late 18th century, Washington signed the Jay Treaty, August 18, 1795, a controversial move. The treaty meant to diffuse tensions between England and the U.S. The U.S. government objected to English military posts along America's northern and western borders. As mentioned, Britain violated American neutrality in 1794 when the Royal Navy seized American ships in the West Indies. The treaty was written and negotiated by Justice John Jay, signed by King George III, November 19, 1794. When Jay returned with news of the signing, he encountered fierce opposition in Congress, led by Democratic Republicans Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. They thought the treaty gave too many concessions to England and weakened American trade rights. Washington didn't love the treaty, but his priority was preventing another war. During the opposition, Congress approved the treaty August 14, 1795. Okay, back it up a bit. Hamilton left Washington's cabinet January 31st, 1795, amid some criticisms. Also, position didn't pay enough. According to the Department of the Treasury website, Hamilton's position paid $3,500 a year, which is about $75,000 today. And because of that, he decided to join the New York bar, still maintaining close contact with Washington, who consulted him on policy matters. September 19, 1796, Hamilton drafted the majority of Washington's farewell address, which was published in the Daily American Advertiser, a Philadelphia paper. Washington's speech emphasized the importance of unity. He said, "You have in a common cause fought and triumphed together. The independence and liberty you possess are the work of joint councils. and joint efforts of common dangers, sufferings, and successes. Your union ought to be considered as a main prop of your liberty, and the love of one ought to endear you to the preservation of the other. Unity, the man stressed unity. Something too many politicians certainly do not stress today. Washington also discussed the dangers of party loyalty, which he believed would foster a spirit of revenge and allow, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men who would usurp them for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterward the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. Man, that rings true today. Man, we see the spirit of revenge in today's politics so often. We have a political landscape full of cunning, ambitious, and definitely unprincipled men. And I don't think they're all bad, by the way. I think some are very, very good, noble even. God, we got some devils in politics today. They like every other era of history, I guess. Washington, with Hamilton writing for him, also warned against getting involved in other nations' affairs, saying, steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world. We certainly have not followed that advice. Our resources, our money spread all over the world. Not that he necessarily ever wanted to run for president, Hamilton's chances of becoming president were ruined by the publication of the Reynolds pamphlet published on August 25th, 1797. In this 95-page pamphlet titled Observations on Certain Documents, Hamilton went public about his affair with a woman named Maria Reynolds. He did it to clear his name after he was accused of some illegal financial speculation. This was the first major sex scandal in American political history. This tell-all pamphlet contained details of the affair and described how Hamilton made blackmail payments to Maria Reynolds' husband to cover it up. According to Hamilton, in his words,
Maybe it does run in the family.
sometime in the summer of the year of 1791, a woman called at my house in the city of Philadelphia and asked to speak with me in private. I attended her into a room apart from the family. A seeming air of affliction, she informed that she was a daughter of Mr. Lewis, sister to a Mr. G. Livingston of the state of New York, and wife to a Mr. Reynolds, whose father was in the commissary department during the war with Great Britain. And her husband, who for a long time had treated her very cruelly, had lately left her, lived with another woman, and in so destitute a condition that though desirous of returning to her friends, she had not the means. That knowing I was a citizen of New York, she had taken the liberty to apply to my humanity for assistance. As she continued to speak, I felt something, a powerful stirring in my loins, which I admit now with great shame, but 'tis the truth. You see, I am and always have been a titty man, and never before have I laid eyes upon titties of the shape and magnitude of Maria Reynolds' titties. I imagined myself standing as she spoke, crossing the room and releasing them from her dress. I imagined myself grabbing them, squeezing them, gently pinching their nipples, tugging on them, pushing them together with enough pressure to barely allow my swollen member to pass between them like Moses parting the Red Sea with his staff. If the Red Sea was Maria Reynolds' titties, you see, and Moses' staff was my erect silent flute. And then when I ejaculated, I realized, dear reader, that I was not imagining anything at all. Heavens, no, my fancy was real, and a lustful affair had indeed begun. JK. Only the first paragraph of that was what Hamilton wrote. According to Hamilton, for real now, Maria Reynolds came to his family home in Philadelphia in the summer of 1791, asked to speak in private. She's a pretty 23-year-old at the time.
Well, we know what this guy does as a side
And she told Hamilton that her husband, James, was abusive and left her and their young daughter to go be with another woman. Maria also did ask him for money to help her travel to see friends in New York and go stay with him. Hamilton was at the height of his power, was probably the second most powerful man in the U.S. Biographer Ron Chernow wrote that this should have made him especially watchful of his reputation. But this pesky little thing called a hard dick. And he loved pussy. And he would be far from the first man to follow his dick into some terrible decisions. Hamilton took a 30-note bill to Maria's rooming house one day, and she took him upstairs, and according to Hamilton, it was quickly apparent that other than pecuniary consolation would be acceptable. Very fancy way of saying he realized they might soon be fun. Hamilton and Maria started a sexual relationship that night. They would meet at his home after Eliza took the kids to visit her father in Albany. Oh boy. And then James Reynolds found out about this affair, confronted Hamilton via letter, demanded $1,000, somewhere around $25,000 today, in exchange for his silence. Hamilton paid. By January of 1792, he paid 2 installments. Reynolds then remained in Philadelphia, even though he promised to leave the city. And surprisingly, he actually encouraged Hamilton to resume the affair. But Hamilton would stop seeing Maria in the summer of 1792. Then in November of that year, Reynolds and his associate Jacob Klingman get arrested for their involvement in a scheme to defraud the government by posing as executors of deceased Revolutionary War veterans trying to get back pay. While out on bail, Klingman approaches Pennsylvania Congressman Frederick Muhlenberg, former employee, claims Reynolds also was involved in illegal speculation with one Alexander Hamilton. How juicy! Muhlenberg visits Reynolds in jail, speaks to Mariah Reynolds in her home, and then confronts Hamilton. And now to help prove that he was not involved in any financial crimes, Hamilton comes clean about the affair and shares letters from both James and Mariah. Muhlenberg, future President James Monroe, and politician Abraham Venable leave this meeting with Hamilton believing he was innocent of all charges, promised not to say anything about the affair. But then Monroe sends copies of the documents Hamilton showed them to Thomas Jefferson, and John Beckley, a clerk for the House of Representatives, also keeps a copy. Right? His secret is out, or rather it will be. As the years pass, Hamilton continues his political career with great success. Mariah and James Reynolds split up, and then, wouldn't you know it, her divorce attorney is Hamilton's nemesis, Aaron Burr. How fucking happy was he to hear about this affair? Oh, I bet he drank to that big time. But to his credit, he did not start smearing Hamilton's name. He could have, but he didn't. If the situation were reversed, I think Hamilton would for sure smear Burr's name over this. Mariah marries her husband's associate, Jacob Klingman, the day before her divorce becomes final. And in the fall of 1796, Hamilton writes a series of essays using the name Facetian. In these essays, he talks shit about Thomas Jefferson and alleges Jefferson once had a sexual relationship with an enslaved woman named Sally Hemings. Oh, dude, you were not in a place to point fingers. Journalist James Callender, now, who loved a good scandal, couldn't believe Hamilton would point the finger at Jefferson when he also had an affair, and he wrote in the summer of 1797 that Hamilton had an affair and used federal funds to illegally speculate in government securities with one James Reynolds. It was most likely John Buckley, the clerk who kept a copy of Hamilton's documents, who gave the papers to Callender after Federalists fired him as House clerk. Hamilton blamed James Monroe, though, and they almost got into a duel over it. They were talked out of their duel by, how fucking random is this, Aaron Burr. Hamilton now decided that the best thing to do was to reveal everything, right? Come completely clean publicly about his affair so he could deny the speculation charges. This was, of course, humiliating for his wife and kids, and it hurt his political career greatly. The scandal meant, had he ever wanted a presidential run, it was not likely in the cards for him now. The following are some excerpts from the real Reynolds pamphlet published in late August 1797. Lies often detected and refuted are still revived and repeated in the hope that the refutation may have been forgotten, or that the frequency and boldness of accusation may supply the place of truth and proof. The most prolific men are encouraged, probably bribed, certainly with patronage if not with money, to become informers and accusers. And when tales, which their characters alone ought to discredit, are refuted by evidence and facts which oblige the patrons of them to abandon their support, they still continue in corroding whispers to wear away the reputations which they could not directly subvert. If, luckily for the conspirators against honest fame, any little foible or folly can be traced out in one whom they desire to persecute, it becomes at once in their hands a two-edged sword, by which to wound the public character and stab the private felicity of the person. With such men nothing is sacred. Even the peace of an unoffending and amiable wife is a welcome repast to their insatiate fury against the husband. I dare appeal to my immediate fellow citizens of whatever political party for the truth of the assertion that no man ever carried into public life a more unblemished pecuniary reputation than that which I undertook the office of Secretary of the Treasury, a character marked by an indifference to the acquisition of property rather than an avidity for it. With such a character, however natural it was to expect criticism and opposition, as to the political principles which I might manifest or be supposed to entertain, as to the wisdom or expediency of the plans which I might propose, or as to the skill, care, or diligence with which the business of my department might be executed, it was not natural to expect, nor did I expect that my fidelity or integrity in a pecuniary sense would ever be called in question. But on his head a mortifying disappointment has been experienced. Without the slightest foundation, I have been repeatedly held up to the suspicions of the world as a man directed in his administration by the most sordid views, who did not scruple to sacrifice the public to his private interest, his duty and honor to the sinister accumulation of wealth. It's kind of fucking wordy back then. The charge against me is a connection with one James Reynolds for purposes of improper pecuniary speculation. My real crime is an amorous connection with his wife. For a considerable time, with his privity and connivance, if not originally brought on by a combination between the husband and wife, with the design to extort money from me. This confession is not made without a blush. I cannot be the apologist of any vice, because the ardor of passion may have made it mine. I can never cease to condemn myself for the pang which it may inflict in a bosom eminently entitled to all my gratitude, fidelity, and love. But that bosom will approve that even at so great an expense, I should effectually wipe away a more serious stain from a name which it cherishes with no less elevation than tenderness. The public too will, I trust, excuse the confession. The necessity of it to my defense against the more heinous charge could alone have extorted from me so painful an indecorum. He maybe just could have said something like, yeah, I fucked her, but, I didn't take any money. God damn it. These fucking weasels are trying to frame me for the shit I didn't do, but I'll admit to the shit I did do. Maybe some version of that would have been a little better than those 12 or 13 fucking 1,000-word sentences. Despite the public embarrassment, Hamilton would still serve his country. In 1798, Hamilton was appointed Inspector General, second in command of the armed forces during the quasi-war, an undeclared naval war with France. This was actually the first time in U.S. history when America's neutrality was threatened. During the Washington administration, France sent an emissary called Citizen Genet to the U.S. This violated Washington's neutrality agreement. Instead of meeting with the president in Philadelphia, Genet landed in South Carolina and recruited privateers, made his way to the capital. He was refused to support France, signed the Jay Treaty. This angered the French, and then they harassed American vessels. President John Adams sent ambassadors to France. The French government sent officials listed as X, Y, and Z in documents to meet Americans. The French now demanded a $250,000 bribe, a $10 million loan, and an apology from the Americans before talks could even begin. This angered President Adams, and he asked Congress to back defense measures. Congress asked Adams to publish his correspondence from American diplomats, and when he did, Congress was angered by what they thought was a French insult. Over the next 2 years, France captured and harassed American vessels, tried to hinder U.S. trade with Britain. The U.S. focused on building up the military in preparation for war now, even bringing Washington out of retirement to appoint him as commander-in-chief. The whole ordeal was controversial because of the issue of American neutrality. Thankfully, there was never a massive war, although there were several ship-on-ship battles, and the tensions ended with Napoleon gained control of France in 1800. And that now marked an end to Hamilton's military career. And then Washington will die of a throat infection in the middle of the quasi-war on December 14th, 1799, at the age of 67. It's rumored he got it from sucking Hamilton's dick. That's not true. No, Hamilton wrote to Washington's secretary after his death, I have been much indebted to the kindness of the general, and he was an aegis very essential to me. An aegis is a Greek word for shield. Another reason the quasi-war was a major event in U.S. history was the Federalist Party split over negotiations with France. John Adams was Washington's vice president and his successor. He was a Federalist and was the first U.S. president who was officially aligned with a political party. The Federalists nominated John Adams for president and Thomas Pinckney for VP. Hamilton now tried to manipulate the Electoral College, so Pinckney would be president, but Adams won, which led to the party losing trust in Hamilton. Adams retained Washington's cabinet. Members consulted Hamilton, gave him confidential information, which meant he was able to exert influence over Adams. In 1798, the Federalists gained control of both houses of Congress. Madison then backed the Alien and Sedition Acts, a highly controversial move. There was widespread public outrage, and Madison was attacked, especially by Hamilton and his supporters. The Alien and Sedition Acts were 4 laws passed by Congress in 1798 when Americans feared a war with France, and the laws restricted the activities of foreign residents. They limited free press and free speech, especially speech that criticized the government. There were fears that French spies had infiltrated American society. The Naturalization Act required residents to live in the U.S. for up to 14 years to become citizens. The Alien Enemies Act allowed the government to arrest and deport all male citizens of an enemy nation during war. The Alien Friends Act also allowed the president to deport any non-citizen suspected of plotting against the government. Damn, man, just a few short decades after becoming a nation composed of immigrants, we already have some very loud anti-immigration voices. The Sedition Act outlawed false, scandalous, and malicious writing against the government or the president. It's pretty subjective. The Adams administration also passed a land tax to pay for the potential war, which wasn't well received. Federalists accused the Democratic Republicans of being in league with France. In June of 1798, Hamilton wrote in the Gazette of the United States that Jeffersonians were more Frenchmen than Americans and claimed they were going to immolate the independence and welfare of their country at the shrine of France. Once Adams opened diplomatic negotiations with France in 1799 and reorganized his cabinet, Hamilton and his supporters cut their ties. Adams wanted to rid his cabinet of anyone he thought was one of Hamilton's spies. They really don't like each other. The Federalists were split during the election of 1800. The party lost the election to the United Democratic Republicans. The final candidates were John Adams for the Federalists, Thomas Jefferson for the Democratic Republicans. And Hamilton got some revenge against Adams by trying to prevent his reelection. In October of 1800, Hamilton privately circulated the Public Conduct and Character of John Adams, Esquire, President of the United States pamphlet. Aaron Burr, hatch job there. Aaron Burr, the Democratic Republican candidate for VP, had a copy published, which forced Hamilton then to acknowledge his authorship. And now Hamilton started a letter writing campaign against Burr from December to late January of 1801. He would love to talk shit about people in letters. Equivalent to tweets today, I guess, right? Or I guess on X they're called posts now. I hated Twitter. I don't like X any better. But I know politicians love to talk shit there, as do their supporters and antagonists. Hamilton, in one letter, wrote to politician Oliver Wolcott Jr. on December 16th, "There is no doubt but that upon every virtuous and prudent calculation, Jefferson is to be preferred. He is by far not so dangerous a man, and he has pretensions to character." Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr both won the election because they won the same number of electoral votes, and that meant that the House of Representatives had to now choose the president. Back when vice presidents were picked very differently than they are now. The original system, I forgot this. The original system for electing presidents provided that the candidate receiving a majority of electoral college votes would become president, and then the runner-up would be the vice president. So the people running against each other were joined. Isn't that crazy? I mean, think about like the modern terms. I mean, with that system, in 2016, Hillary Clinton would have been Donald Trump's vice president, and in 2020, Trump would have then been Biden's vice president. It's fucking crazy. What a compelling reality show either one of those terms would have been. That old system was changed in 1804 with the 12th Amendment. Also, I didn't know that Burr came that close to being America's third president. So back to this electoral tie, the Federalists wanted Aaron Burr to win, but persuaded key players to select Jefferson. At the time, each state's delegation had to vote as one block. The deciding vote went to Delaware Federalist James A. Baird, a representative of his state. The first ballot, he voted for Burr. Burr won 6 states, Jefferson won 8, but Vermont and Maryland were split evenly. With no clear winner, the nation was in chaos. Militia on both sides started performing drills to prepare for a potential civil war. Hamilton wrote to James Baird on January 16th, telling him that Burr was, quote, a man of extreme and irregular ambition. And then Baird seems to change his mind about Burr, suggests that he might vote for Jefferson to prevent a national crisis. Baird then met with 2 of Jefferson's friends because he wanted to confirm if Jefferson was elected, he'd leave certain Federalist policies and office holders in place. Baird then submitted a blank ballot during the 36th round of voting. Just kept going around and around trying to figure this out. February 17th, 1801, Federalists in Vermont, Maryland allowed the states to vote for Jefferson, which then secured his victory. So Hamilton went out of his way to fuck Burr out of the presidency, because if Baird would have just kept his vote for Burr, Burr likely would have been president, not Jefferson. Following his election, Hamilton becomes less involved in politics. He's made a lot of enemies with his meddling, and he's staying busy with other forms of work. In 1801, Hamilton builds a country house called the Grange in Manhattan, a beautiful estate located at West 143rd Street, just east of Amsterdam Avenue in Harlem. So funny to think about a country house existing in Manhattan today. Nothing about Manhattan screams country. The Grange, which is currently a national memorial, was modeled after his father's home in Scotland, has views of the Hudson and Harlem and East Rivers. That same year, he helped found a Federalist paper called the New York Evening Post. That paper morphed into today's New York Post. Yep, Alexander Hamilton, founder of the New York Post. It's pretty cool. Also that year, Alexander's first son, Philip, dies a violent death. November 24th, 1801, after participating in a duel to defend his father's honor against New York lawyer George Eaker. How bad would that suck? Have your son get killed defending your honor. You ever fully healed from a wound like that, like a tragedy like that? I doubt it. Eaker had given a speech accusing Hamilton of being a monarchist during the 4th of July celebration. Philip Hamilton saw his speech when it was published and is furious. And he then spots Eaker at a theater in Manhattan, November 20th, 1801. He and friends, Stephen Price, barge into Eaker's theater box, taunt him about that speech. Eaker tries at first to ignore them, but they won't stop. And then he asks them to, if you're going to keep talking, let's go step into the lobby and discuss this. And according to author Ron Chernow, Eaker said, "It is too abominable to be publicly insulted by a set of rascals." Philip and Stephen are shocked. They respond, "Who'd you call damned rascals?" Rascal was a huge fighting word back then. It often preceded a fucking duel. Like, you could for sure get killed just for calling some dude a rascal. Like, that would happen. People did get killed for calling another guy a rascal. Hard to imagine today. You could call some dude's wife a cunt and probably not even get punched. We are not nearly as scrappy as we used to be, not even close. Back to 1801 now, a fight almost breaks out when Eaker grabs Philip by the collar. Then the men, they're told to take their dispute outside. They go to a nearby tavern. Eaker once again calls these guys rascals. And as he returns to the theater, he says, "I expect to hear from you." Philip and Stephen said simultaneously, "You shall." By the time Eaker left the theater, Stephen had challenged him to a duel. Philip decided to wait until he could speak to a family authority on dueling about this duel. He was advised that Eaker's insults did indeed demand a response. You can't command respect if you just allow other men to call you a rascal. Since Philip committed the first offense, he was advised to try to resolve things peacefully. On Sunday, November 22nd, Eaker and Stephen Price duel in New Jersey. They exchanged 4 shots with no injury, and the matter between those two guys is considered closed. But there's still the beef between Eaker and Philip Hamilton. There were now efforts to negotiate a truce between Philip and Eaker, but Eaker would not retract the key word of rascal, even if Philip apologized. He was 100% certain that Philip Hamilton is indeed a rascal. He is a rascal to his very core. His bones are rascally. His loins are full of rascally sinews and tendons and whatnot. So now these fuckers agreed to another duel at 3 p.m. the next day. Say what you will about George Eaker, which is probably nothing. I never heard of him. But he never backed down from a duel. 2 in 2 days here. Alexander Hamilton was aware of this duel. He was in a tough spot because he disagreed with dueling, worried about his son, but he also respected this code of honor that men of the day lived by and knew his son was at fault in this situation. He now advises Philip to throw away his shots so that if his opponent fires and kills him, it will be murder. That seems on the surface like pretty dumb advice. Are you really going to care if your opponent is charged with murder? Hang for murder if you're dead. No. Philip followed his father's advice, did not raise his pistol. Eaker does the same. And then the two men stare at each other for, around a minute until Eaker lifts his pistol. Philip now goes to lift his gun, but before he can fire, Eaker shoots him above the right hip. The bullet goes through his body, bounces off his bone, lodges in his left arm. Philip fires before slumping to the ground, but he misses. Philip is then rushed away to see a doctor, and it is too late to save him. According to one Dr. David Hosick, Hamilton, quote, was so much overcome by his anxiety that he fainted and remained some time in my family before he was sufficiently recovered to proceed. When Hamilton actually saw his son, he turned to the doctor and said, "Doctor, I despair." Alexander and Eliza held Philip throughout the night, and then he died around 5 a.m., November 24th, in their arms. What a fucking nightmare. Philip's death devastated for Alexander and Eliza. One friend wrote, "Never did I see a man so completely overwhelmed with grief as Hamilton." Historians believe his son's death influenced Hamilton's later reluctance to fire at Aaron Burr. 3 years later, 1804, another presidential election on the horizon. Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr did not make a successful president-vice president pairing. Jefferson often left Burr out of important discussions, and when he ran for re-election in 1804, he removed Burr from his ticket. Burr ran independently for New York governorship that year and then lost. Some Federalists were now talking about secession, and in 1804 they negotiated with Burr for his support. Most Federalists, except Hamilton, had favored Burr's candidacy for New York governor. And by the way, when you pick earlier, I should probably mention this, when Thomason chooses to leave Burr off the ticket, that's because they did change things by 1804, and now it's like the president runs with the vice president. Okay, Hamilton pushed for the election of his opponent, and then that man wins by a close margin for the governorship of New York, and once again, Hamilton has fucked Burr out of winning an election. And then in April of 1804, a letter written by Charles Cooper is published in the Albany Register, which references a conversation between Alexander Hamilton and some other dinner guests, where Hamilton said that Burr was, quote, a dangerous man and not to be trusted. He stopped just short of calling him a rascal. Some sources say Hamilton did call Burr the most unfit and dangerous man in the community. The letter also referenced an even, quote, more despicable statement made by Hamilton about Burr. Maybe he did call him a rascal. Well, Burr received the paper after losing the New York State governor's race, but he's already pissed. And on June 18th, Burr writes to Hamilton requesting acknowledgement or denial of the use of any expressions which could warrant the assertions of Dr. Cooper. Oh, shit! Did you or did you not call me a dirty rascal, sir? The letter was delivered by William Van Ness, who will be Burr's second in the duel with Hamilton. Hamilton responded on June 20th, replied that he could not avow or disavow any statement that was said, and he refused to describe what his, quote, more despicable opinion was. He claimed he could not recall. I did not have sex with that woman, kind of thing here. He also wrote that he was ready to abide by the consequences, a dead giveaway that he was ready for a duel. Oh, fuck yeah. Duel's coming. Burr's got big testicles. With his dude. But he called me a rascal. Burr and Hamilton exchanged 3 more letters. Burr continues to demand an apology. Hamilton continues to refuse to give him one. Then on June 22nd, 1804, such a silly way to fucking die. June 22nd, 1804, Burr writes a letter that ends with, "Thus, sir, you invited the course I am to pursue, and now your silence imposes it upon me." It's fucking on like Donkey Kong, motherfucker. In this letter, their chosen seconds made arrangements for a duel, or after that letter. The formal request delivered on June 27th. A lot of steps to this. According to the National Park Service, in the 18th and 19th centuries, the concept of personal honor was central to the worthiness of a man in affairs of politics. One's honor was critical to preserving their reputation, and therefore suitability for interpersonal affairs and public office. If one had a perceived lack of honor, it diminished their viability for leadership. Duels were considered the extreme endpoint of honor culture and a way to preserve a man's honor. Duels were not merely emotion-fueled brawls, but rather a formal process through which decorum, bravery, and willingness to stand up for one's beliefs and actions were displayed. Affairs of honor could start with an insult against one person, usually about their politics or character. If the insult was bad enough, that person would be forced to defend their honor. First, the person who was offended would send a letter requesting an explanation, an avowal or disavowal, and a prompt response. There were chances for the other party to concede. One could concede before shots were fired in a duel. If this happened, the affair ended, and at least one person's honor was restored. And when it did reach the point of shooting, most duels were not deadly. This duel was scheduled for July 11th because the New York Supreme Court was holding its final session in Manhattan, and Hamilton wanted to finish up his client's pending lawsuits. He also needed to sort out his personal affairs in case he got shot and killed. God, can you imagine how Eliza felt about all this? She already lost her son to a duel, and now her 49-year-old husband, sole family breadwinner, ready to throw down. Only a few people knew about the duel before it happened. Hamilton and Burr did not tell their extended families. Hamilton apparently didn't want a duel, but felt obligated to defend his honor. Hamilton decided he would throw away his shot, as he had once advised his son Philip. Hamilton wrote, "It would even give me pain to be obliged to shed the blood of a fellow creature." Some have speculated that Hamilton was depressed and suicidal, and that rather than killing Burr, he would have Burr kill him. And I know that given the choice, I would fucking way rather shoot some dude dead who was pissed at me than have him shoot at me. I'm not hankering for a duel, not at all. But if I have to be in a duel, God, please let me shoot first. Let my nerves allow my aim to be true. In preparation for the duel, Hamilton made financial plans, listed out his debts, wrote a letter to Eliza July 4th, where he expressed unwillingness to go through with killing Burr. The letter read, "This must increase my hazards and redoubles my pangs for you. But you had rather I should die innocent than live guilty. Heaven can preserve me, and I humbly hope will. But in the contrary event, I charge you to remember that you are a Christian." I doubt she was real thrilled to read all that. I would love it if she wrote back some version of, "Stop being such a baby and fucking fight, Alexander. Shoot that son of a bitch right between the eyes." Towards the end, Hamilton wrote, "Fly to the bosom of your God and be comforted. With my last idea, I shall cherish the sweet hope of meeting you in a better world. Adieu, best of wives and best of women. Embrace all my darling children for me." Man, he really was willing to die. Hamilton said he had no personal ill will towards Burr, and he realized he would gain nothing but would hazard much from this duel. He explained that he could not apologize, though, because that would mean, because he meant what he said when he said it. So he does have integrity. He knew he had to go through with this duel to preserve his reputation. He wrote, "The ability to be in future useful, whether in resisting mischief or effecting good, in those crises of public affairs which seem likely to happen, would probably be inseparable from a conformity with public prejudice in this particular." So no one's going to fucking trust me if I don't do this. Hamilton left Eliza at the Grange on July 9th, rode to Lower Manhattan to draft his last will. Plans were finalized that afternoon. He was apparently calm, even happy during his final days. One of the things he did was visit Robert Troop, an old buddy from King's College, who was ill at the time. On the night of the 10th, Hamilton's second, Nathaniel Pendleton, tried to convince him not to throw away the shot. And Hamilton said, "My friend, it is the effect of a religious scruple and does not admit of reason. It is useless to say more on the subject, as my purpose is definitely fixed." He was going to make this duel real easy for Aaron Burr. The duel occurred at dawn, July 11th, 1804, in Weehawken, New Jersey, the same place Philip died almost 3 years earlier, so just right across the Hudson there from New York. Early that morning, Hamilton traveled across the Hudson to Weehawken. He chose to go across state lines because while dueling was legal in New Jersey, officials less likely to prosecute there than they would be in New York. All the people who were present, except of course for Burr and Hamilton, turned their backs during the duel to maintain deniability about their involvement, and then they later disagreed over who fired first and when. William Van Ness accompanied Burr, Nathaniel Pendleton accompanied Hamilton. They were responsible for representing the principal, the other party, and acting as field assistants. Dr. David Hossick was on the scene again as a doctor. Before the duel, Hamilton wrote, "I resolved to reserve and throw away my first file, and I have thoughts even of reserving my second file." Hamilton confirmed his written intentions moments before the duel, according to Nathaniel Pendleton. According to History.com, the events of the duel itself are not clearly remembered in history. Who shot first is a mystery, and various accounts report different versions of the story. But what is consistent in the record is that there were two shots heard within seconds of each other. Hamilton's second said he fired into the air, which was backed up by evidence of his shot hitting a tree. Burr shot Hamilton in the stomach. According to author Ron Chernow, Hamilton lifted his pistol, as did Burr. Both guns were discharged with explosive flashes, separated by a split second or perhaps several seconds. Pendleton was adamant that Burr had fired first, and that Hamilton's shot was merely the effect of an involuntary exertion of the muscles produced by a mortal wound, a terrible blow in the abdominal area above his right hip. Pendleton wrote, Hamilton rose up on his toes, writhing violently and twisting slightly to the left before toppling headlong to the ground. Hamilton seemed to know that his wound was mortal and proclaimed instantly, "I am a dead man." Burr started to go to Hamilton, but his second told him he would be placed at the crime scene in front of too many witnesses. They withdrew, Van Ness shielding Burr's face with an umbrella. Burr still wanted to go to Hamilton, so Van Ness ran to see him and reported back. Van Ness would maintain that General Hamilton fired first. "I am as well persuaded as I ever was of any fact that came under my observation." Yes, he's just trying to keep Burr from being charged with murder. Pendleton returned to the scene the next day. He found Hamilton's bullet hit the limb of the cedar tree 12 feet off the ground, 4 feet away from where Burr was standing. Burr's bullet hit Hamilton on the right side of his abdomen, lodged in his spine. An account from Dr. David Hossick stated that Hamilton was in Pendleton's arms when Hossick arrived. Dr. Hossick recalled, "His countenance of death I shall never forget. He had at that instant just strength to say, 'This is a mortal wound, doctor,' when he sunk away and became, to all appearance, lifeless." Hamilton was rushed to the home of William Bayer Jr. in Greenwich Village. Eliza and the kids were 8 miles north of the Grange and arrived in time to be able to say goodbye to Alexander. And then Alexander Hamilton died around 2 p.m., July 12th, 1804. He was very likely 49 years old, although most sources will say 47. He passed gently, quietly, almost noiselessly. In his dying moments, he said he had no malice towards Aaron Burr, and that he was dying in peace because he was reconciled with God. His body was buried at Trinity Church in Manhattan, and you can still visit his historic gravesite today at the Trinity Churchyard Cemetery. Aaron Burr faced public outrage in the aftermath of Hamilton's death. He was charged with murder and then fled south. Those charges were later dropped, and Burr returned to Washington to finish his term as vice president. This would not be the last scandal of Burr's lifetime. 3 years later, in 1807, Burr was charged with treason for allegedly conspiring to plan the secession of several western states. Burr's trial took place in Richmond in the summer of 1807, when he was 51. He was accused of leading a deep, dark, and wicked conspiracy against the U.S. The details about the conspiracy plot are unclear. We know that Burr raised a small army on the frontier, may have hoped to lead a campaign against Spanish territories in Texas and Mexico. Very possible he planned to seize the land for the U.S., or he wanted to found an entirely new nation and install himself as leader. Whichever the case, he would be acquitted of treason charges in October of 1807. After the trial, he became a villainous figure in the U.S., spent the next 4 years traveling around Europe, trying to get support for revolutionizing Mexico and freeing Spanish colonies. Returned to the U.S. in 1812, broke, focusing on rebuilding his law practice. And then by 1830, he was dependent on his friends for financial support. 1833, he married a wealthy widow, Eliza Jumel, but then they divorced. Then suffered multiple strokes, was left paralyzed, and died under his cousin's care September 14th, 1836 on Staten Island at the age of 80. Now let's talk about Hamilton's widow, Eliza, real quick before getting out of this timeline. She would make it her mission to preserve her husband's legacy after his death in 1804. Initially, she and her children were at risk of losing everything after Hamilton died. He was $55,000 in debt due to mortgages, bonds, and personal notes, plus outstanding balances on his legal clients. Most of the debt came from building the Grange. The estate was expensive to maintain, and it would have been impossible for Eliza to keep paying the mortgage. Luckily, Hamilton still had many admirers. How cool is this? Hamilton's friends came together and purchased the Grange for $30,500, then sold it to Eliza for $15,000, so she could live there as long as she chose to. And that is beautiful. However, Eliza was still unable to afford the expensive upkeep, and in 1813, she will sell the mansion and move to downtown Manhattan. At this time, the area was isolated, had no free public schools. Eliza wanted to honor her husband's memory. She believed that all children should know how to read so they could study the Bible. Others helped him as a child receive an education, so she wanted to pay that forward. So she established the Hamilton Free School in northern Manhattan, which offered education to students whose families could not pay for private school. She found a small house near Fort Washington, located at the intersection of modern-day Fort Washington Avenue and West 183rd Street, which she repurposed as a schoolhouse. And soon her new school was packed with students. The student body grew, and eventually the students needed a new building. Eliza couldn't afford a new facility, but a group of wealthy women helped her out. In March of 1818, the group petitioned the state legislature to incorporate a free school and asked for $400 for a new building. Their application was approved, and the school received annual city funding. By the end of May, they had a one-room, 1,050 square foot schoolhouse and held 40 to 60 students, located at Broadway between West 187th and West 189th Streets. The school could only afford to pay one teacher, but it also provided textbooks and slates for the students. Eliza not involved in the day-to-day affairs, but she did regularly visit the school and hand out awards to the students. She focused most of her time on the orphanage in Lower Manhattan. Eliza founded the Orphan Asylum Society, which was the first private orphanage in New York City. The facility housed hundreds of children. Eliza wanted to help orphans because Hamilton was an orphan who received an education, right, thanks to the generosity of benefactors. Seeds of the big successful orphanage had been planted years earlier, back in 1806. Isabella Graham and Sarah Hoffman, who were also widows, social activists, and friends of Eliza, approached her for help. Hoffman found 5 children crying over their mother's body in a tenement. They realized the need for an orphanage in the city. Eliza and her friends rented a small house on Raisin Street in Greenwich Village, hired a married couple to take care of the kids. In March, they founded the Orphan Asylum Society, recruited more women to help. They took in 20 kids the first year, but had to turn away 9 times as many. They set a goal to raise $25,000 to build a bigger facility on a donated parcel of land on Bank Street in Greenwich Village. Eliza went out to ask for donations, and the founders received $10,000 from state legislators. The cornerstone for the orphanage was laid in July of 1807. Another accomplishment she achieved was raising money for the Washington Monument, which still stands in the National Mall in Washington, D.C. Eliza retired in 1848, passed away in Washington, D.C., November 9th, 1854. She was 97. She outlived her husband by 5 decades. Holy shit. Eliza stayed in love with her husband until the very end of her days. She continually kept a bust of him on display, showed it off to visitors. She often talked about how she longed to be reunited with her Hamilton when she passed. Reading that definitely did not fuck with my allergies at all when I first read it. I'm a man, and I have total control of my emotions. I sometimes cry to make other people feel better.
Oh, shut up.
Not because I actually need to. Feeling weakness of some sort. Long before she passed, Eliza had made it her mission to save her husband's name from slander. She and roughly 30 assistants sifted through all his papers for years, and they published a biography of his life. But she destroyed her own letters. I guess they were too personal. Eliza's 4th son, John Church Hamilton, took on the project and continued with it after his mother's death. The biography would be published in 1840. Initially, 1841, however, near all copies were destroyed in a fire while in the process of binding. During the next decade, John edited his father's collected writings under the authority of the Joint Library Committee of the U.S. Congress. A 7-volume authorized edition of the works of Alexander Hamilton, containing his correspondence and his political and official writings, exclusive of the Federalist, civil, and military, published by order of Congress in 1850 and 1851. John also wrote a biography in 7 volumes published between 1857 and 1864 titled Life of Alexander Hamilton, A History of the Republic of the United States of America. At the time of Eliza's death, the Hamilton Free School was in disrepair, was unfit for use, according to the New York Herald, but it still had 60 to 70 students. The school unfortunately destroyed in a fire in 1857. Fortunately, more public schools were built nearby, and then the trustees converted the Hamilton Free School into the first lending library in the area. Later became the Dyckman Institute, an educational advocacy group. The school later evolved into a scholarship fund for students from Washington Heights and Inwood who wanted to attend Columbia University. Finally, the Orphan Asylum Society became Graham Wyndham, a private nonprofit social services agency that gives parenting support and mental and behavioral health treatment to 5,000 children and families a year. Also operates as a school for at-risk youth. Good job, Eliza. She and Alexander both left quite the legacies. And now let's hop out of this timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Alexander Hamilton. What a life he led. The orphan from a little British island in the Caribbean made his way to the American colonies to study at King's College, aka Columbia University, then dropped out to fight in the Revolutionary War, where he quickly became the right-hand man to America's greatest hero in that war, George Washington. Man he was not afraid to stand up to. You know, he was Washington's at his side for months, or left his side for months over some disagreement that may have been based in Hamilton feeling like he should have been given more authority on the battlefield, and then Washington gave him that authority, respected him that much. Then he helped the Patriots defeat the British in the pivotal Battle of Yorktown that resulted in General Cornwallis, leader of the British forces in America, surrendering. And following the war, Hamilton worked as a lawyer, helped establish the principle of judicial review that we still use today. Then he moved into politics, writing dozens of essays that helped shape our current system of government. His biggest contribution was probably as the first Secretary of the Treasury under President Washington, establishing the U.S.'s first monetary system, the national debt, tax system, and the customs service. Also founded and designed the first bank of the U.S. in 1791, which served as the Treasury Department's financial agent, depository for public funds, issuer of currency. Hamilton's work helped establish the country's modern banking system and federal budget process. Pretty incredible. And like every other meat sack, not perfect. Right? He had at least one extramarital affair, talked a lot of shit about other politicians, Aaron Burr in particular, and went out of his way to destroy the political careers of those he disagreed with, including writing and publishing hatchet pieces under fake names. In the end, his shit-talking was literally what got him killed when he disparaged Aaron Burr one too many times and refused to apologize about it. Which led to a duel he seemed determined to lose. What a crazy end. Quite the life. Going over Hamilton's story this
That's
week
one
has
thing
made
that I
me
think
feel
is rad. He's like,
hopeful.
no, I did
Actually,
say you
maybe
were a
about
sack of
political
shit.
change.
That's cool.
this guy
But I'm
fought
not
so
going to
hard for
shoot
what he
you.
believed to be right. He did change things significantly for the new nation of the U.S. Maybe it's not too late to fix a lot of what's wrong with this nation today.
And later
Maybe if
on,
we all
as
keep
the guy
talking,
already
if we
told us,
exercise our
that
right
very
to
guy who
vote
shot
each and every
Alexander
election, if we
Hamilton
do our
did
best to
prove
hold
indeed
politicians
to be
accountable
what?
and
Convicted for
not
being a
re-elect
piece
them
of
if they
shit.
abandon campaign promises, maybe if we rally and support politicians who don't seem afraid to stand up to corporate America and make sure our capitalist system is working for all the people and not just the upper 1%, we can make America the best it's ever been. Time now for today's takeaways.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, Alexander Hamilton, born July 11, 1755 or 1757. Historians aren't quite sure, but many believe Hamilton lied to make himself 2 years younger, so probably 1755. Details about his early life are very hard to come by, as it was a source of great shame for Hamilton. He hated the fact that he was a bastard and had to work a lowly clerk job to get his start in life after being orphaned. Number 2, Hamilton served in several key battles in the American Revolutionary War, but the biggest success of his military career came when he led a siege during the Battle of Yorktown. Bravery on the battlefield helped him secure a good public image, which was critical for him to launch his career in politics. Number 3, Hamilton was a major figure during the Constitutional Convention of 1787, and he helped convince the state of New York to ratify the new Constitution, which established a three-branch federal government and a system of checks and balances. Hamilton supported a strong central government and would later join the Federalist Party. Number 4, Hamilton was involved in multiple scandals during his political career, including a major sex scandal in 1797, His most well-known feud involved rival politician Aaron Burr. After Hamilton meddled in 2 elections involving Burr, then made some unsavory comments at a fucking private dinner party, Burr challenged him to a duel. And now Hamilton felt forced to respond to defend his honor, even though he had zero interest in dueling. At the very beginning, Hamilton planned to throw away his shot. Burr, on the other hand, did not. And I can't blame him. Hamilton died the day after the duel. Burr was charged with murder. And those charges were later dropped. And number 5, some new info, a little more information about Alexander Hamilton and slavery. They had a very complicated relationship with slavery. Hamilton grew up around slavery in the Caribbean. He walked past auction blocks, routinely saw enslaved people being whipped and otherwise abused in the public square as a child. I can't imagine how much that would desensitize you, just lead you to see others as less than human. Slavery was all around Hamilton. On St. Croix, 22,000 of the 24,000 residents were enslaved on sugar plantations. Hamilton's mother enslaved 5 people, hired them out to supplement her income, also enslaved 4 boys who acted as house servants. She bequeathed one of the enslaved boys to Alexander, but the court denied his inheritance because he was illegitimate. Beekman and Kruger, the trading firm where Hamilton worked, imported enslaved people from West Africa. 1772, Hamilton wrote a letter for the company seeking 2 or 3 boys for plantation work. He asked that they be, quote, bound in the most reasonable manner you can. He came to America to study. Hamilton was surrounded by wealthy enslavers. Some fellow students even brought enslaved servants to school. According to History.com, in his ambition to rise above his humble beginnings, Hamilton appeared to have frequently swallowed his anti-slavery sentiments as he pushed for acceptance into America's colonial elite. For example, Hamilton did not like to discuss slavery with George Washington, who enslaved over 100 people in his Mount Vernon plantation. 1774, while a student at King's College, a young Hamilton published his first major political essay titled A Full Vindication of the Measures of Congress, which compared slavery to British oppression. 5 years later, in 1779, though, Hamilton supported a plan to arm and enlist enslaved people and reward them with freedom. Hamilton wrote to the Continental Congress on behalf of the proposal, the dictates of humanity and the true policy equally interest me in the favor of this unfortunate class of men. I have not the least doubt that the Negroes will make very excellent soldiers. With proper management, their natural faculties are probably as good as ours. This proposal failed to win support, and the plan was abandoned. Then in 1780, Hamilton married into a slaveholding family. Philip Schuyler enslaved up to 27 people in his mansion, a nearby farm. 1785, Hamilton helped found the New York Manumission Society, which sought gradual emancipation for enslaved people. The organization established the New York African Free School and helped pass a law in 1799 that freed the children of enslaved people. Yet, over half of the society's members enslaved people. Hamilton helped create a timetable for the society's members to free their enslaved workers, but it went nowhere. Then in 1787, Hamilton knew he would need to compromise on slavery to protect the early government, so he supported the 3/5 clause we discussed earlier. Hamilton also involved in purchasing and selling enslaved people for the Schuyler family. In 1784, he attempted to help his sister-in-law Angelica require a formerly enslaved person. Yikes. He may have also owned slaves towards the end of his life. Historians disagree on whether his records refer to enslaved workers owned by the Schuylers or by the Hamiltons. For example, a 1796 cash book entry recorded a payment from Hamilton to Philip Schuyler for, quote, 2 Negro servants purchased for him. No, excuse me. 2 Negro servants purchased by him for me. A ledger entry in 1797 noted a $225 deduction from the account of Angelica Schuyler's husband for the purchase of a, quote, Negro woman and child. There's no definitive proof, but Hamilton's grandson, Allen McLean Hamilton, did say that the transactions were for his grandfather. He wrote in the 1910 biography, it has been stated that Hamilton never owned a Negro slave, but this is untrue. We find that in his books there are entries showing that he purchased them for himself and for others. Hamilton criticized Aaron Burr for being an opportunist who would change his ideologies to help his career, but it sure seems that he did the same shit when it came to the issue of slavery.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Alexander Hamilton has been sucked. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for helping make time suck, starting with Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins. Thanks to Logan Keith, helping to publish this episode, designing merch in the store, for the store. I cannot talk today. At badmagicproductions.com. I had COVID last week, and not like the worst symptoms overall, but my God, the most brain fog. I feel way better than a few days ago. Jeez. Thanks to Olivia Lee for her initial research this week. Also, thanks to All Seeing Eyes, moderating the Cults and Cures private Facebook page, Mod Squad, making sure Discord keeps running smooth, and everyone over on the Time Suck subreddit and Bad Magic subreddits. Now it's time, of course, for this week's Time Sucker updates.
Updates? Get your Time Sucker updates.
Today's first update coming in from Super Sucker James Hall, Jimmy Jam, writing in with the subject line of MCMTC, Deborah and James Green released from prison. And Jimmy Jam wrote, I just listened to the MCMTC episode and skipped forward and started Googling. There was very little information on what the leaders are up to now. Very little comes up on Google. The Deborah Green wiki page is for a physician that lit her house on fire. The MCMTC Deborah Green doesn't have a wiki page, strangely. I saw on wiki that Deborah was released, though, on January 28th, 2022, following a complete dismissal of her charges, and James Green was released from prison on May 4th, 2023. What the actual fuck? Your Liam Neeson take and shoot 'em up fantasy is playing so hard in my head now. I'm in utter disbelief. I pray to be Nimrod's will that they be brought to justice eventually in court or otherwise. I'm sure this has already been sent in the updates, but still wanted to reach out in the off chance you didn't already know. James, I don't know if we covered this before because I don't remember. Thanks for sending this in, and yeah, it's disheartening to hear. We covered the Aggressive Christianity Mission Training Corps cult. This is their actual full name. In episode 256, Green was a self-proclaimed general of the Aggressive Christianity Mission Training Corps, which is a compound south of Gallup, Mexico. She was arrested in 2017, along with her husband and son-in-law, amid widespread allegations of physical, sexual abuse of children there. Green would plead no contest, be sentenced to 71 years. Then she would appeal and have the conviction vacated, seems like on a technicality. Both of these crazy fucks abused followers for decades, ruined so many lives, and now they're free over some bullshit. Why do we make it so easy for predators to walk free? With politics in my brain today, we need to support politicians who are tougher on sexual and violent crimes. It's very easy. When you're caught fucking with kids, you never get to walk free again. Ever. Most of the Kidwelly occult fuckfaces from last week suck, right? They're free. We need to bring back public beheadings for certain crimes. Send a strong message. Don't fuck or fuck with kids. And obviously the Kidwelly thing happened in Wales, over in the UK, but you know what? The whole world get harder on this. Next up, for another sweet sack, Donald Rourke, who wrote it with the subject line of Dan's mushmouth made me crash my golf cart. And then Donald writes, been listening for a while now to both Time Suck and Scared to Death. You finally got me. Here I was doing security checks at a storage facility. I managed listening to, at a storage facility I managed, listening to episode 414, the Taiping Rebellion. At about 20 minutes, 30 seconds in, the King of Mushmouth says, while talking about ancestor worship, quote, making offerings of food and drink, flowers and incest at grave sites. Incest at grave sites, Dan. I laughed so hard I ran my golf cart into a building. Well, thank you, Donald. I have a lot of people writing with that one. I love that the funniest thing I said that episode was unintentional. Yeah, performing incest at an ancestor's gravesite, that's a very different visual than leaving incense. Much funnier, much more disturbing. And now one more, just a quick silly one from funny sucker Terry Harmon Call, who writes in with the subject of Mooney drills. And Terry writes, a family friend told me how she used to do Mooney drills with her daughter in the 70s. I'm guessing. I'll call the mother June and the daughter Barbara. June told Barbara she needed to react to Moonies at the door by screaming for an adult, because the Moonies would totally be coming to a town of 1,700 people in the middle of nowhere, Oregon. June would go outside, knock on the door, pretending to be a Mooney. Barbara would enter the door, and then June would yell and jump at her. June would calm her down and suggest Barbara knock, and June could show her how to do it. Before Barbara could knock, June would fling the door open, yell, and jump at Barbara again. June sounds like a nut, Terry. I'm not sure how this drill prepared
that's
Barbara for anything
hilarious.
other than being
The
nervous
mom
about her
was
mom.
having
But maybe it also did make her
drills
fear
with
the
her
movies.
kid.
I just like the idea. I wanted to share this because I like the idea of running drills with your kids for when people come to the door. It made me think about how fun it would be to have a drill with your kids when like a Jehovah's Witness, shows up at the door. You just have your kid, when they show up, have your kid just say, like, straight face, real somber, real solemn, can you help us? There's a darkness in this home. And then have the parent run past the door behind the kid after the kid says that, down a hall or whatever, wearing the scariest, most demonic-looking Halloween mask you can find. Just like, it's like growly or something. And then just have the kid say, still just very somber, straight face, did you see the darkness? Not everyone can see the darkness. And then they just slowly shut the door in the Jehovah's Witness's face, turn around and walk towards wherever their parent ran with the mask, and then just hide until the Jehovah's Witness leaves. Like, how much would that fuck their mind up? Like, there doesn't have to be Jehovah's Witness, just be anybody. I just think about who is coming to doors. Solicitor, whoever. Could be fucking, I don't know, somebody from FedEx. But like, if you both really committed to that, no one smiles, no one laughs, you know, even if the person thought for a second, well, that's just somebody in a Halloween mask, I think they would still second guess themselves if the person slowly shut the door and then walked away in the way I just described. They would kind of wonder, what, did I just see a demon destroying a family? Not sure why scenarios for fucked up shit like that formed so quickly in my mind. And now, with that weird moment, I'm gonna get out of here.
Next time, suckers, I needed that.
We all did.
Well, thank you for listening to another Bad Measure Productions podcast. Hopefully my fog brain didn't ruin it. Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on Hi-Fi Casino. Best of all, it's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own high-five moment? Visit hi5casino.com. That's hi5casino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply.
This cold and flu season, Instacart is here to help deliver all of your sick day essentials. Whether you're in prevention mode and need vitamins, hand sanitizer, and that lemon tea your Nana swears by, or you're in healing mode and need medicine, soup, and a lot more tissues, simply download the Instacart app to get sick day supplies that reinvigorate or relieve delivered in as fast as 30 minutes. Plus, enjoy $0 delivery fees on your first 3 orders. Excludes restaurant orders. Service fees and terms apply.
Box Canyon. If you know Los Angeles or have seen movies set around Los Angeles, you can probably picture it. The dusty orange ground, the cliffs rising up to meet a deep blue sky, trees and bushes dotting the landscape. About 30 miles from downtown LA, it is smaller and narrower than a river canyon with steep walls and only 2 points of access, leaving it insulated from the rest of the world. A little corner of nature on the edge of a sprawling urban area. The Rocky Hideaway in Southern California started out as a place for a weekend getaway for a lot of Los Angelinos, but its legacy would be cemented later on when it became the home base for a doomsday cult, the Fountain of the World cult, also called the WKFL Fountain of the World, standing for Wisdom, Knowledge, Faith, and Love, or just WKFL Fountain. A brochure from the mid-1950s would describe the group like this. Located in the beautiful Santa Susana Mountains overlooking the San Fernando Valley and near Chatsworth Lake and the picturesque Simi Valley lives this intriguing group of people wearing flowing robes of various colors, walking in bare feet, and having long hair. Nursing, electronics, carpentry, photography, music, art, and drama are but a few of the talents found among these joyful people. And those things would be found there, but so would a lot of other weird shit. Starting in the late 1940s founded by a man who called himself Krishnaventa. He called himself a lot of stuff, actually. The commune would, well, maybe not thrive, but certainly exist for decades. The Fountain's members gathered to live together, pool their property, and above all else, sing the praises of their master, Krishnaventa. These long-haired and constantly barefoot members often helped to fight wildfires in the area. Neighboring communities mostly approved of them. They were weird, but they were humanitarians, helpful, strange, mostly good people. And mostly they were good people, except for their leader. The master, not a good dude. Within the cult's monastery, Venta preached about an impending World War III, fought between communist Russia and capitalistic America, which would coincide with the race war. In the end, a godless Russia would prevail for a little while, but then Venta and his followers would step in and save the day. They would take back the world with love and kindness, rather than guns. If that sounds kind of like what Charles Manson taught his followers, there is a reason for that. Manson visited the Fountain's compound numerous times, even tried to take it over. This cult definitely influenced his vision of Helter Skelter. And the Fountain's leader, Krishnaventa, may have been crazier than Charles Manson, but he wouldn't see the same end. No languishing in prison for this guy, though his multiple crimes certainly would have landed him there one day. Instead, the cult's first incarnation would come to a quick and very dramatic end in the early hours of December 10th, 1958. So what happened? What crazy shit did Krishnaventa get his followers to believe about him? And how did it all come crumbling down the fountain right now on another cult edition of Time Suck?
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, meat sacks, and welcome to the Cult of the Curious. Dan Cummins, Suck Nasty, the Master Sucker, cult enthusiasts, random knowledge hoarder. And you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise be to Bojangles, and glory be to Triple M, four pillars of the Suckers. Just one very quick announcement this week. Throwing back to a fan favorite with merch, re-releasing the popular Knowledge and Truth design from a few years ago in a couple new colors. Available on a t-shirt, as well as two wall art variants and a night and day mug featuring both light and dark designs, all available at badmagicmerch.com. And that's it. And now we're going to return to another cult topic within the, with the little known Fountain of the World cult. Though not nearly as well known as many of its more murderous cousins, the Fountain is fascinating, especially because of the bizarre backstory and prophecy concocted up by its leader, a man who called himself Krishnaventa, or often the Master Krishnaventa. They will look at Los Angeles before and during the time of Krishna, before delving into how this group worked, what they believed, during the time of Krishna, all the nitty-gritty details in the timeline. Because the cult doesn't have an academic book written about them, a few chapters and books on cults from the 1960s mostly, even though this cult peaked in the 1950s, we've had to rely on some different sources for this episode. Sources like, some old newspaper articles, advertisements, cult members' diaries, books written by people, especially one book written by someone who was there. Sometimes these sources gave conflicting dates or ages of people. We did our best to put together what seems like the most likely story, and it is an insane story. It's such an ending, such a big ending. Very excited to tell it. Los Angeles is a place that's been home to a lot of cults. I haven't crunched the numbers, but it has to be the cult capital of America, historically, if not the world. We've covered a lot of LA area cults here before.
Dude.
Most of these cults formed in the 1960s and 70s. Like the Source family cults, ballin', baby. Like the Manson family, the People's Temple, which was actually headquartered in San Francisco, but operated a large church at Alvarado and Hoover in LA. And as you recall from the People's Temple episode, its headquarters shifted around a fair amount. So many cults born out of the counterculture revolution. With cults, so many cults already existed prior to the counterculture in and around LA. A half century before the dawn of the counterculture in 1913, an observer remarked on Los Angeles' tendency towards quackery. Faddists and mountebanks, spiritualists, mediums and astrologists, phrenologists, palmists, and all other breeds of esoteric windjammers. Whole buildings are devoted to occult and outlandish orders. Mazdasm clubs, yogi sects, homes of truth, cults of cosmic fluidists, astral planners, Emmanuel movers, Rosicrucians perhaps, and other boozy transcendentalists. And all of this was before Scientology, also through its Mad Hat and ring. By 1913, the Zoroastrian, derived Mazdasm movement. I think it's Zoroastrian. Oh man, it's very ancient, very old religion, but not very popular today. Zoroastrian derived Mazdasm movement. There we go, which combined worshiping the sun with breathing exercises and dieting. A revival of a 6th century offshoot of Zoroastrianism managed to attract an estimated 14,000 followers. The New York Times would describe the group as a cult of sun worshippers who fasted and engaged in other methods of self-torture to drive out devils. Sound fun. This belief system doesn't seem to be practiced as a religion currently, at least not by any known sect of people, from what I can tell on the web. Few people, mostly in Canada, do practice an adapted form of it that sounds more like a way to meditate than anything resembling a religious system. Theosophy had also taken hold in LA in the first half of the 20th century. The Crotona Theosophical Settlement was founded in Hollywood by Albert P. Warrington in 1911, named for the ancient mystical school of Pythagoras. It would relocate to the Ojai Valley following year. Still around, barely it seems, located just off of State Route 33. The Crotona Institute holds regular classes and workshops on theosophy, maintains an extensive library on the occult, and has a small bookstore. And I'm guessing on Crotona as far as pronunciation. I can't find anybody saying it on the web. Warrington would write about this settlement later in his life, saying the hills of Crotona, where the temple was, and the lotus pond and the vegetarian cafeteria. There were several smaller tabernacles as well, a metaphysical library, a Greek theater where the Light of Asia was being played, and numerous dwellings cut into the hillside above and below the winding road. Crotona was one of the most beautiful spots on the planet and a highly magnetized spiritual center. Right, this is way before all the counterculture. LA full of all kinds of interesting beliefs and new agey spiritualist movements long before those cults of the 60s showed up. Courses were taught by Crotona Theosophical Settlement instructors in subjects like Esperanto, an artificial language constructed in 1887 by a Polish occultist, intended for use as an international second language, the esoteric interpretations of music and drama, and the human aura. So, lots of really useful stuff that will enrich your life in meaningful and practical ways. Even people in the 1920s, an era of relative liberation in the form of shorter skirts for women and free-flowing alcohol and speakeasies, people noticed that LA seemed just a little more liberated than just about everywhere else. 1926, H.L. Mencken, popular American journalist, essayist, satirist, and cultural critic, regarding the popularity of unusual belief systems, stated that there were more morons collected in Los Angeles than in any other place on earth. The osteopaths, chiropractors, and other such quacks had long marked and occupied it. It swarmed with swamis, spiritualists, Christian scientists, crystal gazers, and the allied necromancers. By 1930, there were said to be 300 or 400 cults in Southern California alone, appealing to a total audience of 100,000 or so people. Way more than I expected. New sects grew rapidly, influenced by mystical traditions from all over the world. By the time Krishnaventa and the Fountain showed up in the 40s, they weren't some radical anomaly in the LA area. They were kind of part of the new normal. Krishnaventa is one of many active cult leaders, well at home in the occult landscape of Los Angeles. Like many other cults at the time, he drew on Christian teachings and claimed to be Jesus, also incorporated aspects of Hinduism, beginning with calling himself Krishna, or the Master, and talking about he as Christ had been in India several hundreds of years ago. In his 1958 book, California Cult, author and cult expert H.T. Dorman would talk about how LA had plenty of people ready and willing to receive the kind of messages men like Krishnaventa were selling him. Dorman said that the typical believer of a fringe religion was someone who prides himself in his freedom from bigotry. His aim, he will tell you, is to obtain the truth. He knows something about the Lemurians, the Rosicrucians, the Technocratic, the Mormons, the Anglo-Israelites, I Am, New Thought, Unity, Theosophy, Yoga, Hermetics, Metaphysics, Pyramidology, Spiritualism, the OHASP Bible, Faith Healing, Flying Saucers, and the latest metaphysical innovations. Selecting what seemed to him to be pertinent tidbits of knowledge, he adds them to his stock of cultic convictions. Krishnaventa was mixing all kinds of shit together like that. And no matter how crazy and nonsensical his teachings were, they consistently found an audience, right? People who just, convince themselves that they got it. I get it. I get what he's saying. Dorman was talking about the same shit in 1958, and that book came out that I've been talking about the last 2 years here. How these cults always mutate out of religious belief systems, existing ones. How their leaders take languages, or language familiar to many of their followers. How their leaders take languages, some new truth. Language familiar to many of their followers. Shit repackaged to serve their own selfish ends. I think I would have loved to go out drinking with H.T. Dorman. Now let's get into some of the cult's structure and teachings before examining the cult's rise and fall in the timeline. Impossible to assign exact dates to a lot of the ever-evolving beliefs that this cult possessed, so easier just to kind of list them out here. One of the only comprehensive sources that exist regarding the Fountain of the World cult's beliefs is a book on Amazon called Spiritual Teachings and Biography of Master Krishnaventa, written in 2008 by John Fisher. And it provides a lot of good info. We probably wouldn't have done this topic if that book didn't exist. but the info is certainly biased. The author was raised in the cult, and John seems to greatly play up the good aspects of the cult and perhaps leave out some of the negative. Like you can see this in his introduction when he writes, members of the fountain wore robes, went barefoot, grew long hair, and the women wore scarves.
This ain't got nothing to do with nothing, but I just want to say some stuff. I feel like in this day and age, when there's countless tireless conversations about relationships, marriage, all over podcasts, all over social media, and even now, even this post is about relationships, but it's just like, I feel like a lot of people are just chasing the status and the title more so than really connecting with the other person. Like they want to be in a relationship more than actually connecting with their partner and finding like a real partner. I feel like they're chasing marriage more so than the actual spouse and what a spouse is supposed to be. I feel like they're chasing the title of just, a parent. I just want to have kids. And then they just, since we together, might as well just have the kids. And then they don't really have a good partner and parent. And I just feel like it's a lot of status and title chasing more so than actual real connection and real vibes with their partner.
Their trust in him.
And
the way a lot of their money and more.
I don't move like
God
that.
leaves that part of the master's legacy
I'm
out.
perfectly fine not being in a relationship. I'm perfectly fine being in a relationship, but I won't
do the humanitarian
it's just be in a relationship just to be in.
Flight once crashed
Lady for that.
by the compound.
Hell no.
The fountain's members were.
I got a vibe. I got a feeling. I got to be like, you know what?
The very first on the scene. Pulling burning bodies out of the wreckage.
You know what? You
survivors. And we will cover that.
I want to
super surreal moment.
I want to be in a real relationship with you, man.
They also fought a lot of fires, as John mentioned.
This feels
right. Where the cult was headquartered.
But I feel like a lot of people just chasing them titles.
And if they couldn't, then
just to be in something.
Foundation did it for free. They would help their neighbors do it, and the fire department generally trusted them to know their way around and didn't require them to evacuate when fires were in the area, like they did with many of the other locals. While we don't have exact numbers, no master membership list, it seems that based on multiple accounts, most of the cult's members were women. As John puts it, we had lots of women in the cult. Most of them, like my mom, were unskilled workers who didn't have a husband or welfare. I don't think a high percentage of single women needing a little help in life were recruited out of the goodness of the master's heart. I think he was definitely thinking with his dick here. And I'll go over, proof of that. There were also a decent amount of kids in the cult, according to a brochure the cult would hand out during recruiting efforts in the 50s. A very active program is available
based on different cities.
The LTU.
First up, St. Pete, Florida. Good intentions.
Children
I absolutely love Good Intentions. It's one of my favorite places.
Constantly amazes on the
second place, Miami, Florida. Let's just keep it in Florida for now. Love Life Cafe. Another
these places always have the sweetest sounding
Atlanta,
right?
Life Bistro,
Love, Truth,
Philadelphia, Monster Vegan, New York,
an organization
Urban
focused on
Vegan
teaching
Kitchen,
kids love, truth,
Chicago,
and understanding.
Hail My Name,
That's a way better
Los
acronym
Angeles,
related to
Pura
kids
Vida,
than,
Oakland,
say, GIF,
Millennium,
grooming,
Houston, Texas, Mo Brunch and Brew. These are places that I would go to if I was in these cities. Places I would want to go to if I had a Valentine. Well, there's a lot of things to factor in that. One, I'm not in those cities. Two, I don't even have a Valentine.
This board is elected
but if I did,
from its own ranks and is responsible
those are the places I would go based on whatever city I'm in. Okay.
The instructors in public schools attended by these LTU members have acknowledged leading students and outstanding athletes among Fountain Youth. All right, hell yeah. Get your kid in our cult, and we'll turn them into the cream of the crop. Cult kids, always crushing it in school and in sports. Everyone knows that. The pamphlet also talked about preparation for a world takeover of sorts. The Fountain is constantly training its members for a worldwide expansion of their communal way of life. Leaders from India, South America, Italy, and Sweden have expressed a desire for such communities to be started in their countries by the WKFL Fountain of the World. All branches so formed in foreign countries will be called founts, and members will be dedicated to the communal way of life, brother love, humanitarian service work, and the living of the laws of the good brotherhood. Now, don't let that part fool you. There is no record of this cult gaining a foothold in any country outside of the U.S. If they had any international founts, they were never big enough to need more than a small apartment to hold all of their members. The leader, Master Krishna, big time liar, and he would not be welcomed into a lot of these countries he just talked about. So how is the cult structured? Well, according again to the cult's intro brochure, A board of directors governed and administered the temporal functions of the cult. The majority of the members lived communal lives, performing basic tasks like farming and cooking. At the time of the pamphlet's writing, they raised goats and poultry, grew their own vegetables. They self-sustained, or at least they claimed to have self-sustained. I don't think they really did that. I think they were sustained mostly by new members giving the cult all of their shit, at least during the life of the master. John wrote the following about their LA area headquarters. The 23 acres was very peaceful, warm, dry, and quiet. We used rocks taken from the washes around Los Angeles or the Los Angeles basin to construct the buildings, ditches, and walkways. And that part's pretty cool. They did seem to, and they seemed to use like some local trees and stuff, like what was around them on their property to build their structures. And they did build some cool constructions. Excuse me. Visitors to the compound were required to check in with the member. A woman named Sister Muriel was that member at the time the pamphlet was written, who would give them an introduction and then take them on a tour. Visitors were free to roam the grounds, talk to members. Members could take trips into the outside world also at any time. That part doesn't seem too cult-like when you first go over it. But when you dig in, these members, well, they didn't have a dollar to their name after joining the cult. So highly unlikely they were going to leave if they did a little roaming. And there really wasn't time to do much roaming because the master kept them very busy and heavily discouraged them exploring the outside world, at least on their own. Prospective members were admitted first as associates on probation, a period that could last for 3 months. During these 3 months, they were required to study 67 lectures written by Krishnaventa, available for $1 each. Read, get so fucking confused, you'll believe anything the master tells you. Then, if neither they nor the higher-ups objected, if they weren't problems who were riling up members and asking too many questions about shit, well, then they could become apostles. But, and this is such a big but, they weren't fully admitted as apostles until they turned over everything they owned to the treasury. Cult. In exchange for this donation, members were promised salvation and the good life by becoming unified with one another spiritually, mentally, and physically. Fuck yeah, bro. Nice. Early donors, like a woman named Ethel Ray, gave $20,000 when she joined. A woman listed in sources only as Sister Felipe gave $5,000 when she joined. Some follower listed as Betty gave $3,000. Jean gave $5,000. Martin gave $1,000. A man named Usamu gave $2,000, and so on. Once you gave your money, well, now you're officially part of the community. You're in the inner circle. Later, if you became dissatisfied with your life there, well, you could leave, right? No hard feelings. But if you did leave, you were never going to see any of that money again. No refunds. As Krishnaventa put it in Lecture 31. Some people have made a big deal out of the requirement that members donate all of their personal possessions to the fountain. The brochures of the fountain tried to warn people interested in joining our commune that they were expected to make a 100% commitment to a spiritual life. However, many people decided that the lifestyle was not for them, and their property was returned if it was available. Obviously, donations of cash were used to support the cost of running the fountain and were not refundable. This would be like donating money to a church to fix a bell tower, and then when you lose your job, you ask the church for a refund. Ain't gonna happen. I don't think the right ain't in there. And I love how much he plays what he's doing down. Look, some people are making a big stink about our little, you have to give us literally all your own stuff to join thingamajig. Why? Churches, nonprofits, universities, they ask for donations. No one's mad about that. Yeah, well, Master, there's less anger there because those other organizations don't ask for literally everything. That's what the big deal is. You have to give everything. Those who did give over all their money would be quickly absorbed into communal life, working tirelessly every day to support the fountain. Right? What a deal. Typical cult compound deal. Give us everything you own, and then we'll give you way more to do than any job you've ever had. And not pay you. Yay! At night, the group would have communal dinners, along with singing and praying. So that's good. You don't get a check. You don't have any assets anymore, but you get bread and soup and a bunch of shitty songs and prayers. A big dining area could hold 40 to 50 people at a time. Members would have an irregular diet. It was basically whatever the cult could scrounge up at the time. Apparently, it's mostly surplus macaroni, flour, and butter, and maybe some veggies. So that's cool. Of course, the master had a private pantry stocked with only the finest foods. On Saturday nights and Sunday afternoons, the dining tables would be moved outdoors. The compound's main hall would be set up for sermons. Saturdays and Sundays were when the cult would play, perform plays. I wish we had a copy of some of the old scripts. I guess most of the plays were about some moral lesson. A back area of the dining hall by the fireplace was used as a Bible study room, where John said he once sat down with Charles Manson and taught him our weird version of Christianity. Weird is right. And we'll touch on Manson's encounter with the group in the timeline. Members' sex lives were controlled, as they often are in cults. They weren't allowed to have sex except in marriage, since the master promoted chastity. Didn't practice what he preached, of course, but he promoted it. Also so weird, members were only allowed to marry on the 29th of March, the birthday of Krishnaventa. And each marriage was spiritual. So you could also be married to someone else in the outside world, as long as you just didn't visit them for any sins of the flesh. Like you'd have your marriage, you'd like leave somebody and not get legally separated or legally divorced, join the cult. And then the only marriages that really counted in the cult were ones where Venta, decreed them a spiritual marriage. And this is getting a little complicated, right? Only married on the leader's birthday. All the crazy rules that people end up believing come from God continually blow my mind. In junior high, I was banned from a church youth group for asking too many questions. I asked a lot of questions because God's rules didn't make sense to me as they were taught by this group. And over 30 years later, those rules still do not make sense to me. I often wonder if they truly make sense to anyone. Eventually, in the mid-1950s, not only would March 29th be a holy day, but several of the days before and after would all be rolled up together and turned into a little cult festival of sorts that would celebrate Easter, Christmas, and the New Year all at once. Because why not? Starting in 1956, March 29th would be the first of several days of packed program with the public invited to witness the spectacle. The events would kick off on the 29th. Sometimes there'd be little mini events, I guess, before, but the main event kicks off on the 29th with the crucifixion cosplay of sorts. More on that in the timeline, followed by hours of ceremonies, rededication for married couples, youth dedication, and more. On the 30th, several events like the March of the Grave at 10 a.m. and the Path of Fire at noon would take place, followed by the cleansing from all prejudices 2 hours later. Sounds fucking sick, right? Clean those prejudices. Open your mind so we can fill it with so much more shit. Lecture given by Krishna would top that day's activities off, followed by hours of singing, dancing, candlelight devotions. March 31st would be dedicated to testimonials, a sermon about the 144,000 elect, community singing, candlelight devotions. Finally, on the last day, April 1st, the master would act like he was about to sacrifice a virgin on a big pagan altar and then yell, "Ha, April Fools! JK, everybody! Ha, not going to sacrifice any virgins. By the way, all this silly shit is made up. Bunch of bullshit I made up to get my dicks up and not have to work a regular job." I wish you would say that. No, the event would be closed out with some kind of resurrection ceremony, New Year's celebration, and a banquet. And all this done mostly to glorify the master, Krishnaventa. So what are they wearing while all this shit's going on? Well, like Nexium, members wore colors that let others know what their rank was in the group. The master wore yellow robes. Green was for students. Blue indicated that the wearer could administer medicine. By the way, one guy claimed that a bunch of people died in this cult from not getting proper medical treatment. So I don't know how good the blue robe people were. I don't think they were doctors. Brown was for kitchen help, and gray was for, quote, those willing to take responsibility. That's just it. It's for those willing to take responsibility. So whatever the fuck that means. Also, regarding how they looked, hair was encouraged, just in general, at least for men. Men's and boys were never to shave, right? The bigger beard, the better. The women would wear nun habits. Also, were not allowed to cut their hair, so they had long hair. You find pics online of various members of the master, and they look like a fucking cult, big time. Like a pic of several members. If it showed up when you first searched, what does a cult look like? You see this picture, you'd be like, yeah, that's about what I was thinking. So what do these fuckers believe? What was the master's theology? So convoluted. The first tenet was that he had no age. Since time started, I have been with the world since the beginning. There can be only one Highlander. Nothing is over. You just don't turn it off. The master would say that he landed in the U.S. March 29, 1932. Before that, he'd been dicking around in the Himalayas, just, meditating with Yetis and shit. He'd been sent down from heaven to India centuries earlier as a reincarnation of Jesus Christ to labor amongst the Indians. And this will contradict other things he says, but whatever. Like most cult leaders, he just says a lot of shit that directly contradicts a lot of other shit he has said or is, he's going to say. Just often, sometimes in the same sermon. Here's how he explained that he was Jesus. He said, there is only one Jesus Christ. There cannot be two. In me is the intelligence and sacred personality of this one. This is my body, but the I inside of it is the I of Jesus. Therefore, I am Jesus, my body, his soul, if you want to put it that way. Apparently, his body was convincing enough for many of his followers to believe he was Jesus. He was almost 6'2", fairly athletic build, had long wavy hair and a beard. I found some pics where he legit does look exactly like paintings of Jesus I remember seeing in church as a kid. Right? White, historically impossible for him to look like that Jesus. He also had an abnormally good memory, which he used to accurately recite various scriptures. That ability convinced a lot of people that he was the real deal. This ability also has helped out David Koresh, tons of other cult leaders over the years. Also, like a lot of cult leaders, he borrowed theology from various religions. He had read and reread the Book of Mormon, and founder Joseph Smith became something of a guiding light for Krishnaventa. He especially liked Smith's revelation about the order of Melchizedek, or holy priesthood, where God had restored to earth this order for use by the Mormons according to LDS theology to continue to receive revelations. Most Christians believe that Jesus is the Messiah spoken of in Psalms 110:4 as a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek, Jesus playing the role of king priest once and for all. The Melchizedek priesthood and LDS doctrine is supposed to be a sort of holiness on par with Jesus, and every age needed a better spiritual leader to explain God's concepts to people in a way that would make them understand it according to contemporary ideas about science, nature, and so on. So that's why the order continues. All these spiritual leaders, part of the order of Melchizedek. As part of this lineage, Krishnaventa therefore had the same authority as Jesus to lead humanity out of the wilderness and onto a righteous path. But also, he was Jesus. Again, he's going to say a lot of different things. For a while, he was new Jesus. And then he was old Jesus who had never left Earth, or a Jesus who maybe left sometimes but came back regularly. Something else in early Mormonism that may have appealed to the master was polygamy. His second wife, Ruth Alice Ritzel, would be an ex-Mormon, and he would borrow heavily from Mormon theology, though, of course, twisting it in ways that served him. He would create his own origin story. What was that origin story? It changes, but here's what it ended up being before this guy abruptly stopped being a cult leader. His ending, by the way, so satisfying. In the master Krishnaventa theology, the first savior is Adam. With Eve, he operated as the head priest of the order of the Melchizedek, set up especially for him. I would hope it would be set up for him, and I would hope he'd be the head priest. He was the only guy on earth. So who the fuck else would it be, according to this theology? But of course, Adam and Eve, get led away from the Garden of Eden by the snake, by Satan, so they fail in their mission of being super holy and godly and stuff. According to Krishna, man chose to trifle with the power of God. He reasoned that with the knowledge of both good and evil at his command as a working basis, he could accept, reject, or combine thoughts according to his desire, and thus work out his own pattern of progression, one like unto God's. Thus man aimlessly combined the good with the evil, the pure with the impure, and so he became the first fruits of all his adulterations, a being without stable foundation, without definite purpose, and without ultimate goal. He used spiritual laws for material gain. He cultivated an extreme liking for good and evil. He gazed upon the sun, moon, stars, and the earth in all its natural form. This was good. He produced an artificial semblance of God's plan and set it before all men. So deceptive was this adulteration that humanity became absorbed in its iniquity. So Adam and Eve are out, and now we humans, most of us, we're all sinful and shit. And when Adam died, Enoch and Methuselah became the new priest-savior people. But then both of them fucked it too. Years later, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Elijah, they would take over, one after another. But these lazy fuckers gave up when the people who thought their material understanding of the world was better than the priest-prophet guys just became too obnoxious to deal with. The master's doctrine would hold, under successive leaderships, the spiritual order gradually declined and disappeared. Okay, so the next savior is Jesus, and he was the best savior, resourceful, determined, eloquent, brilliant, but he still got crucified. However, the good he did on earth lived after him, and for the first time in history, men began to live by a moral code. That's definitely not true. Men had moral codes before Jesus, but whatever. Jesus, priest, prophet, good God guy, then sealed off all the previous orders of the Melchizedek and authorized a new order, but it wouldn't last. Within a few centuries, men went back to their wicked ways. And they were doing that when he was alive too, whatever. Then the fountain doctrine held that Christ came again and entered the body of Constantine at Constantinople around the time of the Fourth Crusade, around 1202, 1203, 1204. I don't think so. Methinks the master may have not been the biggest history buff, since Constantine lived during the 4th century. CE, not the 13th century. Krishna said that Constantine Jesus, who was apparently almost 900 years old now, got really, really mad when illiterate crusaders destroyed what was left of the world library at Constantinople. And he was so mad, he just fucking bounced. He left the earth. Krishna's version of Christ sounds like a pouty little bitch, right? Just, I'm so mad at you guys. You burned my library. It's my favorite library. I'm taking my last couple books and I'm heading home to heaven. Out. Christ then returned next as Krishnaventa. Maybe. But maybe also never left. And maybe he'd always been around as Christ. I feel like when he gave these sermons, not a lot of people were taking notes. As in nobody. And when people read them, they were not allowed to have pencils and underline shit and ask questions. There was not a lot of, hey, wait a minute. This is really confusing going on. According to the Fountain Doctrine, this beloved one does not always bear the name Christ. That is the particular one used exclusively 1900 years ago. Throughout the ages, he has made his advent unto many names, but always he is the same great principle, the second of creation, and the first unto the Father, the only begotten Son of God, expressing in the flesh. He makes himself like unto man in appearance, but unlike man, he is in the world, but not of it. He comes always to assist humanity and to appear out of its self-imposed bondage. Okay, so that's actually, fairly traditional, doctrine there. But then he gets real fucking weird. He had some extraterrestrial shit to all this. Krishna said he was born on the planet Neophrates 240,000 years ago. And that was never a planet, by the way. There was never a planet like that. This planet purportedly occupied the same orbit as Earth does currently. So it's where Earth is now. And Krishna alleged it was humanity's first home. But then Neophrates started fucking orbiting differently. And I guess, the circle just got tighter and tighter. And it starts getting too close to the sun and becomes uninhabitable. There's actually two suns. According to the master of fleet of great rocket ships, each more than a mile long and capable of carrying 35,000 people, then set off to colonize the dark planet that would become Earth. And what happened to those old spaceships? Well, that's never really made clear. Details. Who cares about details? Just believe. Cult. And all of this history was recorded in the Holy Bible. Yeah, at least for a while he pronounced Bible as Bible. That wasn't my mush mouth. That was apparently a real thing he did, and I love it so much. The rest of the English-speaking world, they were and still are pronouncing it wrong. It's Bible. Wake up, sheeple, and read your Bible. Can you imagine hearing that at church? Please open your Bibles to the book of Matthew, chapter 4, verse 17. Did anyone bring their Bibles for today's Bible study? I wonder how many followers that pronunciation cost. It's like, Bible? Who fucking says Bible is Bible? Fuck this guy, I'm out. And after the leader of the humans who just Star Trekked over was the soul that would one day manifest as Krishnaventa. But before that, it would go on to become all sorts of other prophets and saviors. So Christ, Krishna, whoever, he would even visit Atlantis. Hell yeah. You never have too much Atlantis when talking about cults. He would write, let me take you back to the time of Atlantis, when it went down into the sea some 36,000 years ago. At that time, Christ was the leader who led the elect people out from this continent onto a land where they're safe from the destruction of Atlantis. The new civilization began to grow, and Christ disappeared, only to return a little while later. So he's taking a page from some theosophical theology here. He appeared many times to the different civilizations. Approximately 27,000 years ago, a remnant of the Metaverdants left Egypt. Through the breaking of the Selaverdants, a race of people that believed in destructions. The Metal Verdants. What? I think that might have been a typo. The metal or meta. I hope it's metal. The Metal Verdants, right? Who love their fucking songs. They migrated from one country to another until they settled in northern India, in the Himalayas, not far from Mount Everest. Feels like a fucking cold-ass place to settle. And have remained there to the present time. No. These people that made up, they're not real, he said will become the Hindu people of India, whom Krishna Christ would eventually visit, but it didn't go great. The doctrine says the laws of God were outlined to them, but it was so ordained that the order could not be established until all nations would adhere to its principles. This was an unattainable goal at that particular time, so Krishna departed and bade them await his return. So he left India. He would then rest up in heaven for a really long time, and then be some of the Christ we've already talked about, or maybe not. Maybe he would stay up in heaven the whole time. There's a lot of different versions of what he said that are all mixed up in my head. So sometimes he's a fucking Highlander, just walking the earth. Sometimes he kind of bounces back and forth. I feel like if you interrogated this guy and made him try to share his exact theology 5 different times over, say, like a year's period, you would get 5 very different stories. A few things would say the same, right? He's Jesus, the end is near, and you need to, stay with him to survive the end. He would say at one point that Christ would visit Abraham Lincoln and Joseph Smith. He worked a little honest Abe into this. According to MKB's doctrine, Master Krishna appeared almost simultaneously to Abraham Lincoln and Joseph Smith. He came to establish the order of God, but to do so, the strong chains of slavery which bound his people had to be broken. To Abraham Lincoln, he gave the power of freeing the slaves. And as if fucking Abe just did that on his own. And to Joseph Smith, that's of establishing the order of Melchizedek, along with the keeping of the keys, arks, and covenants. Once again, under sponsorship of Joseph Smith, the laws of God were lowered to the earth. The entire plan did not reach maturity, however, for upon his tragic death, he was killed by a lynch mob for being a con man, mostly. The order again degenerated under the leadership of his successor, who chose to isolate the church instead of drawing together all the peoples of all religions and denominations under the one government of God. Pretty cool that God came down to break the chains of slavery in the 1860s. But really fucking not cool at all that he first let slavery exist in the U.S. and the colonies that preceded the U.S. for over 400 fucking years. This shit always kills me, right? God ends this war, or whatever ends this other tragedy. God ends this famine, God ends this plague. And if you believe that, and you're able to employ some logic, don't you also have to believe that the same God allowed the war, famine, plague, etc. to occur in the first place? It seems a little fucked up. But that's the devil. That's the devil tinkering around. After visiting Joseph and Honest Abe, Christ leaves, and then Krishna Venta, a.k.a. Quantum Leap Christ, is back on Earth in 1932. But again, sometimes he doesn't leave. According to one member who would give her statement to the FBI years later, this is how she was told Christ became the master. The master actually came from a very beautiful place, the Meta Verde Valley, below Mount Everest in Nepal, India. We know it as the Valley of the Masters. He arrived there in a great big rocket ship. There's just people not along Earth. The rocket ship. From the planet Neophraites a long time ago. He is ageless. If you go to the valley, you can still see the rocket ship. Someday the master will take all of his flock to sea. It is still there. I was trying to figure how fucking wide her eyes are when she says, "Hey, it's still there." Yes. Oh yeah, the rocket ship. Definitely have a rocket ship there. Is it? I guess it might be there since the Meta Verde Valley is not a real fucking place. Right? A made up place. Sounds like a good place to keep a made up spaceship. She continues, Master Krishna came to America on March 29th, 1932. He got here by using teleportation, something only he knows about. Because people in this country need identification, he took the name of a man called Pensevic. Pensevic was not a very good man. When the master took Pensevic's name, he gave him the name of Jensen and made him a better man. That's what happened, though some people may not believe it. Yeah, by some people, fucking almost all of the world. The poor FBI agents who had to pretend to take this seriously and write all this down. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, no, that tracks. Once Krishna Christ was born again here in the U.S. and of an adult age, I guess, he was ready to organize his new church. He would organize his priesthood along, Mormon lines, as I mentioned, the whole Melchizedek stuff. There were 12 apostles who, with Krishna as president of the non-profit corporation, would rule the order. The remainder of the membership would exist below their authority. And as I mentioned, all members would be required to donate any and all wealth they possess to the organization. Originally, the central tenets of this community emphasized chastity, honesty, and good works, as well as brotherly love. Nobody in the community was allowed to make passes at the other sex, only after a marriage approved by the master. Excuse me. Would they be allowed to have sex? They were taught to live by 11 core rules. Forget the outside world. That's the first. To become familiar with the inside workings of oneself. To become unified with one another spiritually, mentally, and physically. To forget self. God, they had a lot of shit they had to forget. They had to forget the outside world and forget themselves. That's a big ask, right? Forget anything that might raise red flags about what we're doing here. 5, to create a desire within oneself toward higher spiritual equality. 6, to obtain wisdom. 7, to search for understanding in all things. 8, to face problems without thought of escape. 9, to become absorbed in love toward all things, seen and unseen, and so fulfill the laws of God. 10, to let the Spirit descend upon you. And finally, 11, to become teachers, not in the world, but in the fountain, that all men who come out of the world shall find comfort in our midst. This is all very problematic. Interpretation of these rules will be used to somehow justify whatever Christian wants to do. Oh, you're angry with me for fucking your wife. Okay. Somebody forgot the rules. Please refer to rule number 7. Search for understanding, not in some things, but in all things. Yeah, right. Now, please, show yourself back out of the room and shut the door so I can finish knocking your wives back out, and I bid you adieu. The fountain also had predictions for the future. Of course, he did. Venter prophesied an imminent cataclysm with the master's projected flock of 144,000 guaranteed to be saved. Cult 101 shit, right? The end is near. Do not be afraid, though, children. Stay with me, and I will show you the light and save you. Venter preached that the 144,000 will be drawn from all nations, all races, all colors, all creeds, men, women, and children. And this number wouldn't change if 1 million people, 5 million, 10 million people joined the fountain. There would still only be the 144K elect. This comes from interpretation of the book of Revelation, chapter 7, verse 4. 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel were sealed. And again in Revelation 14:1, then I looked, and behold, on Mount Zion stood the Lamb, and with him 144,000 who had his name and his father's name written on their foreheads. And it shows up at least one additional time in biblical scripture. The Jehovah's Witnesses, another cult, in my opinion, after doing an episode on them, they place this same emphasis on this number. Right? They believe that exactly 144,000 faithful Christians from Pentecost of 33 AD until the present day will be resurrected to heaven as immortal spirit beings to spend eternity with God in Christ, which has to make you more and more nervous as a Jehovah's Witness as time goes on. Because the longer time goes on, you're like, fuck, there's a lot of people. There's more and more people, billions and billions of people. So many have died. Whoa, odds just constantly get lower year by year, but I'm going to be one of the 144K. They believe these people are anointed by God to become part of the spiritual Israel of God. And the witnesses, they've been making a bunch of doomsday predictions earlier in the century when the master was putting this all together. Right? He again studied all kinds of belief systems and would pull a little from each to build his own theology. The master predicted for a period of 40 years, beginning in 1965, while destructive and devastating forces of evil encircle the earth, they will receive spiritual, mental, and physical training from Master Krishna himself within the newly formed order of the Melchizedek. And he kind of timed that out, right, to make it to 1995. Like, he'd be fucking super old, right? 95. Well, not super, super old, but pretty old. So, like, he could have a good run with his cult and not worry about a failed doomsday prediction. So what were these destructive and devastating forces? Well, the coming cataclysm would be interesting. It would begin with a racially motivated civil war in the West, particularly in America, where Black Americans would rise up and bloodily vanquish all the whites with aid from Russia. Then the traitorous Russians would turn around and conquer the Black Americans and try and take over the world and maybe kind of succeed for a while. Here's an excerpt of his actual teachings. When Russia takes over the world, she will immediately set up 10 puppet governments in 10 sections of the world, and will place upon those thrones a form of a king. The 10 kings shall reign for approximately 41 years. After a 44-year period, the 144,000 elect will go out into the world without guns or ammunition of any kind to protect them. Many will lose their lives, but in that moment they will have gained their lives. They will have received a greater reward. For he who loseth his life for my name's sake shall gain it. Those 10 kings who served with the beast will see the atrocities which are being committed upon the spiritual people who have no means of protecting themselves. This will awaken the 10 kings to the laws of God and cause them to remember how much better it was when there was religious freedom. Having received the power from the beast, their power from the beast, they shall now rise up to destroy the power which has enslaved the people, and peace shall reign on earth. How much time do you think old Krishna put into that prediction? Hour? Maybe 2 hours? How are those 10 kings going to destroy the beast, by the way? Fucking thoughts and prayers? Nukes? Nunchucks? And how does this all tie back into the master's cult? Well, essentially, the Krishna's followers, after spending the war tucked away, snugly in a safe place, right, they're going to hide out and be like the only fucking people, the white members that the black people didn't kill. Then they'll reemerge from a secret valley, created by magic or some shit. Once the 10 kings have been woken up, and they'll help conquer the Russians. and build a shiny new world of equality, religious freedom, and peace for all, with Krishna Venta in his rightful place as world messiah. Totally. Prediction being made, of course, during the ramping up of the Cold War. So yeah, the Russians are going to be, primary focus. They're going to be pitted as forces of the devil in an American cult's predictions. He just took what people were currently afraid of based on world events and wove some old biblical mumbo jumbo into that, right? And then some other fucking theosophy and new age stuff popular at the time. Make the old fear the new fear. Also, if all this sounds a lot like Helter Skelter, right? The apocalyptic future preached by Charles Manson, well, it is. Very familiar. It seems that Chuck would later adapt this silly bullshit into his own teachings. And we will reconnect with Manson just for a moment towards the end of the timeline. Speaking of the timeline, let's head into today's. Right after a quick sponsor break. Hey, how good do you smell right now? Like a field of sun-kissed lavender right after a warm spring rain? Like a forest nymph slathered in vanilla-scented lotion sitting inside a ring of cinnamon-scented candles? Or more like a dead skunk next to a pile of burning tires? Or like an old gym sock full of sauerkraut and rotting potatoes? Sure, maybe your armpits smell good. What about the rest of you? What about, well, your special fun bits that have been stewing in a crock pot of sweat and bacteria under your desk for the past 4 hours? How about you do yourself and everyone in sniffing and or gagging range of you a favor and you tackle whole body odor with Dove Men Plus Care Whole Body Deo Spray. Dove Men Whole Body Deo defends against all your odor zones, from pits, privates, to feet. With long-lasting 72-hour odor protection, you'll be covered from morning kickoff to triple overtime. Dove Men Whole Body Deo goes on instantly dry with an aluminum-free vitamin E infused formula. Tighten up defense against those odor zones this season. Find Dove Men Whole Body Deo at Walmart today. Hey, meat sacks, I'm talking about language again. As you set resolutions for 2025, consider how learning a new language can enrich your life. Rosetta Stone has been a leader in language education for over 3 decades, with millions of satisfied users worldwide. With courses in 25 languages, including Spanish, French, German, and more, you can choose a language to learn that unlocks new places, connections, and experiences. Rosetta Stone's immersive approach means no English translations. Learn to think in your new language from day one. Lindsay and I have been working on our Spanish. Y estamos mejorando todo el tiempo, emocionado de hablar español en Costa Rica este año. Start the new year off with a resolution you can reach. Today, Time Suck with Dan Cummins listeners can take advantage of Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/timesuck. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life at rosettastone.com/timesuck today. Let's talk about jewelry. You like yourself some shinies, as my wife Lindsay likes to call them? There's something magical about gold, silver, and jewels, isn't there? Jewelry has enchanted humanity since long before the written word. So many of us for centuries and centuries have loved the way it makes us feel, the memories it holds, the stories it tells. But when it comes to buying jewelry, stress too often replaces joy. If you want to make buying jewelry feel as good as wearing it, go to BlueNile.com. At Blue Nile, you'll find thousands of independently graded diamonds and fine jewelry pieces at prices below your expectations. Want to learn more about a particular piece? Blue Nile's jewelry experts are ready 24/7 via phone or chat. From tech specs to budget recs, they're here to help you find a piece
Diamonds are
you'll feel
ugly,
great
but
about
you know what's a
yourself,
pretty stone?
someone
It's
else.
called an Ellensburg
A friend of mine recently
blue.
bought their
It's found
fiance
here
a
in
diamond
Ellensburg,
pendant necklace,
Washington.
and thanks to
It's a
Blue Nile's
beautiful
option for
stone.
lab-grown diamonds and using the chat feature on the website, they're able to
Diamonds
get
just
a rock
look like a piece of
without breaking
glass
the
in
bank.
a fucking
She actually
weird
cried
shape.
when she got it. She loved it so much.
I've never
What a
understood
special
the
memory
appeal.
for them both.
Pearls, I
Experience
get. I
the
feel like a
ease and
pearl
convenience
necklace
of
makes
shopping
every
Blue
girl
Nile,
look classy.
the original online jeweler.
Diamonds, never
Go to
understood it.
BlueNile.com today. That's BlueNile.com. Ready to optimize your nutrition this year? Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make eating well easy. With 40 options across the 8 dietary preferences on the menu each week, it's easy to pick meals tailored to your goals. They're dietitian approved and ready to heat and eat in 2 minutes, so you can fuel right and feel great no matter what life throws at you. Reach your goals this year with ingredients you can trust and convenience that can't be beat. Some recent favorites of mine have been the Cajun spice salmon and shrimp with smoked Gouda collie grits and Creole gravy broccoli. and truffle butter filet mignon with potato leek mash and roasted carrots. Yes, Factor even has filet mignon. So good. And 39 grams of protein and just 10 grams of sugar. Eat smart with Factor. Get started at factormeals.com/timesuck50 off and use code timesuck50 off to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping. That's code timesuck50 off at factormeals.com/timesuck50 off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. Thank you for listening to today's sponsors, and now we will get into our Time Suck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck timeline.
Francis Frank Herman Pencevic, born to Jewish immigrants in San Francisco on March 29, 1911, something of a historical enigma. To his followers, he will become known as Krishnaventa, Master Krishnaventa, or more simply as just the Master. Easily a top 10 nickname, by the way. The Master. Hard to top that one. As we already heard about the crazy backstory, and we already heard about the crazy backstory he gave himself, but when it comes to the real Francis Pencevic, we don't know anything about his childhood. We know his mother was Maud Buzanbach, is her maiden name, born in Utah. His father, Albert Pencevic, Jewish immigrant from Romania. And that's it. It's fairly common with cult leaders. The less people know about your real history, the easier it is for you to invent some history. When he was 25, we don't know anything about his first 25 years. When he was 25, Francis got married to Lucille Webster in 1936. And they will have 2 children together, a son, Vaughn Christina Pencevic, and a daughter, Lavella Avon Pencevic. 1941, 1942, so jumping ahead here, 5-6 years, he was employed as employed at the shipyards in Oakland, California, as a timekeeper. Also in 1941, arrested for sending threatening letters to President Roosevelt, but then later released. I wish I knew what those letters said. That info seems to be lost to history. Early indication of mental illness, perhaps. I don't think too many sane people send threatening letters to the president. Mr. President, 'tis I, new Jesus, but really old Jesus. I demand you announce me as King Krishnaventa Jesus Guy immediately. Do not make me smite you. He wrote something like that. 1942, he'll be sentenced to 9 months in Santa Paula for issuing bad checks, placed on 3 years probation, sent to the state mental hospital in Stockton for observation.
That's like the best threat, though.
There are also a variety of other charges, panhandling, begging, theft among them on his criminal record. Lucille and Francis get divorced in 1944, and it seems like it was Lucille's call. Guessing she didn't care for his criminality and mental instability, especially back in the days before decent mental health treatment. Assuming she didn't want to be married to someone sending threatening letters to the president stuff. Around this time, Francis is working as a machinist helper for $75 a week. Lucille gets custody of their kids, who are now 6 and 4. Francis ordered to pay $20 per month for support of each kid. He made 1 payment, entered the Army, authorized an allotment for his children. The Department of Defense actually obligated by law to make sure child support payments are made. And then he's discharged for an unknown reason from the Army in 1945. Now he stops making child support payments. Lucille has to get governmental support from Alameda County, where they lived. Francis moves to Salt Lake City, where he will be, where he had been before as an itinerant worker. This time he finds different reasons to stick around a new love interest. Her name is Ruth. And she will give him 6 children. And she knew that his morals were unique, to put it mildly, but she didn't care. She will later say to the assistant district attorney investigating Krishnaventa, "Love is the most beautiful idea in our language. Evil is to those who evil think." The master was a much misunderstood man. I know him to be a person of high moral quality, but only in the way he understood the term. Man, what a bunch of bullshit rationalization there. A bunch of word salad nonsense. Evil is to those who evil think. What the fuck does that even mean? It means nothing. I bet she intends it to mean that the master was so transcendent, subjective morality constructs like good and evil just didn't apply to him. He's above it. Or was, because he was so good, so pure, so spiritually evolved. Anything he did, was good because he did it. Evil wasn't a thought in his mind, not even a possibility. And that's the kind of shit that megalomaniacs who definitely do evil shit from time to time tell themselves. She continues, the difficulty is making the outside world understand that your idea of what is moral or is not may not be the same as theirs. A child is a creation of love. How can anyone say there could be anything evil or wrong in the creation of a child? The master was all wise and all knowing. He could not have committed an immoral act. What about, let me throw a question out for you, Ruth. What about rape? That act creates children. So in rape, let's say, and especially violent gang rape leads to a beautiful child, is the act then absolved of any evilness or wrongness? I bet Ruth wouldn't have a good answer for that question. Man, cult members. So good at, just rationalizing the irrational. Not long after these two fucking ding-dongs get married, the cult con begins. But Francis doesn't immediately start calling himself Jesus. You gotta fucking sit on that for a second. He speaks in Provo, Utah on June 24th, 1946 as Dr. Francis Pensovic. He's a doctor now. You fucking dim-wit front butt dump. Doctor in what? Well, the mysteries of life, motherfucker. Where do you go to school? God's school for chosen prophets. Don't even worry about it. Don't even look for it. You can't find it. God's school for chosen prophets finds you. Francis lectured on the secrets of the future, the powers of mental telepathy, of course, how to gain health, wealth, happiness, and on the great secrets of India. Man, so much. What a bargain. What a bargain. Man, people going to that lecture, gosh, they get a lot of bang for their buck. You want to learn how to be perfectly healthy? How to speak only with your mind? How to always be happy? Do you want to quickly become wealthy? Well, just fucking come to my lecture. I'll teach you to manifest all. He claimed to be one of the great masters of the Meta Verde. Sometimes it says in sources Mesa Verde Valley or Meta Verde Valley. It's not a real place. He said it was a place in the Himalayas that existed some 26,000 years ago, before the fall of Atlantis, which I think that even the timeline there is a little off. It was Atlantis. But anyway, Madame Blavatsky, again, she would feel so proud or ripped off. 3 days later, he gives a similar speech in Ogden, Utah, under the nickname or name now of Krishnaventa. And he will now go by versions of that for the rest of his life. Right? You don't need the title of doctor when you are the master. In Florida, he gets makes it over to Florida. He starts bouncing around the world now. Just, him and his and Ruth driving around. We don't know exactly how he got his money, swindling people somehow to get it, I'm assuming. In Florida, the papers make fun of him, calling him the Bronx Swami. As he was telling people he was from India, but had an accent so American that his Eastern origin story held no water. I'm not sure why they assigned the Bronx to him there, as he was born on the West Coast, but I don't know. Maybe he had a Bronx accent at that point. Late 1947, David Lackstrom's parents go to a lecture given by Krishnaventa in Worcester, Massachusetts. At this point, Krishna is not wearing robes yet. His hair is short. David stayed at home, but when his parents got back, they told him about how they were impressed by Krishna's stories of landing in a spaceship in Tibet. How fucking sad if that's what your parents, come back from the lecture and tell you, oh man, this is such a good lecture. I especially love the part about how this guy landed in a spaceship in Tibet. This was nothing new to David. His parents had long been interested in eccentric religious practices, Theosophy and Helena Blavatsky especially, of course. And David, sounds like he did not win the parent lottery. They keep going to lectures where they meet a couple named Gertie and Rudy Blazer. Initially, the Blazers, they wanted to start up a splinter group based on Krishna's teachings in Massachusetts, but they'll later decide to go to California and see what the group forming there is all about. Krishnaventa will change his name to Krishnaventa legally and officially found his new religious society, the WKFL Fountain, in 1948. WKFL stood for Wisdom, Knowledge, Faith, and Love. The core tenets of the community. And again, what a nice little acronym. How could anything bad happen in a group named Wisdom, Knowledge, Faith, and Love? That's a good group. That's not a bad group with a bad acronym like Dick, right? Debauchery, ignorance, cunt punching, and kid diddling. Fucking no one wants to sign up for Dick. You don't sign up for the Dick Fountain. That's fucking terrible. You stay far away from Dick Fountain. Later, Frank Jesus would tell the newspaper where his idea for his name came from. He would say he got the name when he was appeared in a nativity play in the Christmas season of 1948. And the quote is, "We were singing peace on earth, goodwill toward men, when I suddenly realized that the world did not have peace, and there was little goodwill." That didn't occur to him until he was fucking 37 years old. He didn't think about how the world didn't have peace a few years earlier when World War II was raging. Why are God's chosen prophets usually so fucking dumb? Another member of the Nativity cast, who would become known as Brother Gene, said he had the same experience. So we got two geniuses. And the two men made a vow to devote their lives to service. And a cult is born. Frank continued lecturing to gather converts, traveling from San Antonio to Denver, then Chicago this year. Shortly after the group becomes official, they already have about 100 members, and all of them will be residing in a massive home maintained by the Fountain at Canoga Park in Ventura County. They have a communal system of living they put into place quickly. Nobody's working a regular job on the outside, at least for a little while. All food, clothing, medical care provided by the society. Funds obtained, of course, by new members who transfer all their property to the society upon admittance. And the donations made by people who were associated with the cult but didn't live on the compound. They don't want to give away everything. They want to live on the compound, but they like what they're doing over there. So they'll throw them some money. 1949, Krishna and 60 of his closest acolytes moved to a glen in Box Canyon, where their little cult remained for about 2 decades. A narrow parcel near the Chatsworth Reservoir in the Santa Susana Mountains in Simi Valley, about 30 miles north of downtown LA. Soon, stranded motorists along ribbon-thin Box Canyon Road began noticing a new and strange phenomenon. Kind, mysterious people, barefoot and wearing robes of varying colors, will emerge from the brush, offering a 4-wheel drive tow truck, if needed. And how weird would that be to experience, right? Your car breaks down, a flat tire, whatever, several miles from a place you can fix it in the days before cell phones. You're like, oh, damn it! God, I hope I'm not stuck here forever. Oh, please, God, send someone to help me, anyone. And then a bunch of fucking barefoot, prophet-looking motherfuckers just kind of wander out of the bushes. Need a hand, brother. March 14th, 1949, a London newspaper will report that Krishnaventa has 1 million followers, and he doesn't. Not even close. This is some PR bullshit. He has still about 100. This report coincides with his arrival in England, where he stays in a suite in the West End that costs £70 a week. An excerpt for the article read, Krishnaventa, American religious philosopher, hailed by more than 1 million followers throughout the world. No. As Christ in the Second Coming, arrived at Shannon Airport from New York on a visit to London, Copenhagen, Paris, and Rome. He was barefooted and dressed in saffron yellow biblical robes. His wife, Ruth, was dressed in a nun's habit of coral pink, and she wore peep-toe sandals. In England, Frank Jesus went on a lecture tour, reading from his Bible and telling attendees that the last time he was in England was 1900 years ago. So that's cool. This recruiting trip, like all his trips, paid for by the foundation. Helped him also escape ongoing legal battles with his ex-wife in California. That's one of the hardest things about being a prophet, fucking ex-wife, legal battles. He wasn't paying child support still for his first 2 kids. Same day he arrived in London, a court in California ruled on his case that a parent may not evade the obligation to support his minor children by refusing for religious reasons to seek or accept gainful employment. Tried to fight it, saying the foundation had only $300 on hand and over $400 in bills due that month. Did they only have that amount of money? I mean, they did have enough money to fucking send him and his wife to London and Copenhagen and Paris and whatnot. And he said that he was gainfully employed, just not legally, because he was a spiritual leader, and to take a gainful employment outside of his religious teachings would be to back out on a vow to serve God. Court didn't buy this. They're like, yeah, well, how about you shut the fuck up? I just heard everything he said. How about you shut the fuck up and just pay your child support? And he was charged with contempt of court. Again, actually, he'd been charged with contempt of court back in January. The verdict was that although freedom of conscience and freedom to believe are absolute, the freedom to act is not. The Constitution does not compel the subordination of the statutory duty of a parent to support his child to a rule of religious conduct, prohibiting gainful employment. Yep. The court maintained that he had to pay his monthly child support for Von Christina Pencevic, his now 18-year-old son, who is currently a pre-law student at Oakland Junior College, and Labella Avon Pencevic, his 16-year-old daughter, who was a student at the McKinley School. But Krishna did not pay. Not right away. He was out on his cult-funded European tour, where he felt he didn't have to answer to anyone. March 20th, paying attention to none of the court shit, Krishnaventa arrives at the Torslanda Airport in Gothenburg, Sweden. And in Sweden, he is heavily ridiculed and cuts his stay short. So good on the Swedes. On his next stop in Italy, he's more than just ridiculed. He's threatened with bodily attack and leaves early out of fear for his safety. Nice. Get the fuck out of here, Italiano, Marinaro, Ferrari, Lissamanaro. Overall, not a super successful trip. By the beginning of the summer, he'd be back in the U.S., where he would lie about how successful his tour was in the days before social media, and the internet made that easier to do. He and Ruth arrived with a press book to show waiting reporters clippings from his triumphant tour that didn't really happen. Papers would write about his arrival, and you'd use that as proof of success. As he stood on the steps of the airplane, he looked down and said, "I may as well say it. I am Christ." Nice! And then he continued to lie his ass off, telling reporters, "In Rome, 10,000 people met me. I had a police escort." 10,000 people didn't meet him. And you may have had a police escort because the few people that did show up wanted to beat the shit out of him. Mothers held their babies in the crowd, waiting for my blessing. When asked, he admitted begrudgingly that he did not get the audience with the Pope he hoped for. Apparently, the Pope was too busy. But did mention this wasn't his first trip to Vatican City. No, he'd been there back around 600 CE, when he had been the honored guest of Pope Leona. Pope Gregory the First was the Pope at 600 CE. So, okay. At this point, the reporters started to debate him, right? Because they're probably a little more familiar with history than him, and they know that he's full of shit. And they wonder how he obtained a birth certificate. How did he obtain a birth certificate? He's that old. He says, "Well, now I'll tell you. I used a passport issued in the name of Frank Pensovic. He was a boy who disappeared in San Francisco at the age of 3. And then he just kind of sauntered away in his robe. By the beginning of the summer, Frank Jesus would be in jail for non-support of his first kids. We don't know the exact dates he was incarcerated, but we know he was out by July because on the morning of July 12th, 1949, Standard Airlines Flight 897R leaves Albuquerque, New Mexico at 4:24 a.m. local time, which is a fucking weird time for a flight delay, and was en route to Lockheed Air Terminal in Burbank. At 7:36 a.m., the C-46 was cleared to land. While descending through patchy fog, the right wing struck the side of a hill. The July 13th, 1949 LA Times reported that shortly before the crash, a fist fight had broken out between two men on board. That's exciting. Survivors later said that the fight was not the cause of the crash. The pilot was just flying too low. Regardless of the reason, the plane crashed. The plane cartwheeled into the mountainside at 140 miles an hour, and some people were not surprised that this happened. Prior to the crash, Standard Airlines had been scheduled to be shut down. The July 13th, 1949 LA Times reported, Standard Airlines of Long Beach recently had been ordered by the Civil Aeronautics Board to wind up its business by July 20th for regulation violations. In a regular, non-scheduled carrier, it charged only $113 for cross-country fare, as opposed to a scheduled airline charge of $181. So they just like put together fucking random flights taking off at different times, and sounds like they weren't real good at flying. Sounds like a weird ass airline. Did the CIA own them? Was this main purpose like drug smuggling or something? At the time it happened, the crash was Southern California's deadliest aviation accident. Of the original 48 passengers, only 15 survived. 35 were killed, including 2 infants. Don't know about the guys fist fighting. I'm guessing they probably didn't make it since they weren't in their seatbelts on. On the hillside, the injured lay screaming in pain alongside the dead and dying. In an August 2nd, 1999 Los Angeles Times story, survivor Karen Marsh remembered, after climbing out of the wreckage, she said she thought for a moment she had died because men in long robes were walking around her, angels perhaps. But they were not angels. Amongst the burnt wreckage of the plane was Krishna himself, directing evacuations in his bare feet. Amongst the burnt wreckage of the plane was Krishna himself. What a fucking weird moment that would be, to survive a plane crash. And then when you come to, a bunch of cult members are around you, wearing weird robes, long beards, long hair. "Do not be afraid, little children. 'Tis I, Jesus Frank, Krishna master guy. The one who was returned was foretold in the Bible. If you have ever read the Bible, fear not. I bring its
That
teachings
would
to you
be
now."
a trip, man. Can you imagine?
The president
You're
of field, they
waking
taking
up on the
pictures of the cult members in the
Himalayas,
long robes as they battle the flames and
covered in
remove burned
snow,
bodies
and
from
that's
the
the
wreckage.
fellow
Yeah, I bet they did.
survivors.
LA Times reported, many were startled
Why is everyone
as they
wearing a
neared the
fucking
crash scene to
robe?
see solemn, bearded, coarse-robed men waving them on. The volunteer traffic officers were
Every guy's
disciples of
got a
Krishna
beard.
Venta, a self-styled Christ, who maintains a monastery and a stone house in Box Canyon, only a few hundred yards from the disaster scene. Krishna Venta and one disciple, Brother Paul, wearing brown and blue robes, respectively, worked actively to extricate the victims' bodies. They strode unflinchingly across the rock-strewn terrain in their bare feet.
Well, at least they were good.
They would then go on to visit the victims in their hospital bed, providing comfort. I'm sure a lot of laughs for the doctors and nurses. Because of this surreal situation, Look magazine would publish a 4-page pictorial titled,
man.
"California's Offbeat Religions. We Love You." Do you love them? And that would introduce the nation to the WKFL Fountain of the World. Really wish their name would have been Dick Fountain instead. Whatever. The article said that the group's adult members came from all corners of life, from day laborers to white-collar professionals. And they worked 6 days a week, tending to a small herd of goats and sheep, harvesting furrows that grew their mainly, herbivorous diet, or baking homemade bread on outdoor wood stoves. Children were communally raised and schooled. So trippy that all this is going on about 25 miles from Burbank and just 2 miles from the edge of the San Fernando Valley. The article quoted a woman named Elder Nakona, who described a foot washing ceremony cultists completed at the end of each day. She would say, I love this. They did this to show humility in biblical times, so we do it today. When asked to explain, I guess it would be biblical, in biblical times. When asked to explain why cult members were always barefoot, she said, a radio has to be grounded. So it should be with humans. I mean, we're not radios, but okay. By walking barefoot, static electricity generated in the body is carried off. Persons who wear shoes very often pick up a tremendous amount of static electricity, and as a result, have nervous breakdowns. Totally. My therapist has often talked to me about this. You know, if I talk about feeling overwhelmed, with too much going on, she's like, are you still wearing shoes? Dan, you gotta get rid of your shoes, buddy. If you care about your mental health, look up anyone who's ever had a nervous breakdown, and you will find one thing they all have in common, and that is shoes. What if it really was that easy to feel better? Like, how great if mental health afflictions could be, solved, cured with solutions like this. It reminds me of Dr. Merritt W. Terrell's medical advice from episode 290, the Amish killer Edward Gingrich. Right, the guy who wanted to cure Ed's schizophrenia by pulling on his toes, literally in some kind of chiropractic way, and also having him drink blackstrap molasses. Right, if only. The bad news is that you're clinically depressed, and that's why you've been listless and burdened with suicidal ideation. The good news is that you can be easily cured by wearing mittens for at least an hour a week. Your hands are too exposed to the elements. You got to protect them a little bit, and you'll never feel bad again. Oh, I can see how you're riddled with paralyzing anxiety. How terrible. But we can knock anxiety out real quick. Your belt's too tight. Tight belts, one and only cause of all anxiety. Just take it down a notch, and immediately you'll be overcome with peace and tranquility. Thanks to this article in Look magazine and a couple of other articles, the cult members quickly gained a reputation as being gentle, kind humanitarians. One of the cult members, who went by Priest Charles, Priest Chuck, was also quoted as having said, people driving narrow Box Canyon Road are always running into a ditch. We have a 4-wheel drive tow truck and come to their aid, which they did. This article also helped them gain a little attention for being, a little fucking crazy. The whole nervous breakdown shit was nuts. Aside from their humanitarian efforts and mental health advice, the cult also held plays for their community on Saturday nights. They prayed, ate, sang together every morning and night. Priest Charles proudly said, we also make excellent homemade bread on outdoor stoves with wood coals for heat. So yeah, fucking come for the bread, stay for the plate. Also in July of 1949, the Lackstrom family from Massachusetts, whom we met earlier, arrives at Box Canyon. The family consisted of the parents, Reuben and Elsa, both 52, David, 20, his brother Peter, 17, and sister Sylvia, 15. A strange group of people greeted them, including Tony, a medical student on sabbatical, Ruth and her children, and a young man named Peter Kamenoff, who appeared to be an especially fanatical Krishna follower. We'll track his story more than many of the others today. Sylvia was quickly drafted into taking care of Krishna and Ruth's kids. Elsa started helping run the household chores and cooking. All of them would live in different rooms. As time progressed, there would be little money to support this group, though, and they would start to not enjoy their stay as much. Reuben had to get a job at the Van Nuys Airport. David got a night job at Radio Plane, wherever that was, to help bring in money. August 30th, 1949, Krishna Venta makes a stop in Portland, Oregon. He and Ruth they will visit the mayor. Mayor Lee will entertain them, and they will tell him they're looking for the nation's most righteous city. And you know what? Portland was not it. Sorry, Portland. Work on your fucking righteousness, okay? Maybe try and read up on your Bible for once. Another failed trip. When he got back, Krishna Venta announced that he had found some lost money in Las Vegas, though. More in Vegas later. It's pretty good. A bunch of people were not happy with him for leaving so long, but the money combined with Krishna reading a lengthy passage of John from the Bible pertaining to leaving, I guess, kind of soothed them. Not long after his return, a young woman named Jean Bates, who was attending high school with Peter Lackstrom, David's little brother, told David she saw the master fucking the mom of a teenage boy who lived in the group. And also mentioned that the master was pretty well endowed. So that's interesting. I wonder how many cult leaders have big dicks. Right? Maybe some of that big dick energy helps them lead. I mean, I would think if you had a big dick, you'd be more interested in spreading it around to a lot of cult members and getting that validation as opposed to having a tiny dick. I don't know. We'll have to do a study. January of 1950, Krishna Venta returned from yet another trip, this time to Chicago, called a meeting for each member to make a choice. Were they going to serve the spiritual path, follow him, or the material path, the way of the world? And apparently this backfired a bit. About half wanted to follow him on the spiritual path, but while the other half were like, nah, I don't know. I kind of like stuff here on Earth. July of 1950, the Lackstroms have had enough. The parents, Elsa and Reuben, they've been working for the last 6 months now to make enough money, hiding it to head back to Massachusetts, which they finally did. God, good for them, though. I mean, it had to been tough. They had to give all their shit to him when they got there, sell their place, I'm sure, all that stuff. But then they were like, you know what? Just because we're pot committed, we're not going to follow that sunk cost fallacy and just continue making more bad decisions because we made a previously bad one. By the time they leave, David fully believes that Krishna Venta is a hypocrite who just wants attention and pussy. Meanwhile, Ruth and Master Frank Jesus are now south of the border doing more recruiting. They're always in and out. They'll come to the compound a little bit, right? Fuck a bunch of members' wives, and then, well, he will. And then they sneak around for more recruiting to find more wives to fuck, more money to come in and fund their bullshit. Ruth and Krishna find themselves in Guatemala, Nicaragua in October of 1950. They return from South America in March of 1951. So this is quite a trip. No word on how successful or not their recruiting efforts were. Probably not very good. It's not that they're mostly just getting to travel around the world, see a bunch of cool places on the Colt's dime, while the Colt raises their kids back home and keeps their little operation going. This year, Krishna incorporates the fountain. It'll be governed by a board of directors and officers, but he will be the treasurer and, of course, spiritual leader, the master. Nobody will get an official salary. Their tax exemption status will be filed with the state of California in December. Also, Alameda County will institute criminal proceedings against Krishna at this time. They find him guilty of non-support, order him to pay $20 per month for each kid. Again, $10 in addition per month for back support, for back child support. This fucker. Right, he has the funds to gallivant around the globe, but can't be bothered to send $20 a month in child support. His ex-wife will now get some of the money, for a few months because, Krishna's probation officer through Alameda County is making sure of that. Not sure why the kids are still getting it, by the way, since they're both 18 or older now. His son's 20, his daughter's 18. But again, some of the sources on this, I don't know if I totally trust, the ages. The Colt moves into its final location, further up Box Canyon, August 27th, 1951. Beginning, they live in tents, while Krishna, Ruth, their boys install themselves in one of the numerous sandstone caves found in the area. So they're living in caves now.
Well, that's cool.
Eventually, the group builds several sturdy edifices from materials gleaned from the surrounding creeks and hillsides, including segregated dormitories, two-story dining hall, and administration center. Again, they did a pretty cool job of building stuff from local material. Oak trees grew through the ceilings of two of the buildings. The jewel of the commune, stone-walled monastery, built by pilgrims as a tribute to the master.
Well, that's cool.
From what I can tell, poking around, it doesn't seem these buildings exist. Or if they do, they're on private property, and the people aren't promoting, hey, come fucking hop my fence and jump my yard and check out these old buildings. September of 1951, Frank Jesus will take off to Denver for a month, solo recruiting trip. Maybe some ladies there he would like to introduce his biblical Krishna prophet trouser snake to. 1952, the foundation will pay for Krishna and some other members to take trips to 54 different cities to study fire equipment and fire departments and advance the cause of the society. Now, this is the thing. They really were trying to figure out how to, use firefighting to their advantage now, to double down on their little firefighting they do. They visit Seattle, Washington in the winter of 1952 for, fire studies and also for some evangelical work. Their presence in the Emerald City is first announced by a 2-column, 8-inch advertisement in both of Seattle's primary newspapers at that time. The ad contained a photograph of a bearded man in a long robe, resembling the traditional depictions of Jesus Christ. Beside the picture are the words, "We believe this is Christ, the begotten Son of God. What more can we say? Listen to the words of Christ." And then there was a time and place for, public appearance listed below. At that public appearance, January 20th, 1952, a crowd of around 300 people gathered. How many of them were actually interested in joining up with Krishna? How many of them were just there out of curiosity? Hard to say. At least one of the people attending just curious. William R. Catton Jr. was a professor at the University of North Carolina who later published a paper about this experience and his subsequent study of this group called "What Kind of People Does a Religious Cult Attract?" It'll be published in 1957. Catton would go to several more meetings, even approached Krishna directly with the tape recorder and questions for the members. Handed some questionnaires. Most of the attendees, he observed, were middle to lower class with an equal number of men and women, most all of them white. His questionnaire would show that they came from just about every denomination: Christianity, Baptist, Catholic, Christian Scientist, Congregational, Episcopal, Greek Orthodox, Jehovah's Witness, Latter-day Saint, Lutheran, and some non-Christians that like mental science, Methodist, Pentecostal, Quaker, Seventh-day Adventist, Unitarian. The list went on. Mental science was probably an aspect of what was called the New Thought movement, a blend of ancient philosophy, Buddhism, Christian principles, occultism, early 20th century psychology, a bunch of New Age principles, and more. It would take quite a while to fully explain. There's no real agreed upon core theology for this spiritual movement that started in the mid-19th century. Just a lot of little splinter groups basing their beliefs on the teachings of Phineas Quimby and people he influenced. Phineas could be a topic in his own right. He was a clockmaker, mentalist, mesmerist, theologian, and supposed healer. He was a really smart guy. He was also a huge fucking wackadoodle grifting quack. Contemporary in many ways to Helena Blavatsky. Some of Quimby's teachings heavily influenced the founding of the Christian Science movement and other lesser-known religious and spiritual belief systems. History. Truly no shortage of spiritual leaders supposedly reinventing the wheel somehow, but really just peddling the same old, same old. During the first Krishna sermon he witnessed, Cat and the professor observed that the presentation was conducted by several disciples dressed in plain robes and bare feet, right? They don't have nervous breakdowns in the middle of this, wearing beards and long hair, and embracing each member of the audience as they entered. Quote, quote, quote. Oh, the master is preparing. One of them, called Peter, gave a quiet, lengthy introduction to the master, who made a dramatic entrance. And then in an hour-long lecture, he reprimanded the crowd for having paid him very little attention 1,900 years earlier, when Jesus was crucified. I don't know if these people deserve to be reprimanded. I mean, they weren't alive about during that time, but I get it. But I get it being salty about it. I mean, if I was nailed to a cross and left to rot in the sun for a few days, all to help the world's souls get to heaven, and still most people don't respect me when I fucking show back up, I'd probably be pretty pissed too. Krishna said that his present mission was the gathering of the elect, and not to save souls. Then there was a Q&A section, and though a couple people did make fun of him, which I knew exactly what they said, a bunch of others seemed to be listening intensely. At the second meeting, the following evening, January 21st, the dramatic entrance of the master was unexpectedly interrupted by the minister of the liberal church in which the meeting was held. The minister said he had just discovered the night before that Krishna was not who he says he was and had a lengthy criminal record. And Krishna was asked to leave. Take your people and get out of my church. Frank Jesus, Krishna master guy, replied defiantly before he left that he was being persecuted by so-called Christians. And then some members of the audience started yelling out at him, saying he was not Jesus. They had Bible verses to prove it. One person yelled, "If you're really the Christ, show us the scars of your crucifixion." All right, that's one thing you could yell. However, if you really were some kind of immortal, walked the earth for centuries Highlander Christ, would you still have scars? Or would your body constantly heal itself and keep your skin perfect? There's a lot to think about when it comes to how you would look if you'd been around for over 1,900 years in human body, but also were a deity. I think a more practical test, at least to start with, would be for Jesus Frank to prove he spoke numerous languages fluently, right? Like Aramaic. That's the language like OG Jesus supposedly spoke. So, or Latin. If this dude was bouncing around the world in the first few centuries, he definitely had to have spoken Latin or Sanskrit over in India, something. He didn't speak American English the whole time, right? English didn't begin to develop as a language at all until the 5th century. The third meeting took place January 27, 1952. All the captain said was that it dealt with prophecy. Frank Jesus must have encountered a lot less kickback from the crowd. I wonder if he spoke of Skidmark. There will be a powerful prophetess, Skidmark, who, along with Prince Jeffrey, will bring about the New Age. At the fourth meeting on January 30th, Krishna lectured on hypnotism and mental telepathy, in, as Catton described it, rather abstract terms. That's a nice way of saying he didn't make a lot of sense. There was a lot of bullshit word salad, a lot of New Age psychobabble nonsense about, magical mental powers. In the fifth lecture, a lot of lectures, February 3rd, Krishna informed the audience that Christ and Jesus were two different people. Interesting twist. He said that Christ assisted God in the creation of the universe, had been with men since the beginning, and that Christ, not Jesus, was crucified. Okay? Krishna, reasserted that he was Christ. I am Christ, the Son of the living God, the eternal Christ. The one that was crucified 1,900 years ago, died and was buried, and on the third day rose again. Okay, so who was Jesus? I'm not really sure he got around to answer that in that lecture. I think he was just saying that, Jesus was like a dude who the soul of Christ, and went inside of, and then I guess on the crucifixion, like the dude was already gone, and it was just Christ. I don't know. He also spent a long time complaining about the current state of the freedom of the press in the U.S. Given that both Seattle newspapers had refused to carry his advertisements for subsequent lectures. That had nothing to do with freedom of the press. They just didn't want to do business, I'm guessing, with a blatant con man, back when maybe more media outlets had more integrity than they do now. The Christians said that they bailed because they were pressured by interests that were afraid of his power. Totally, he was that important. The last Seattle meeting would come February 10th, 1952. This time he discussed his criminal record. I guess he'd been exposed, right? So he felt the need to address it. And rather than apologize for being a deadbeat dad, he described himself as a martyr for humanity at the hands of a cruel and selfish society. He said, "It is true, children." I wouldn't like somebody fucking referring to me as children, by the way. That would just immediately rub the wrong way. I'm going to a speech and someone just talking to the crowd. "Listen, children." Whoa, easy pops. "It is true, children. I have served time for committing that bad check." Okay, so now he's that seemed like a failed or bad check, writing bad checks arrest. "I served 9 months in a road gang, 3 years on probation. It is true, children, that I was convicted for a so-called burglary. The truth cannot be in someone like that because the person is bad and society says he is bad and condemns him for everything he has done, and yet it has not stopped me from my mission and my work. As much as society has said that I was guilty of those crimes, I say I was not guilty. Why? It's good for all of you. You know why I'm telling you this today. I want you to condemn me too and show your true Christian spirit. I want to see how I want to see how much Christian you are and how much hypocrite you are." What? So he wasn't guilty because it's good for you? Get the fuck out of here. He did it to do something bad so that people would judge him so that he could prove that they weren't real Christians and try to get them to be Christians. So that people would judge him so that he could prove that rationalization to do anything bad you want to do. According to Catton, several members of the audience openly wept through this diatribe. Dear God, there is never a shortage of fucking suckers in the world. Some days I've expressed over and over in previous episodes, or as I have, I really truly feel sorry for cult members. And I always feel sorry for children dragged into this bullshit. Some days like today, I struggle to find, sympathy for the adults. Just how fucking sad is it there are so many people in the world who are so easily conned, right? Just to even get fucking roped into this to begin with. Just once again, education is so important. Education only based in what has been scientifically studied and proven. Education based on carefully carried out studies. Entertain other shit, okay. Wonder over the unsolved mysteries of life, sure. Ponder over spiritual or paranormal questions and concerns, right? I love that stuff too. But the core needs to be empirical, rational, scientific study, cold logic. I truly believe that combats this kind of con and so many other cons more than anything else. Right? The more properly educated we are as a society, the less grifters like this numbnuts will be able to find, easy marks. Less skid marks. At the end of the last meeting, an audience member once again challenged the Krishna, "Are you the embodiment of Christ?" This time he answered, "If I were to say no to you, you would be pleased because you are not willing to accept. If I were to say yes, that I am, you would be very highly displeased and say no, it isn't possible. So I have to make my choice between you and God. I fear not what man might say about me. And all of his rejections I do not fear, but I do fear God. Therefore I cannot lie to please you. I must tell the truth in the sight of God. I am the Son of God." A woman in the audience now cried out, "I knew it!" I mean, he's a good speaker in moments, for fuck's sake. Shortly afterwards, Krishna and his disciples depart in their Buick station wagon, Southern California. That's the car of Christ, the station wagon. Got it. Now in the paper he wrote about all of this, Catton would make an observation that while many of the people did attend the meeting as spectators, a lot of people there seemed genuinely concerned about whether or not Krishna was Christ. He classified the audience as belonging to two groups, seekers and observers. Seekers wanted to know religious truths. Observers just wanted to see a show. I guess I'd be an observer. Seekers were surprisingly, to me at least, less likely to become church members, or to be church members, attended church less often than observers, more frequently read the Bible, and were more inclined to believe in the possibility of the second coming, and often thought about where and how they would spend eternity. They were also lonelier, were slightly more apprehensive about societal issues like war and economic depression. In short, they had strong religious interests but did not belong to organized religion. Those impulses were not fed into the normal channels, and they were also maybe a bit more neurotic. They were also more prone to come to second and third meetings than observers, though the number of observers grew as the meetings went on. Probably haven't heard about something ridiculous and wanted to get better look at. All in all, the seekers were the people that Catton predicted would become followers. And his data from the questionnaires matched up with this. One question was, how likely are you to believe that Krishna was Christ? Attendees answered it. After each meeting, the seekers on average reported being more and more likely after every meeting, while the observers reported being less and less likely. In response to one questionnaire item, what do you think was the main thing that you got out of coming to this meeting? There were several different responses. Satisfaction of Krishna being the Christ was one, so that's a bummer. A lovely, friendly feeling and a light heart. Okay. Satisfaction that he is a fraud. Bingo! And several respondents actually said that he was an antichrist. Also in 1952, the cult helps victims of an earthquake now. The Bakersfield earthquake of August 22nd, 1952 shook the city to its foundation. It was an aftershock of the Kern County earthquake from 33 days earlier. That was a 7.3 magnitude earthquake that killed 12 and wounded hundreds. This smaller quake of 5.8 damaged scores of buildings, killed 2, seriously injured at least 35. And the fountain rushed in to help. There were 11 in the party, and they came in 2 cars, the Californian reported. They were led by a very tall, barefooted gentleman in a yellow robe. They call him Master. The party included several women, also in robes and barefooted. The Master and his party were immediately, went immediately to the police station, from where they called Tom Wingate, chairman of the Bakersfield Red Cross chapter, to offer their services. When it was suggested the situation appeared to be under control, the Master said quietly, "There is always work to be done. The men are trained in every conceivable type of field service and rescue work," the newspaper reported. "And the women are trained as nurses, can do kitchen work and take care of children. We will go anywhere the disaster strikes, whether it be a great fire, an earthquake, a flood, or a plane crash," the Master told the Californian. What an odd way for them to recruit and get their name out, disaster relief. What if this cult had gotten big enough to have really helped with Hurricane Katrina many years later, right? And then now New Orleans, is quickly and completely rebuilt, but super infested with robe-wearing fountain-cold members. Is it worth it? Strange to think about. Also in 1952, Sister Nerea joins her mother, Helena, at the fountain. Helena had been living there since earlier that year. At the time, Nerea was married to a man named Hugh, had 2 daughters, Alinda and Kathy. When Hugh got wind of what was going on, he headed down to the fountain, got Alinda and Kathy the fuck on out of there on August 30th, 1952, and then would get full custody. They would never return to the compound. So, good man. Hail Hugh. Hail Nimrod. Sister Audrey, John Fisher's mother, the guy who wrote the book that has been our main source for this cult, joined the fountain in 1953. According to John, Mom was not really into religion, and she was fairly intelligent. Her handwriting was beautiful. She could do just about any crossword. She could make wedding dresses, Levi pants, and was a terrible cook. Is it just me, or is that a fucking weird combo of attributes to list in the opening of a bio? He continued with, although she dropped out of 10th grade, which she did supposedly because she refused to wear gym shorts because she was afraid people might make fun of her knees. Okay. She did manage to have 6 kids, gave the first up for adoption, and kept the rest of us to be raised in a fruitcake cult. But it was fun times. Was she fairly intelligent? The woman who dropped out of school because other students might make fun of her knees? She seems a little nuts. March 29th, 1953, the first annual convention of the Fountain of the World begins in Box Canyon, California. Members celebrate Easter, Christmas, and the New Year, all in one 3-day service in March. And they initiate new members into the precinct. May 31st, 1953, Krishna Benza leaves for Canada, stopping in Boise, Idaho. Along the way, probably drove right past the Suck Dungeon. Right? Probably just fucking headed up Highway 95. In Boise, a woman named, that's pretty weird to think about, actually. I didn't connect that when I was doing the research. It just right past a place where I grab lunch often, right off of the Highway 95. He was just zipping along there. Actually, there's a couple places I guess to eat off 95. And at one point, he was driving right past that area. Boise, a woman named Sister Barbara would join. This is how she described first seeing the Master. We met Krishna Venta when my dad, Merritt, had just been diagnosed with cancer, and the doctors said he had 6 months to live. My mother, Muriel, was absolutely beside herself. When Sunday came, Mom and I went to our usual Church of Religious Science in the historic Owyhee Plaza Hotel in Boise, Idaho, and in came this tall fellow with long hair, a beard, and a yellow robe. It was 1953, and no one, and I do mean absolutely no one, dressed in anything except proper attire. Yeah, especially in Boise. This Church of Religious Science, she refers to, as part of that New Thought movement I mentioned earlier. Its core teaching is that God is all there is in the universe, not just present in heaven or in assigned deities, as believed by traditional teachings. Its power can be used by all humans to the extent that they recognize and align themselves with its presence. Its founder, Ernest Holmes, who established the church in 1926, said, God is not a person, but a universal presence, already in our soul, already operating through our own consciousness. And I actually like that quite a bit. God is universal presence everywhere, part of everything. Just wanted to point out what that church was to illustrate how Sister Barbara was already part of a non-traditional school of religious thought when she met Krishna, which is, of course, going to make her much more open to his teachings. She continued saying, I was barely 22 years old, quite immature for my age. The first thing KB did was go around the room with about 20 people and ask us what our philosophy was. Each of us, of course, said to follow Jesus' teachings, and he said that was right. After the service, Mom said, I want to meet him. Come with me. I dutifully did and heard Mom ask him if he did any healing. He said, quote, some. Anyway, after they chatted, Krishna said, bring him to my hotel room tomorrow afternoon. I love some. Do I do any healing? A little. Some. I do a little something. A little something, time to time. To me, that's proof right there this guy's full of shit. I mean, do I heal? Yeah, but I don't know everybody. It's not like part of my like normal routine. It's not part of like my main plan. My ways are mysterious. Maybe I'll fucking heal your dad, and maybe I'll let him die. It depends on my mood. It depends on his immune system and what doctors, say is possible. I mean, it depends on mysterious wisdom and stuff. Then she writes, that night I got into the car before Mom did. When she got in, she said that Krishna told her that he was Christ. Well, I about his healing. I said, what? Mom and Dad both believed him. Dad had been praying for the Christ to come and heal him and felt that his prayers had been answered. Dad went to the hotel room the next day, even after hearing what Mom said, and when he saw KB, he knew that he was Christ and said he cried like a baby. Oh, boy. A couple in the church asked Krishnaventa and Mother Ruth to stay with them at their home while she was in Boise, so KB began giving lectures every evening at the couple's home, and Mom and I went to them. All I can really remember about the lectures is that they were spellbinding. I also think he did refer to gathering the elect. So eventually, Krishnaventa went back to California, and Muriel and Merritt kept in touch. Krishna soon sent brother Isaiah and brother Samuel up to Boise to take the couple back in a car. Barbara stayed behind initially. More on Merritt being healed or not soon. Merritt and Muriel arrived at the compound August 14th. That week, there was a huge fire in the town of Tehachapi, a little over 100 miles to the north, where the commune once again volunteered to help support the firefighters. There, they helped fight a fire in Fillmore, then they helped to fire. Oh my God, I can't talk. Then they helped fight a fire. My brain was still stuck on Tehachapi. My brain was stuck on why is there so many fucking difficult words in this country. It is a melting pot, and man, so many fucking different languages and stuff influence so many of these geographical areas and towns and stuff. It's just cool until you try and say the word. Okay, so they fight the fire in the Fillmore, August 18th. Then another fire in San Bernardino, from the 25th to September 1st. Then another fire September 6th. Meanwhile, Merritt and Muriel keep pestering Barbara to come down and join them. She doesn't want to. Later, she said she liked the idea initially of being around a bunch of young men there, but the picture she saw of them showed them wearing long hair, beards, which wasn't her thing. But then her sister, with whom that she shared an apartment, gets engaged. Now she, doesn't have a place to stay. Really wants to meet some dudes. Also, with her sister moving in with her new husband, Barbara, I already said that. She has nowhere to go, so she goes to the fountain. To her surprise, loves it. Especially loves a young man that she was introduced to named Alvin. She goes to work in the nursery, where there were around 7 kids to take care of. Then she would start working in the laundry, in the kitchen, and the sewing room. Meanwhile, from October to December 1953, Krishna would be traveling from San Diego to Denver to San Francisco, constantly looking for new recruits, right? Fund that cult, get some more money. On March 29th, 1954, once again, that 3-day celebration, Peter Kamenoff marries Sister Maria. Peter. So much more on him in a bit. By April of 1954, there will be approximately 135 members in the cult. Men, women, children living on the compound. Summer of 1954, Krishna visits Washington, D.C. Then in October, visits New York City. A newspaper ad in New York Times on October 2nd called for crowds to join him for 3 nights of dynamite truths delivered by Krishnaventa. The 3 topics he'd be speaking about were, war is not for me. Let us make money and die. And my love lies sleeping. If you truly wish to cultivate peace, it said, do not miss these 3 lectures. Yeah, sounds really informative, not even a little bit crazy. He would stay in New York until December. No word on how well recruiting goes, so probably not good. November 18th, 1954, Merritt, Barbara's dad, husband of Muriel, dies of cancer. What? But what about Frank Jesus' healing powers? Well, since it was a year later than the doctors had predicted, both Barbara and Muriel think it is a miracle. It's a miracle he has lived that extra year, a miracle from Krishna Venta, aka Jesus. And I gotta say, what a shitty miracle, right? It sounds like a pretty low rent deity, right? Can you save me, God? Yes, my child, but like only for about a year. Listen, body cancer is super hard, and it wears me out. What? December of 1954, back in Box Canyon, Krishna Venta, back from New York now, declares that a negative wave is coming from Mongolia and orders cult members that they are not to have food, water, or work until the wave passes, only chanting every 2 hours. Sources don't indicate how long they had to fight this fucking badass negative wave. Must not have been too long because no one died from dehydration or starvation. And now, perhaps with lectures not drawing as much attention as he was hoping for, Krishna Venta decides to get a bit more outrageous and decides to crucify himself, kind of. On March 30th, he carries a 60-pound cross while wearing a robe with brown sackcloth. His wavy hair flows around his face as he staggers up a 125-foot hill in front of a bunch of onlookers. As he stumbles, cult members kick and beat him, reenacting the biblical scene. He then has cult members acting as Romans hoist him up on the cross where he will sit on the bicycle seat, fake nails sticking out his hands and legs, ketchup running down his body, like literally ketchup. So kind of not really crucifies himself. More of a fucking mockery, really, of being crucified. More of a disrespectful cosplay crucifixion. Candles illuminate this corny-ass scene. A small crowd of non-members gathered to watch the spectacle. They've been drawn to the event by newspaper and radio advertisements that the group had put out in the days before. I can only imagine how much laughter they tried to hold in. A voice on a loudspeaker narrated what was happening. Women began to sing, "Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they crucified my Lord?" I don't know the melody. That's the words. Actors then carried Krishna down and the reenactment was over. On the valley floor, Krishna wrapped himself in a warm robe with Ruth and 2 other women at his side. He vanished into his quarters to recover. Now back to Frank Jesus' legal drama. September 25th, 1955, a court decision is given by Justice Roger Traynor of the California Supreme Court regarding Krishna and Lucille's divorce. He's fucking still dealing with this. She's still trying to get back child support payments from this fucking deadbeat. The ruling would be particularly illuminating when it came to how holy this dickhead really was or wasn't. When plaintiff obtained the interlocutory decree, presumably at the time of the divorce in 1944, defendant told her that he would plan his life accordingly so he would be protected. He said that he would form this organization where people would give all their possessions into the organization and he would be the head of the organization. Nothing would be in his name. Everything would be in the name of the organization. Yet he would have them arrange for all the money he wanted to use anytime he wanted it. What a weasel. Defendant's principal contention is that he has neither money nor property nor earnings and that he is therefore without ability to pay the increased amounts. At no time has he contended that he is unable to earn sufficient money to support the children. In 1941 and 1942, he was employed at the shipyards in Oakland as a timekeeper, and at the time of the divorce, he was working as a machinist helper for about $75 a week. Shortly after the divorce, he changed his name to Krishna Venta and founded a religious society, the WKFL Fountain. The letters stand for Wisdom, Knowledge, Faith, and Love. The society was incorporated in 1951 and is governed by a board of directors and officers. Defendant is the treasurer of the society and its spiritual leader or master. Neither he nor anyone connected with the society receives a salary as such. About 100 members reside at a home maintained by the society at Canoga Park in Ventura County. They have a communal system of living and none of them works on the outside. All food, clothing, and medical care are provided by the society. Funds are obtained from new members who transfer all their property to the society on being admitted to membership and from gifts, plays presented by the members. I forgot that they were charging for those plays. And donations received for fighting fires. Defendant and his present wife and their young daughter occupy a small room, and 5 other children of defendants sleep in a garage made into a bedroom with 3 other children living at the society's home. Defendant makes periodic automobile trips to Denver to carry on the work of the society. Occasionally, he stops at Las Vegas and Reno to gamble. And on some occasions, the society and various persons have advanced him money for that purpose, but he has never won. What? He's taking his followers' money and gambling in Vegas and Reno. That's a new one. And never wins. What kind of Jesus can't beat the fucking dealers in blackjack? Or pick the right number on the roulette wheel? Oh my God, this is the Vegas stuff I alluded to earlier. In Las Vegas, he once lost $2,900. And in payment, and in payment through checks on a bank in which he had no funds. The society paid part of the amount due on the checks, and no civil action or criminal charges were then brought against the defendant for issuing them. God, this fucker was gambling on money he didn't even have. I picture, was he wearing his yellow saffron robe in the casinos too? You know, how fucking weird would that be? Just to walk into a casino and you see this Jesus-looking dude, long hair, big beard, you know, this robe. Oh, come on!
And he's barefoot.
How can you hit 21 that many times in a row? No one's that lucky. You're cheating. The devil's helping you. Only the devil could beat me, the Jesus. 7 straight hands. The judge continued with the society paid the cost of a trip by defendant to Europe in 1949, a trip to South America in 1951, and trips in 1952 to 54 cities in the U.S. to study, in the United States, to study fire equipment and fire departments, and to advance the cause of the society. A member of the board of directors usually accompanies him on trips and handles temporal matters. For all contributions that he receives and for all his expenditures, defendant accounts to the board of directors, and there is no evidence of unauthorized use of society funds. The society pays all of defendant's expenses, including the $60 per month for the support of his children ordered at the criminal proceeding, and at the time of the proceeding, it also supplied him with funds with which to buy gifts for his children, ice skates costing $65 for his daughter, and a wristwatch, tennis shoes, and other gifts for his son. It also paid the fees for his attorney in both the 1951 and present proceedings. Well, the judgment ruled that Francis was guilty of not paying child support. He did pay support, but not all the support he's supposed to, and he was to be taken to jail. This would make some of his followers question why he was in charge of their spiritual enlightenment, right? He clearly gambled. They also found out he smoked, smoking cigars and cigarettes, had a laundry list of vices. I don't know why my stomach will not fucking stop making it. But preached to them that they were supposed to live pure and noble lives. His attorneys, undoubtedly paid for by the foundation, got him out of jail on the child support charges. But then he was sued for $4,300 in back rent for the Box Canyon property. He resolved this only to be hauled back into court again in Ventura County and ordered to now pay $50 per month in back payments for his now 2 grown children with receipt. He appealed and won. It was ruled that he didn't have to increase his support of $20 each month, as the judge had ordered. An interesting dissent, though, was filed by one judge at the time of the appeal, stating that any father can now enter a religious cult where property is owned communally and escape payment for the support of children. March of 1956 now, Barbara, who along with Alvin and their son, Karan, left to live in Chicago. She married a fellow cult member, so she found a dude, and then they both left the cult. But soon things will not work out with Alvin, and she will return with her kids. July 10th, 1956, Krishna Venta, leader of the small group of fountain members, heads to Canada to find land on which to wait out the incoming race war and subsequent nuclear war with the Russians, and probably get out of the country where his ex-wife just fucking will not leave him alone when it comes to old child support. No properties are found in Canada, so they head west to Fairbanks, Alaska, arriving on July 29th and then continuing south to Homer. At this time, there are about 140 cult members in total. Venta would tell a newspaper there that they wanted to get out of the rat race in the big city, and they felt like Alaska, there would be lots of work for them. He listed the group's goals as spiritual upliftment, economic security, spiritual love, scientific development, service, and not having to pay more fucking child support. My God, she's bleep me dry. No, maybe not the last one, but the rest for sure. By the fall, he announced plans to move to the Kenai Peninsula in Alaska. Members filed homestead claims, made a theological change by announcing that they would now wear shoes in the 20-degree below zero winters. Suddenly, they're not worried about nervous breakdowns now that they're no longer living in sandal weather. How convenient for them to suddenly change, one of their beliefs. Krishna Venta was not going to accompany the majority of members who went to Alaska. He'll visit, but he's not going to live up there. It's alleged that he wanted to get homesteads up there for members so they could start farming to make some more money for the foundation. Until they could make that farm money, he planned to have them entertain people in bars and taverns, singing songs and dancing, playing the gut bucket, the guitar, the banjo, and the bass. Maybe air banjo? Krishna Frank is Jesus. Krishna Frank is wearing his sandals now. Not worried about nervous breakdowns because it gets too cold. Whether they were farming or entertaining, at least if he gone, he could fuck to wives.
This guy is nuts. I like this podcast, though.
In California.
Again, time suck with
apparently, the people he was going to send to Alaska are mostly men. Mostly men who are the husbands of attractive women. Women who will stay behind in Box Canyon and be introduced to Frank Jesus' God Hawk. By September 17th, 1956, Krishna had returned from his exploratory trip up north. Construction work had begun on a new headquarters back in Box Canyon, always building new stuff. Soon, Christian declares that he's going to take the first 40 fountain members to stay in Alaska in February of 1957. It's so confusing again because of the way the sources write about this stuff. It sounds like there was a couple people for an exploratory trip, make some plans, come back, wait a little bit, now 40 going. In the meantime, he's going to head to Denver, leaving the members to grapple with fire season back in California. March 8th, 1957, Ed Clark from the Oxnard Courier arrives to take some pics of cult members loading up to head to Alaska. Doesn't seem like everyone will find what they were looking for in Alaska. May 5th, 1957, a member named Jerry Goldberg, he's had enough. Returns from Alaska, signs a release for all his possessions, and leaves with just his car. Another member, Joseph Burton, is kicked out on June 15th, but according to John, we let Joseph back in the next day. Very few of the members could survive in the outside world alone. And in truth, it was this fear of the outside world that kept many people at the fountain. Yep. David Allen was the next to leave Alaska in June. A man named Vernon followed in July. More men follow. Soon there was a shortage of men in the Alaska group. Christian Vincent would now lecture to the women. Ladies, please, close your Bibles. Listen to me as I speak from my Jesus heart. I want you to start sucking my dick more, a lot more. I'm Jesus, for Christ's sake. And if Jesus wants his dick sucked, Jesus should get his dick sucked. Do you have any idea how many women around the world love Jesus? I got millions of women who would kill someone to suck my dick, yet here I sit with a dry dick not in anyone's mouth. Unbelievable and unacceptable. Did I say I wanted to speak from my heart? I meant groin. Now that I have said my piece, please, we can open our Bibles back up. No, that's not what he said. Here's what he said. The women will have to take the place of men around the fountain now that we have a shortage of men. There is no difference between men and women, only passion. Okay. Know what your capacity of lifting is and apply yourselves. Always wear pants. Go in pairs. Watch your movements. Don't be suggestive. My God. In your weak moments, go to someone who is strong. Do everything in pairs. Erica is to stay away from Herbert. She is to continue to watch the children. I love that he singles out Erica and Herbert. Listen, ladies, I know you get horny sometimes. Watch your movements. Keep your pants on.
Singles out Erica and
protect your vaginas. And also, Erica, you and Herb, stay away from each other. I see what you're doing.
So, Erica,
you and Herb. Teenage Herbert Foundation. And I see what you're doing. Even though she was much older, exact age, not given. Herbert was attending college at UCLA. Christian told Herbert that Erica was not right for him. He also ordered her to keep her hands and other body parts away from Herbert. Which is probably why she kept beating the crap out of us kids in the nursery, John Fisher will later say in the book he wrote about growing up there. This place. Over the summer of 1957, Frank Jesus keeps sending more and more men to Alaska, right? Trying to fucking balance out the ratios up there. Also keeping more and more women for himself in California. Also that summer, things not going great with Naria and Peter Kamenoff's marriage. Peter had been working outside the fountain for almost a year now at this point. He was still in Box Canyon, still participating in group activities, still out soliciting for money, but also, having to work outside to bring them money, and he's horny and sad. Naria had recently kicked Peter out of bed. She wasn't going to fuck him anymore. She tried to convert him to the concept of a spiritual marriage on Christian Aventa's advice, where they would be married but not have sex ever again. Peter was starting to wonder if the master was fucking his wife. He moves to Alaska in July after breaking it off with Naria, and he will send her a bunch of letters. Naria misses him. She leaves for Alaska on August 10th. When she gets there, she finds out that Peter has left the fountain base in Alaska to find work elsewhere. There's not enough to do there. On August 24th, Ralph Muller now arrives in Homer, Alaska with a letter for Naria from Peter. He wants her to follow him and leave the cult. She doesn't want to. September 8th, Peter shows up in Naria's cabin in Homer, shouting and threatening to take their son Aaron if she won't go with him. Naria's terrified of this possibility because she's already lost custody of two daughters, right, with Hugh. When she joined the fountain, the two get into a fight. It turns physical. Then when Peter leaves, Naria heads to the group's Alaska headquarters where the master is staying during one of his visits. And he tells her to hang on to her son, let Peter leave. He has her stay at headquarters with him, and I'm guessing, probably fucks her a bunch. Late 1957, Peter, Ralph's wife, Patricia, moved back to California where Patricia gets a job as a school teacher. They're all out of this cult. From time to time, Peter and Ralph will visit the commune with Peter attempting to see his son Aaron, but the master keeps blocking his efforts. Now Peter and Ralph try to wake up some of the other members to who this terrible leader really is. They've done a bunch of digging, asked a bunch of questions, and they found out a bunch of shit. They point out that all the times the Christian disappears with a woman, sometimes a woman's wife, he's probably fucking her. They talk about he uses their money for cigars and gambling. The master tells his flock that these men are liars, false prophets, recruiting members for their own breakaway sect. They want to be the cult leaders. He tells them they're horrible, women beaters, and more. On October 14th now, Krishna gives some lectures in Los Angeles. A little break from the Peter story. We'll return to that. He appears on Paul Coates' TV program the 10th and the 11th of November, then completes the lecture series in LA on November 25th. Back at the compound. Things are getting more and more apocalyptic. He tells the group that every 40,000 years there is a downfall. We are now entering the 6th downfall. Downfall means a natural condition which brings about a revitalizing of man. Strange things happen in the heavens every 40,000 years. There is a vast force causing this earth to rotate on its axis, and it moves at 1,000 miles per hour. Every 40,000 years, our earth moves between the two suns, which is the purification plant. Out of it, the way it's written, which is a purification plan. Out of it will come an earthquake, which will have a strange reaction upon the earth. All man-made buildings will be treated as dust. They will be so easily moved. All buildings will be lowered to this earth, and there will be no security in the hills, where they will also fall. We are now in the throes of Armageddon, after which there will be 1,000 years of peace. No minister can save your soul. We are the only ones who can save it. Cult, cult, cult. And we can do it by doing good. Others who were to have gathered the 144,000 elect and bring about the United Order failed their mission. They must be gathered and sealed by 1965. And that was a lot. I don't remember our solar system having two suns, by the way. The Earth does spin around at about 1,000 miles an hour, though. He got some of that right. December 8th, 1958, Peter Kamenov. Now we're back with Peter. He's 42. Ralph Mueller, 33. They are fucking sick. They're trying to speak reason to cult members. Peter, very frustrated, not being able to see his son. And they decide to go to the authorities. They visit the office of James H. Mulvey, special agent for the California Attorney General in Los Angeles. When Mulvey's secretary rings him, she says she has two men. She says there are two men here who want to make a complaint against Jesus Christ. Seriously, that's what they said. They said they needed to complain about the Christian Lord and Savior. He wasn't the man of the Bible that he claimed to be. This is going to be good. Mulvey wasn't the man of the Bible that he claimed to be. Ralph and Peter said that they believed that Krishna was Jesus, really was Christ. But that wasn't what was bothering them. It's just that, something must have gone wrong with his reincarnation because he was doing things that OG Christ never thought of doing. Mulvey had to be careful not to show his doubt on his face. And I imagine not burst out, just laughing. Having had experience with cults, he told them, go on. They claimed that Krishna had sexual relationships with numerous female members, including girls under the age of consent. Right? Cult. So fucking extra weird for me to think about all this going on while a show like Leave It to Beaver is being made not far away. Right? That TV series started being broadcast over a year before these guys were making this complaint. And it was being filmed, less than 25 miles away as this is all happening. Father Knows Best, another wholesome 50s TV series, also being broadcast, filmed this time about 30 miles away. This is just so not the 50s, I imagine, when I think of the 1950s. This is not the nostalgic 50s diner type of 50s I think about. This is all happening a solid decade before the counterculture revolution. Well, the guys add that Frank Jesus tried to make his affairs with women seem okay by declaring that he was in spiritual marriages with all these women. The guy said that this has happened to their wives. They finally realized that whenever they went to fight a fire, Krishna was grabbing their wives and fucking them. And not all of these interactions sounded completely consensual. Ralph said, my wife also told me that he slept with her one night and it became so rough she could not explain it. She said his approach was so crude she just had to get away from him. That was before we were married. But he still thinks that this guy's Jesus. He's worried that Jesus has changed. The fucking mental hurdles these guys are jumping over is unreal. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Jesus. These guys are jumping over Jesus. Oh boy, howdy he is. I just was hoping you could talk to Jesus and maybe just ask him to stop sleeping with everyone, I mean, officer, at least ask Jesus to stop sleeping with the kids, stop sleeping with Jesus and my wife. I mean, officer, at least ask Jesus to stop sleeping with the kids, stop sleeping with the kids and the wives. Boy, howdy would be much obliged. The guy told Special Agent Mulvey that they didn't believe Christian's explanation for why he was sleeping with everyone's wives. He told them that he was cold-blooded and needed somebody to keep his body warm. Yeah. This is great. That was his real excuse, apparently. Guys. Yes, you caught me. Okay, you caught me sleeping with your wives. All right? Yes, but listen, you caught me. Out of any adulterous desire. All right? Hear me out. This is embarrassing. But I'm reptilian. Yeah, there it is. I said it. Yeah, Jesus is a lizard person. It's crazy, right? So yeah, I'm cold.
Yeah, there it is.
Not
I said it.
metaphorically, like literally.
Yeah.
Especially my appendages, especially my lizard donkey donk, my cold horse popsicle cock. And it
Dude,
could
how
fall
have
out
I never heard
if I don't
about this
stick it in a
cult
safe, warm
until
place.
today?
And I know
dude?
you might be thinking, but wait a minute, you already have
This
one.
is
I know, I
Time
do.
Suck with Dan
But
Cummins,
you gotta
and
keep
it's
this a secret.
episode
She's also cold.
348.
Kind of. Just her
The
holes.
Fountain Cult.
She has cold lizard holes.
This is a 1950s
And we can have
cult.
kids, sure, you know, but I
What
can't
is going
warm up my
on?
profit
There was
steak.
little
You know,
man Godzilla.
I gotta reheat my meat, so to speak, after Spelunka Duncan in her ice cave, or I'm gonna die. And then Satan will win. Is that what you want? So yeah, that's why I do it. That's the best story I can come up with real quick.
And then Satan
that's
will
the
win.
truth.
Is that what you want?
They also described how he practiced medicine without a license. Or I guess did not practice medicine. They said he allowed a lot of sick cult members to die from lack of medical attention. After hearing them out, Mulvey had one question. How hot are your wives? Really paint a picture for me. Every detail is important. No, he asked, what do you want me to do? Ralph and Peter said that they wanted authorities to keep them, to help them get their wives' money back. They also wanted Krishna to be barred from practicing medicine. They volunteered to help in any way they could by getting a confession, for example. And then the guys paused, exchanged little glances, and admitted that they actually did want something else. And the conversation now took a darker tone. They told Special Agent Mulvey that it would be good for society if Krishna Venta could be, quote, eliminated. He was tarnishing his group's name, and he was tarnishing Christ's name. Mulvey later said he thought that they were using the metaphor when they used the word eliminate. So he didn't, pay this call for the master's death too much attention. He said the Attorney General's office had started an investigation, and additional evidence, any evidence that the men could bring them would be, welcome and appreciated. And they did, start an investigation. He'd already put it together on orders from Edmund G. Brown, the Attorney General of California. At the time of this little exchange, the dossier read, Case B 1610, Krishna Venta, alias Frank Jessen, alias Francis H. Pensivic, alias Ben Kovic. 6.5 feet tall, 180 pounds, blue eyes, tattoo on left forearm. Born March 29, 1911, San Francisco. Arrested El Paso, 1930. Burglary. Little Rock, 1931. Petty larceny. Los Angeles, 1932. Petty theft. San Francisco, 1934. Vagrancy. Miami, 1935. Mann Act. Phoenix, 1934. Writing threatening letters to the president. Santa Paula, 1942. Fictitious checks. Stockton, 1942. Psychological observation. East Los Angeles, 1949. Failure to provide. Also indication of trouble in Nicaragua, New York, London, Sweden, Italy. Suggest FBI check. So, holy shit, a lot more than I've already went over. Mulvey told the men that any information they had on Krishna Venta, the better chances that a case against him could begin, as soon as possible. Ralph and Peter agreed, but then privately, the two guys decided they would do more than just gather information, a lot more. They decided now to take matters into their own hands. December 9th, 1958, Ralph appears at an oil well supply company in Whittier, telling the clerk he's buying supplies to be used in some blasting. Ralph and Peter then drive to a cheap, no-name motel on the outskirts of Tarzana, less than 5 miles from the Box Canyon compound. They arrive before dusk in a rickety pickup truck. Hunkered down in their room, Peter writes farewell letters to his loved ones, including his young son, Aaron. I am willing to give up my life to free you. Then, using a tape recorder, they document some martyr statements as the tape whirs. It is now 7:30 p.m., notes Ralph. Within the next 4 hours, he will drive to Box Canyon, see Krishna. We will. And then demand a right adjustment to be made. This may be our last night in the world. Dear God, give us freedom or death. 20 sticks of dynamite, 3 detonators, batteries, blasting caps, and electric cable sat in their truck. They've made a bomb. And now they made their way to the compound. They arrive in Box Canyon around midnight, December 10th, 1958. In the administrative building, they confront Krishna, telling him they knew what he was up to, and he needs to make a fucking public confession about all his sins. And Venta refuses, even laughs in their faces. He says he has already informed his loyal followers of the lies that Peter and Ralph are telling about him. He told the true believers that Peter and Ralph were the real sinners, the ones who have been preying on the group's women, right? That motherfucker spins it on him. Knowing that Krishna Venta is never going to change his ways, Ralph and Peter now decide to kill him and detonate the crude bomb they had made. How exactly they did this is unclear, but they fucking did it. Ralph, Peter, Krishna Venta, and 7 other people are immediately blown to fucking pieces. Several other members also badly burned. These guys blew this cult leader the fuck up, literally. The brick building they were in, also demolished. injuring some others who've been sleeping inside. Barbara, Sister Barb, living in a nearby women's dorm, is awakened by a loud bang. When she sees the flames, she said, apparently, "Oh, look out there. It's positively beautiful out there." God, these people are weird. Yeah, Barb, that's a normal reaction, sure. Her bunkmate, Priest Letta, said, "I think we better find out where the beautiful is coming from." I feel like Priest Letta might have added in her mind, "You fucking lunatic." It was chaos as everyone ran from building to building trying to figure out what's going on. Everyone wanted to know if Krishna Venta was okay. Where's the master? Meanwhile, another Box Canyon resident, Mrs. Dorothy Ham, was the first to call the Ventura County Sheriff's Office in Chatsworth. At around 1:30 in the morning, she exclaimed that something has exploded where those strange people live. Other callers wanted to know if the nearby Rocketdyne plant had blown up or if the Russians had dropped a hydrogen bomb on American Aviation's experimental testing station near Chatsworth. The local undersheriff dispatched a deputy to the Fountain of the World's compound. The deputy reports back that a major disaster has occurred at the religious colony. An explosion has completely destroyed the organization's main building, set fire to a nearby dorm, and started a blaze that was now sweeping through the woods. The fire department as well as ambulances are dispatched. Local cult volunteer firefighters would also be helping if they hadn't just been exploded. The California Highway Patrol is on its way. Within 30 minutes, 200 firefighters are battling a blaze in the woods. There would be no saving of many of the buildings. All that remained of the old headquarters, once a solid 2-story stone structure, was part of a fireplace and one shattered wall of rock. The entire front of the nearby dormitory had been blown off, half of it charred by fire. Wandering through the wreckage are some long-haired, bearded men and women in handkerchiefs, all of them barefoot. Lael, Krishna's 8-year-old son, tells officers on the scene that his father has died in the blast. They also interviewed Princess Mary, a one-time Broadway actress who left the stage to follow Venta when he appeared at the theater she was working. She insisted that Master Venta was still amongst his followers, though they couldn't tell what she meant. Was he alive, or was it just, metaphorically? All she would say is that he was everywhere as pure spirit. Oh boy. Can you imagine trying to fucking work with these people to figure out a crime scene? Where is he? Everywhere as pure spirit. After her, they spoke to Brother Martin, a colony member who said that something strange had happened with 2 men, Paul and Ralph. He had heard raised voices from the administrative building, which he found odd because speaking harshly was against the rules. Brother Martin was the one who would tell the officers who was in the building when it exploded and who had died. The next interview was with Bishop Isaiah, John Fisher's stepdad. Isaiah announced that he would do nothing to try to bring whoever was responsible to justice, since that would be against the Fountain's principles. If they found that person, they would just invite them in and offer them love. Okay. But of course, both people responsible had already been invited in and both were dead. By this time, FBI men and deputies from the LA County Sheriff's Office had arrived, also start interviewing members. An explosives expert would figure out that the bomb was probably made from gelatin dynamite, a much more explosive form of dynamite than the regular kind. In the days that followed the blast, the remaining cult members knelt in the charred ruins to pray for hours a day. Ruth would tell investigators that Krishna himself had predicted 18 years earlier that he would be cremated in 1958. Sure he did. Probably made predictions for every year he was going to die. "Do not use the word dead," she told them. "He is the Christ, and we do not believe in death." She went on to say that Krishna's original body was probably in Meta Verde Valley at the foot of Mount Everest. Hello. Cool story, bro. Just read your Bible. It's all there. December 17th, the week after the blast. 3 children at the cult will be flown to Alaska to be reunited with their parents. A couple days later, all the kids are going to be required by authorities to go live with their parents, and a process of reuniting begins. In the absence of Krishna Venta, Bishop Nakona and Brother Isaiah take charge of day-to-day operations of the group. The leader's dead, but the cult is not. Members of Fountain of the World will be pallbearers and mourners at the funeral of their leader, December 19th, 1958. The funeral and burial will take place in North Hollywood. "We are trying very hard to react to this as the Master would want us to," a pilgrim named Sister Mary told the press. "That is to be cheerful and positive. Mourning is negative." And the cult would carry on again without Krishna. No Frank Jesus, no problem. They still had the Bible to guide them. An article published in the LA Times in March of 1959 wrote that the cult still numbered approximately 100 members who lived in a group of sprawling buildings in the barren Chatsworth Hills, about 30 miles north of LA. The article would go on to mention hundreds of cults in the area due to the fact that in LA, anyone could found a church by paying a filing fee of $15. And the mild climate meant that outdoor activities could take place year-round on a budget. Among those were the Holy Spirit Light Couch. That was an actual cult name. Holy Spirit Light Couch. I hope that's not just a typo from the source. Founded by Josephine DeCroix Trusts, with members numbering around 75,000. The group believed in reincarnation and also attributed human evils to Black Adams. that found their way into people's organs. Fucking awesome. There was also Arthur L. Bell, founder of Mankind United Incorporated, which had assets valued at over $3 million. That feels like that one might have just been a tax loophole. Another was a prophet named C.M. Daddy Grace, who wore fingernails 6 inches long, drove a red and white striped Cadillac, and lived with followers in an 85-room mansion. That might have been just a way to avoid paying taxes. So how did this cult survive? Well, some members simply claimed that Venta hadn't actually died. They said he was still alive. Identification of the dead bodies depended mainly on dental records, so they concocted a story that Venta had left his bridge work near his bed and fled before the blast took place. They said that since $10,000 had also disappeared that night, that meant that Krishna Venta had obviously escaped with it, and not some random opportunist. In the meantime, Ruth took charge, led the cult members in rebuilding. She told him that Krishna Venta would return in 2 years. He would rebuild himself cell by cell. Okay. In the end, 35 cultists would wait, things out for well over a decade before it all fizzled out in the 70s, it seems, living in the small buildings next to a sign that read, "Love one another, serve one another." Each day, 6 women would go door to door looking for donations. Twice a day, they would hold a concentration period during which they would recite the 11 core rules. Forget the outside world. Become familiar with the inside workings of oneself. Become unified with one another spiritually, mentally, and physically. Forget self. Forget selfish desires. Create a desire within oneself toward a higher spiritual equality. Obtain wisdom. Search for truth. Keep an open mind. Search for understandings in all things. Face problems without thought of escape. Become absorbed in love of all things, seen and unseen, and so fulfill the laws of God. Become teachers, not of the world, but in the world fountain, that all men who come out of the world shall find comfort in our midst. Also 1959, a fire destroys the headquarters building at the Fountain of Alaska. Bummer. But it wouldn't completely wipe out their little Alaska sect. Some of the cultists still trying to create homesteads there in the early 60s, spurred on by periodic visits from Ruth. Mother Ruth, now in charge. In the fall of 1961, brother Isaiah John Fisher and his mom returned to California. As the cult limps on, they lose more and more members. Soon, according to Barbara, it becomes like a Wild West with no rules. Barbara would end up marrying a guy named Bob. Both of them would live at the fountain until the late 60s. They get jobs in the outside world but still live on the compound, rent-free. Barbara continues to think that Jesus and Krishna were the same person. 1968, Charles Manson. Here we go. Some of the girls from his family reside for several months at the Fountain of the World. Manson even made an unsuccessful takeover bid. And Todd, who lived at the Box Canyon compound for nearly the entirety of the 60s with 2 daughters, said that Charlie would sing and play his guitar for us, and the girls would sing and harmonize. I complimented them one time because they did sing beautifully together. And 17-year-old daughter, Virginia Todd, told a reporter in 1969 that she never liked Manson. She said, "I didn't like him the first time I saw him. He was always staring at me, I bet, and kept asking me to come with him into his bus and hear him play the guitar." The remnants of the fountain ended up calling the police to rid themselves of Manson and his family. Once booted from the compound, Manson and his family moved his group to nearby Spawn Movie Ranch, only about 8 miles away, and the rest is history. And there was debate over how far the Krishna Venta's teachings influenced Manson's worldview. But, strong parallels, as we pointed out, between Venta's predicted apocalypse and Manson's helter-skelter, a bloody race war where the whites lose, after which the faithful emerge from hiding and inherit the earth. Same year, Sun Myung Moon and his followers also take up residence with the Fountain of the World community for several months. Born in 1920, Moon said that when he was 15, Jesus appeared to him and told him to take on an unspecified special mission on earth. He concluded he needed to go to Japan and to America so that I can let the world know the greatness of the Korean people, according to his later autobiography. Moon returned to South Korea, founded the Unification Church in 1954, another cult that became fucking huge. The Unification Church sought to create a harmoniously diverse new world order that would bond everyone in a big happy family. At the head of that unit was the charismatic Moon himself, known as the True Father, a veritable Adam, alongside his Eve, wife Pak Cha-han, aka the True Mother, born without original sin, capable of forging a new generation free from the same inherent stain. So that's pretty cool. Through mass arranged marriages and strict guidelines about sexual behavior, the organization infiltrated every part of a member's existence. Adherents were often called Moonies here in the West. Moon would go on to build a transcontinental business empire that rivaled his Unification Church in scope and power. He'd go from cult leader to billionaire businessman. We should suck him someday. Time magazine quoted him in 1976 as saying, The whole world is in my hand, and I will conquer and subjugate the world. So luckily he didn't accomplish that. By 1969, the core cult in Box Canyon down to just 15 members living on the compound. There were a few dozen peripheral members still, though. 3 years later, 1972, a few dozen members still hanging on, and some of them leave the cult to join another cult, Jim Jones's People's Temple. We're about 20 years later. 20 years after the formation of the initial cult. We're about 6 years later. They drink the Kool-Aid and die in Jonestown on November 18, 1978. What an odd life they led. Years in one weird-ass cult lead to more years in another, decades altogether, and then a mass suicide, mass murder. Both Krishnaventa and Jim Jones claim to be Jesus, so maybe those members' minds already prepped to accept insane claims. For the last founding members who didn't join the People's Temple, most would join an offshoot cult of Krishnaventa's followers. It would be called the Earth's Order of Melchizedek, EOOM. Om might kind of still be around. Maybe a few members are still alive. If so, they still revere Krishnaventa. Last we heard they did, under the name of Machiventa Melchizedek. Until sometime in the last few years, the group had a website that shared their teachings. One long testimony on the site, written by someone calling herself Matia Melchizedek, birth name K. Franklin Hoyne, a woman who joined the fountain originally in 1957, shared how the group transitioned from fountain to Om. And I feel like I need some sound bit for this. This reading needs it. Matai said, after the fire in Alaska in 1959, the fountain structure began disintegrating as we began focusing on personal goals instead of community goals. I applied to the governing body, the Acting Court of Apostles, for permission to open a fountain in Santa Clara, California. I had gathered 20 brothers and sisters who were like-minded, and we were determined we were ready to introduce the fountain structure to another community. The Acting Court of Apostles denied our request, and shortly thereafter began the dispersal of fountain personnel. Between the years 1962 and 1971, my Melchizedek education went into high gear. My mortal self learned of Tao flows, authority limitations, and how to recognize personal Melchizedek expression, while my Melchizedek self learned to deal with mortal limitation. On the spring equinox of 1971, I was initiated as Matia Melchizedek, and the constitution of Earth's Order of Melchizedek was revealed by Machiventa Melchizedek at a place called Omoshohaken, Oregon. It's a fucking native word. A small group of believers gathered quickly, and we established a community in the hills above Clear Lake, California, where the Melchizedek calendar was revealed, and Melchizedek communicated with the heads of state of all the nations of the planet. That's cool. We were instructed to move to the Palm Springs Indio Desert, which we did, and soon grounded the first temple community of Earth's Order of Melchizedek, where the first Earth Council Tau was grounded, from which issued another Melchizedek communication to the planetary heads of state, and we were instructed concerning the architecture of the temple. This is quite a run-on sentence. The structure of the temple community and the ceremonies attended to initiations and bestowals. The community, which we called the Garden of the Setting Sun, grew in less than a year from the founding age to over 125. Fuck those fucking weirdos. They're back over 100. These fucking weirdos who we know very little about. Then they moved to somewhere near the Grand Canyon for a while. Probably getting fucking their crystals charged with power. And then settled in Las Vegas, which becomes headquarters of Boom. Vegas feels like a good place for them. The members all changed their last names to Melchizedek in 1978. In Vegas, they hope to somehow take over the world. According to Matia, I am in contact sporadically with other living Melchizedeks, and we are, as yet, unable to achieve Melchizedek union. When we do reach union, we will quickly raise $70 to $100 million. That's a weird number range. To construct the Iyamayu community and rejuvenate which is the pilot structure of the New World Order. Until such time as we achieve union, we will continue to live our separate lives. So, still no New World Order for these people. I don't know. I hope she got the right meds and took them. It's unclear when the website was last updated before someone stopped, paying to have it remain active. It was run by somebody named James G. Kreutz, a.k.a. Abron Melchizedek. But it seems that he died in 2013. And with that, the remnants of this strange little cult seem to have probably, not certainly, but probably died with him.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Before I share a few final thoughts, let me first lift your spirits with the most popular, most important, maybe not popular, most important spiritual sponsor we have had thus far. Hello, Truth Seeker. Greetings, worshiper. Blessings and glory. I hope thy heart is full. You are no doubt familiar with the Holy Bible and perhaps also with its teachings. But are you familiar with the holy people? Perhaps you have prayed to God. Or have you ever prayed to God? Only in the holy people will you find the true word of God. Perchance you know the story of Adam and Eve. But do you know the story of the Euphrates? Do you know of ancient spaceships, Atlantis, and the Metaverde Valley? These stories are only documented in the Holy Bible. Only through careful study of the Holy Bible can you discover God's plan for you. So come, child. Let your cares melt away. Take off your clothes, put on this robe, remove your shoes before you have a nervous breakdown, and join me in Box Canyon. Find my newly rebuilt temple. But first, send some nude pics. Let me make sure your temple is ready to be filled with my temple. The Holy Bible is not for all. God's love is only for the 144,000 elect. And these holy soldiers must be pure, strong enough to destroy the Russians, deep enough to handle the Holy Hall. I imagine this all must be so confusing, but do not worry, do not be afraid. The Holy Bible will clear your mind. The Holy Bible, the only source for the true word.
I love it. I am calling it the Bible from now on.
Wow, that's fucking powerful. I think I might be religious now. I think my guiding light might just be the Holy Bible. I feel God in my heart a little bit. Anywho, the WFKL, founder of the world cult, has been sucked. What an odd fucking group. I learned some new stuff this week. In the first half of the 20th century, America was full of cults, or at least LA was. Numerous other cults certainly existed elsewhere around the US. I imagine the world has always been full of cults, right? We still have records on most of them.
And for those of you wondering, well, what's going on now since your latest update that's written in the description as 2/7/5 a.m. plans to double down, wage a war for Monday and or Saturday. Here's what's going on. There's a female upstairs that's going to prison for the rest of her life who's usually in the courtroom. She's really pleased that once again the North Everett Precinct has made themselves liable financially and legally by rejecting more legitimate reports at 8:48 a.m. today. It's a Friday, and if you missed it, for 17 months straight, these imbeciles that are completely cornered and doing nothing but tightening the nooses that are about to snap their symbolic necks. Remember, according to the FBI, that'll be next month when they'll be in jail, if you read the declarations that have been incorporated. Well, they're upstairs and they are planning to proceed. And since every Friday for 17 months straight, except for 5, they perpetrate frauds, felonies, and gross misdemeanors, it's fair to assume, based on that pattern of criminal conduct, i.e. criminality, and the fact that all that they've done for 6 months is guarantee decades in minimum mandatory sentences, that they're going to continue to accrue those until next month when the FBI had me inform them in that December 14th, 8:07 p.m. revised declaration, is when they're going to jail. But keep in mind, the FBI has not amended their statements since August that the prosecutors who will be federally disbarred this month in February. Ergo, I speculate that any more requests for fraudulent orders that require minimum mandatory sentences for anyone involved in the acquisition, possession, and/or enforcement is guaranteeing themselves years in prison, that the FBI is going to let them amass those until those prosecutors are federally disbarred, and then next month those officers are arrested.
Did all of the world's current major religions once start out as cults? I have to think they did. I bet they did without a single exception. I bet for as long as there has been society, there have been people who have claimed to know God's will in a way that no one else does, or to be God, to have all the answers to the big existential questions I imagine we need to have always asked in some form. Why are we here? How do we get here? Did a creative, sentient, celestial power make us? To what end? Where are they now? What do they want us to do? How do we please them? What reward do they have for those who do please them? How does our ego escape the trappings of mortality? Someone has always been around to say, come with me, child. I have the answers for which thou seeks.
And others of you may be like, why did you not file a new police report? Look at all of the crimes they committed just since your last police report, man. I've been watching these live streams. The reason why I haven't is because the FBI said, no, shh, not yet. That's why.
And that person, given an unnatural power over others, a person others believe to be a bridge, a conduit from this world to the next, that person's power over their followers, I'm guessing damn near always corrupts them if they weren't already corrupted, right? And now cult members are being used and abused. An old story, a really old story.
Again, quote, the cycle of subterfuge continues.
But the innumerable modern variations of it, hot damn, I find them so interesting. I found the story of the fountain very interesting. Francis Frank Herman Pensovic, Christian Aventa, the master. What a deadbeat dad, fucking horn dog grifter, a cult leader who often berated his followers, threatening them with punishment or expulsion if they didn't meet him.
So I'm going to speculate here that the goal today is the same as it's been many times over since August, and to acquire more pieces of paper that make everybody guaranteed to go to prison. And perhaps they'll get to do that again next week and even the week after that. But then it will be March.
Meet his exacting standards. That also happened. The people who had come to believe they couldn't survive in the outside world. That was terrifying. He demanded his followers, towards the end, be chaste, even though he followed his lustful urges into all kinds of places, according to whisperings and accusations of former members. Most excused their leaders' actions, but not all. Some were not so forgiving of Venta's obnoxious, obvious flaws. David Lackstrom, whose family lived in Box Canyon briefly, later remembered, he felt he did not have to follow the philosophies he had put forth. He would do anything to gain attention for himself. Most people there at the time wanted to believe he was the second coming, and they excused his human traits of smoking cigars, gambling, and driving way above his speed limit. That's a weird one. To me, he had a holier-than-thou attitude. I love that he doesn't, later mention the fucking. He's like, he did a lot of bad things. He smoked cigarettes and he drove too fast. David is also.
And then I will say this. I do feel like I have a responsibility, being the number one victim in this situation, to set a good example for the whistleblowers, which constitute roughly 50% or more of the people currently in Unit 207. That's from the FBI. And these people are in a very shitty situation. According to the FBI, they're at 100% risk of retaliation, more severe than what I myself have been the victim of. And as you know, I've been the victim of everything except for rape, murder, and being kidnapped or physically moved to anywhere. That's it. So I'm speculating that there are literally people who are going to prison for the rest of their lives, that other individuals who are working with them are fully aware. Would not be safe to be around if they knew that they had blown the whistle. So I also feel like by not filing a police report at present, I'm affirming for the whistleblowers who are themselves in a tricky ass fucking situation. They can't follow unlawful directives because then they're personally liable, but all of their directives are unlawful. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, by not filing a police report, I'm just sort of reaffirming you're all going to prison except for the whistleblowers. This is highly controlled.
It is also the member who reported that a young female member named Jean Bates said she saw a Christian having sex with the mother of a teenage boy who lived with the group. Members and cult leaders and cult leader killers, Peter Kamenoff and Ralph Miller, certainly were not forgiving of Christian's ways, right? They seemed to have killed him mostly because he wouldn't admit to fucking their wives. He wouldn't tell his followers who he really was. I'm always surprised doing that kind of shit doesn't get more of these cult leaders killed. It'd be nice if it did. It would give more of these stories much more satisfying endings. He was a manipulative, controlling, abusive asshole, and that sucks, but at least in the end, he was blown to fucking smithereens. Amen. Now, please, open your Bibles for today's top 5 takeaways.
Open your Bibles. I am seriously calling it a Bible, dude. That's the better name.
Number
so
1,
much better
Francis
than
Pencevic became Christian Aventa in Utah in 1946, launched the WKFL, founded the World Cult in California in 1948. Then, even though Francis's time ended with a literal bang, December 10th, 1958, the cult continued for over a decade more, morphing into another cult that just finally fizzled out recently, it seems. Number 2, Christian Aventa, the Master, developed one of the strangest backstories we've heard so far in Suffers. Christian claimed to have been born on another planet, the Euphrates, 240,000 years ago. Pencevic also alleged this planet was humanity's first home, but when it became uninhabitable due to just, getting too close to the sun, he and 35,000 others, maybe 70,000 between the spaceships, made it to Earth. He also held that he was practically every single prophet mentioned in the New and Old Testaments, returning in a new form, but always as the same entity called Christ. Said he teleported to the U.S. March 29, 1932, took over the life of the 3-year-old boy Francis Pencevic. Seems a little bit fucked up, but I guess that kid recently died. The real Francis was nothing more than a petty thief, a criminal who avoided providing real responsibility for his children by Sue Webster for years. Number 3, Christian was blown up along with several other cult members on the night of December 10th, 1958. The 2 culprits / suicide bombers were dissatisfied members Ralph Muller, or former members, Ralph and Peter Kamenoff. Once devoted followers, they had realized over the years that Christian was making off with the money and their wives. They tried to report it to authorities, but when that process didn't seem to be moving as quickly as they were hoping for, didn't seem like it would lead to the punishment they felt he deserved, they decided it was time for the cult leader's annihilation. And though the cult lived on, it would never be the same. Members didn't seem to have been exploited the same way going forward. Number 4, Christian Aventa was not exactly abnormal for the times in LA. LA has been a hotbed for occult activity since the early 1900s, with many in the first decades of the 20th century remarking upon the high density of self-proclaimed prophets and their followers that roamed Hollywood and the surrounding areas. And number 5, new info. Another cult-to-cult connection to this episode. We've already established that the found influenced Charles Manson, the Moonies, had people go on to join and then die in the People's Temple. Also, one of the master disciples was a former cult leader, Dorothy Martin. We've actually mentioned her story before. She led the Seekers, a small Illinois-based 1950s UFO cult. Martin told her Chicago area followers that the United States was going to be destroyed by a massive earthquake, a huge tidal wave, December 21st, 1954, according to telepathic messages she claimed to receive from aliens. She said, describing the way she would receive the messages, "I felt a kind of tingling or numbness in my arm, and my whole arm felt warm right up to the shoulder. Without knowing why, I picked up a pencil and pad that were lying on the table near my bed. My hand began to write in another handwriting. I looked at the handwriting and it was strangely familiar, but I knew it was not my own. I realized somebody else was using my hand." Old automatic writing. The flood warning, she said, like all the others, had flowed through her as she wrote it out, her arm possessed by these otherworldly beings. She called the aliens the Guardians and said they came from a planet called Clarion. Believers would be saved from destruction by flying saucers that would take them to Clarion. The spaceman's arrival, originally scheduled for 4 o'clock in the afternoon, December 17th, 1954. Believers removed all the metal from their bodies, and act considered essential before one might safely board a saucer. Then they went into Martin's backyard, scanned the skies. 10 minutes went by and nothing happened. Others started to trickle away. The last believers went back inside by 5:30. In the house, they discussed what went wrong, eventually landing on the explanation that it must have just been a practice session. The Seekers will become the subject of a book called When Prophecy Fails by Leon Festinger. Festinger infiltrated the Seekers with the goal of studying their cognitive reactions and coping mechanisms when their beliefs fail. thought process, which Festinger named cognitive dissonance, a term most of us now know very well. He placed the group's instance of cognitive dissonance at the moment when the aliens did not come on December 17th. Faced with evidence that directly contradicted their beliefs, the group experienced cognitive dissonance, two thoughts that are inconsistent. This is uncomfortable, and the natural instinct is to try to make it go away. People could do that in a variety of ways. By trying to forget about the dissonant things, by changing their minds, or by looking for new information that gets rid of the contradiction. They can also lean into the belief even more. At midnight, when the 17th became the 18th, Martin claimed to receive a message that the flying saucer was coming right now. Everybody had to get on board or be left behind. For her followers, this new message served as confirmation that they've been right to believe. They scramble outside, they quickly remove metal stuff from their persons, and they wait until 2 a.m. Still no spacemen. The next day, the Guardians reassured Martin with a long message that repeatedly stated, I have never been tardy, I've never kept you waiting, I've never disappointed you in anything. They just misunderstood some messages. So they stick around. Midnight on the 21st. The scene plays out again. Still nothing. Members still don't disband. 6 o'clock in the evening on Christmas Eve, a small group of people still gather on the street outside Dorothy Martin's home in Oak Park, Illinois, singing Christmas carols, waiting to depart the earth. Roughly 200 people come to watch this. Still nothing. The next day, Christmas, someone shows up on Martin's doorstep, wanting to join their cult. Suspecting this new visitor might be a spaceman, Martin questions him intensely, asks him to tell stories, sits him in a place of honor at the table. No stories come, and the next day, Martin gets frustrated that he's not the alien she thought he was, and now, finally, many of the believers leave, though not all. Though details are sketchy about her movements after the Seekers disband, it seems following these several failed prophecies, Dorothy flees first to South America, then returns to the States to join the Fountain of the World, where she takes the name Sister Thedra. After the explosive end of Krishnaventa, Sister Thedra leaves again, settles in Sedona, Arizona, not surprised, where she continues to channel some kind of vision of Jesus and attracts a few followers who may have financially supported her until her death in 1992. Cults, man, they are hard to truly, totally kill.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
The Fountain Cult has been sucked. What a bunch of people babble. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for helping making Time Suck this week. Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins. Thanks to the Suck Ranger, Tyler C., for producing, directing today. Logan Keith, the Art Warlock, helping with production. Thanks to BitElixir for upkeep on the Time Suck app. The Art Warlock, again, for creating the merch at badmagicmerch.com and helping run socials, along with the Suck Ranger and Ryan Handelsman and his team. Thanks to producer Sophie Evans for research. Thanks to this All Seeing Eyes moderating the Cult of the Curious private Facebook page. The Mod Squad, making sure Discord keeps running smooth. And everyone over on the Time Suck and Bad Magic subreddits. Next week on Time Suck, we are talking bananas. Specifically one sexy banana, Miss. Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on Hi-Fi Casino. Best of all, it's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own high-five moment? Visit hi5casino.com. That's the number 5, casino.com. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, have you heard of Goldbelly? Oh my god, it's the coolest thing ever. It's this amazing site where they ship the most iconic, famous foods from restaurants across the country, anywhere nationwide. I've never found a more perfect Valentine's gift. They ship Chicago deep dish pizza, New York bagels, Maine lobster rolls, and even Ina Garten's famous cakes. Seriously. So, if you're looking for a Valentine's Day gift for the food lover in your life, head to goldbelly.com and get 20% off your first order with promo code GIFT.
Twin Flames Universe. You probably heard of it. It's getting a lot of buzz these past couple months after a 3-part docuseries titled Desperately Seeking a Soulmate, Escaping Twin Flames Universe, debuted on Amazon Prime on October 6th, and another 3-part docuseries titled Escaping Twin Flames debuted on Netflix in November. But if you haven't heard of it, what is it? It's a spiritual organization, kind of. It's also a trauma treatment center or at least claims to be. With this universe, there is a meal planning service, an online mega church, a multi-level marketing scheme, a family vlog YouTube channel, a school. By the time you hear this, maybe they'll be offering something else. Maybe they'll have built the big Michigan cult compound they've been talking about since March. And yes, this group is definitely a cult, no matter how much they deny that. It was founded by Jeff and Shalia Ion, aka Jeff and Shalia Divine, in 2017 under the guise of helping others find their twin flames, aka their ultimate lovers, aka their soulmates, kind of. I'll explain all this gibberish as best I can today. Twin Flames Universe primarily consists of a big comprehensive website, a YouTube page, a private Facebook group, private community classes on Google Hangouts held 4 times a week, and one-on-one online coaching sessions. Since it began, it initially already had, pretty confusing core dogma has morphed into a perplexing, twisted, serpentine cluster of ideologies that go far beyond just attracting your soulmate. Founded on fragments of Buddhism, Hinduism, New Age spiritualism, Christianity, and a whole mess of guru word salad, utter nonsense bullshit, Twin Flames Universe is a cult that financially exploits its openly vulnerable and lonely members, separates them from families, encourages them to transgress other people's boundaries, and even randomly pressures select followers to transition to the opposite gender, even when they have zero interest in doing so. And they do all of this, so far, almost entirely online. Jeff and Shalia Divine assert that their programs are based on scientific methods that guarantee success. And by scientific methods, they mean methods made up by 2 people, neither of whom have literally any scientific training whatsoever. Shalia was a hairdresser. Jeff studied human resource management in college, where maybe he took a biology class, and that would be the extent of his science education. Nevertheless, they assert that by following them and doing exactly what they say, which you'll have to pay a lot of money to hear, of course, you will be led directly to your twin flame. But what happens when, after spending thousands of dollars on classes and dedicating countless hours to the programs, members still have not been given what they were promised, when they still haven't found their twin flame? Well, they can go get fucked. It is not the fault of your holy, righteous spiritual leaders that you still choose to let others hike, wrist, skull, and dick mog your soul Stacy's away from you. Sorry, but it really isn't Jeff and Shalia's fault. Twin Flames Universe ideology seems to mostly be based on the concept that if anything isn't working out for you, it is entirely your fault. Today we're going to investigate the intensely manipulative ways that Jeff and Shalia treat their followers, customers, Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive selection of over 1,200 games, including hundreds of exclusive games you can only find on Hi-Fi Casino. Best of all, it's always free to play, and free coins are given out every 4 hours. Ready to have your own high-five moment? Visit high5casino.com. That's casino.com. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited by law. Must be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a car. It's the 2-door coupe that was there for your first drive. The hatchback that took you cross-country and back. And the minivan that tackles the weekly carpool. For the cars you couldn't live without.
Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack with a chance to redeem for real cash prizes. Hi-Fi Casino has a giant, massive... Have you played Hi-Fi... Have you played Hi-Fi Casino yet? Hi-Fi Casino lets you play your favorite slot and live table games like blackjack. the National Labor Federation focused on helping some of the country's most vulnerable workers. Engaging collective bargaining and to take collective actions such as strikes, like the one going on right now in Hollywood with the WGA writers and the SAG-AFTRA performers. For decades, again, in theory, the National Labor Federation focused on helping some of the country's most vulnerable workers, people who were essentially the American equivalent of what we explored in the Banana Massacre episode, like exploited migrant laborers and their families, people who didn't have reliable access to food, legal protection, and medical attention. Volunteers for various NATL-fed satellite organizations were told that they were improving the world doing all this, but were they? Doesn't seem so. Many people have alleged for decades now that NATL-fed and all of its related networks are really just one massive front for a cult based in twisted communist ideology. Former NATL-fed cadre Robin Spellman Fallberg, who was an operations manager with upstate New York EFWA for a decade, said in 2004 that in addition to doing some helping in the most disenfranchised communities, there is also a hidden, for want of a better description, evil side of NATL-fed. When I was there, and from what I've heard, continues to be the case, there were manipulative people in powerful positions. Full-timers were subjected to an increasingly severe mental abuse and subjugation. They felt the only way to help poor people was through NATL-fed, that there was no possible success for them after leaving, and or they were subject to physical threats if they did. And this has been going on, and worse things have been going on all around the country with this organization since the mid-1970s. Yeah, still going on. Though NATL-fed's shady founder, a man who called himself Eugenio Parente, would die in the 1990s after the revolution he predicted to take place in 1984 not happened, his cult would still live on, surviving 2 major raids, a plethora of legal troubles, and internal power struggles that did seem to set the cult back, but never entirely destroyed it. Today, the group seems to still be limping along. It's mostly decentralized, it appears, but that doesn't mean they're not still dangerous. People have posted online as recently as 2 years ago, in 2021, about family members and loved ones agreeing to volunteer with an organization that sounded like it was doing so much good, and then disappearing into a shady conglomerate for months, sometimes years, where they lived below the poverty line, slept on dirty mattresses, and were regularly abused or even sexually preyed upon. It is the organization at the tippy top of this odd cultic pyramid, a mysterious group that called themselves the Communist Party USA Provisional Wing, still around? Are they still armed? Still hoping to take over the U.S. government? A lot of interesting ground and unintentional comedy to explore in today's Back to the 70s. Here comes the revolution, you capitalist swine! Cult edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Well, happy Monday, and welcome to the Cult of the Curious. I'm Dan Cummins, the Suck Master, Suck Nasty, former White House plumber apprentice, world's leading expert in authentic Scottish accents, professional tricky dick impersonator, and you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise be to Bojangles, and glory be to Triple M. Before I say anything else today, huge congrats to my son Kyler for starting his college journey. So fucking proud of you, Bubba. You're going to crush it, and I'm going to try not to be sad and cry when I see you, because part of me wishes I could just lock you in the basement and, never let you move away. We can just play FIFA together, you'll be in your 40s, and I'll be in my 70s, and it'll be fine. But I'm happy for you. Very happy, very proud. Also, thanks to a lot of new listeners who have found Time Suck this month. Some of you have been horrified and have fled in fear and disgust, but many of you have stayed, and I'm grateful. If you're enjoying yourself, please leave me a nice review somewhere or in many somewheres. Definitely helps us going for sure. Also, you should probably definitely watch my latest stand-up special, Trying to Get Better, which lives on YouTube for free right now. Free content on the Bad Magic Productions YouTube channel. And if you love some of the jokes, you can go to the badmagicmerch.com website, where there is awesome merch that accompanies many of the jokes. And not done. If you live in or near Virginia, you should definitely come see me at the Funny Bone in Richmond, Virginia, September 8th and 9th. New hours cooking along. Watch 1 hour on YouTube and then come see a whole another hour in Richmond. Let's do it. Tickets for this date, dates in Burlington, Vermont, Buffalo, New York, Chicago, Illinois, and elsewhere available at dancummins.tv. Also, almost done this month's charity is Sustainable Alamance, a nonprofit based in North Carolina. The mission of Sustainable Alamance is to focus on and help individuals who were formerly incarcerated gain and sustain employment so that they may not only live within the community constructs, but also contribute to society as well. And Sustainable Elements has maybe the best quote ever on their website. Poverty is not a lack of money, but a lack of resources. We believe that you can give a man fish, charity, and even teach a man to fish, grace and mercy, but we must also ensure access to the lake, hope and justice. If you'd like to learn more about Sustainable Elements, visit sustainableelements.org. They're 1546 as far as dollars was put into the scholarship fund, and 13,915 of our Patreon support was donated to Sustainable Elements. And one more thing. Be sure to stick around for the end of this week's Time Sucker Updates again. Back with another BetterHelp special edition of Time Sucker Updates, where I partner with BetterHelp to share some insight and advice given to me to give to you by a licensed therapist. All of this advice is based on questions we've received from some of you meat sacks. Now back to a time and place we actually know quite well, at least if you've listened to our exploration of other similar topics in the past. Eugenio Parente, the eventual founder of NATLFed, would get his start in a time and place we've already been to many, many times, San Francisco in the 1970s, home to many quasi-revolutionary groups, like the Symbionese Liberation Army that we covered in our episode on the kidnapping of Patty Hearst. Much like the Symbionese Liberation Army, Eugenio Parente's original group was a small American, very far-left militant organization, at least they pushed that image, that also wanted to bring down the U.S. government and capitalism. He called it LARGO, Liberation Army Revolutionary Group Organization. Definitely sounds communist, as in it's a dumb fucking name filled with a lot of unnecessary words. You really need to add the word organization after the word group. It sounds redundant as hell to me. We are CFGDBX, the combative fighting guy dudes battling and clashing for independence, self-government, sovereignty, and autonomy. So you're freedom fighters then. Yeah, I guess you could also say it that way, in addition to the way that I said it. That would also suffice. But aside from sending a few weird letters, Largo never really got anything off the ground. So many pretenders, ultimately, in the let's fucking go, Viva la Revolution, killing in the name of kind of game. While the Symbionese Liberation Army was also definitely full of pretentious fucks cosplaying as revolutionaries, they actually did do some wild shit. They robbed banks, held a shootout with police in Los Angeles, murdered at least 2 people. By comparison, Largo was pretty pathetic. Their most militant act was to send a letter to many state authorities that stated the day of the coming revolution, the day that California's government will be overthrown. Get ready, motherfuckers! You will rue the day that you heard the name Largo. You're ready to bow down to a new world order. And then they didn't do shit. The police and FBI would get involved. Largo was so pathetic. They didn't really do much to them. It was just more like, you fucking dumb commie dingleberries. Thought you would overthrow something? That's rich. You dirty hippies in the Che Guevara graphic tees, military surplus cargo pants, and sandals. What, do you think you were going to just chant your way into the Capitol? Talk us into laying down our guns by lecturing us on the evils of capitalism with a hunger strike or something? Get the fuck out of here. Go back to the library. Read some more Karl Marx, daydream about doing shit you'll never have the nuts to pull off, and suck a bag of dicks. If the Symbionese Liberation Army was cosplaying revolutionaries, Largo was cosplaying people who were cosplaying revolutionaries. A sad copy of a sad copy. When Largo never took off like he hoped, old Eugenio, resurfaced about a year later in Long Island, New York City, a place and time we most recently visited with the Sullivanians cult. NATLFed would actually share many similarities with the Sullivanians. Much like how Saul Newton and his therapist used psychoanalysis to keep everyone under the group's thumb, Eugenio Parente would hold the ideal of saving the poor and downtrodden from exploitation through commitment to volunteering over people's heads. Weird, right? I never even considered a non-religious, non-spiritual organization based primarily in volunteering with the eventual goal of transforming America into some kind of communist utopia to be where a cult would live. Right? You have time to volunteer? Okay. All right, volunteer then. Wait. You have to go home? You have time to go home. Oh, okay. All right. I guess you're not really dedicated like I thought. Like, I guess you like capitalism. I guess you like seeing the working class get their fucking backs broken by modern-day robber barons. If you were truly dedicated to saving America, you would spend all your time volunteering. You would live in this brownstone 24/7 with a dozen other people. That's what a good person who truly want to change the world who do. Much like the Sullivanians, NATLFED preyed on people's desire to be good. While the Sullivanians targeted introspective people already in therapy, right, trying to achieve self-actualization, NATLFED targeted young idealistic people already on college campuses, sometimes with the direct support of the college. And like pretty much all cults, people who are at a difficult juncture in their lives. Young mothers trying to figure out how to make it as a single parent, recent graduates looking at the world, struggling to figure out where their place in it was going to be, etc. Like the Sullivanians, NATLFED also sprinkled a good bit of Marxist communist rhetoric into everything they did. Back at the leadership's headquarters, a series of brownstones in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, Eugenia Parente gave long, rambling lectures about Marxist theory, linking revolutions abroad to the movement, trying to convince the gaggle of people that he had under his thumb that they were true revolutionaries, about to take down the system. They would soon subvert the dominant paradigm and bring about a new and better world order. Instead of the truth, which was that they were being brainwashed, controlled, and exploited by a cult leader who ran his cult almost exactly like some false prophet doomsday preacher. NATLFED wasn't about bringing about a revolution. It was about feeding Parente's ego, giving him young women and teen girls to sexually use and control, and other people to worship him like he was Che Guevara reincarnated. Despite these similarities, NATLFED was also very unique, and maybe still is, if they are in fact still around in the same way they used to be. They had a very interesting, very strange structure, something like we've never seen before. So stick around, let me tell you all about it. So much silly, interesting, and weird shit to explore today. Arranging information about NATLFED was a bit tricky for this one. Nobody's done a full-length book on them. And so much of the organization has been and still is shrouded in a lot of confusion and secrecy. That's what they like. Several ex-members have thankfully kept a blog dedicated to NATLFED history. Some ex-members and journalists have written a few lengthy articles about their experiences with the group. But again, no definitive source. Without that main source, in order to piece together what this group actually we had to rely on blog posts, interviews, a bunch of old newspaper articles, and this is uncommon for what we do here, but modern-day posts on message boards like Reddit. Not necessarily ideal, but also I like it. It's some fresh information, and what emerges from all these different sources is gloriously fascinating. When we put all the pieces together, we get a picture of a group that formed during the last gasps of America's counterculture revolution in the early 70s, claimed to be affiliated with legitimate labor movements and revolutionary movements abroad, but wasn't, and used that as a front to control and manipulate members. One of the ways they did this was to have a confusing and complicated structure to their organization in which it was unclear who reported to who, what organizations were associated with one another, who was at the very top. But I think we were able to break it all down and expose it today. It'll feel confusing in moments, but just remember, it's not important to remember all of the acronyms I'm going to throw out at you, or even what these satellite groups did. That doesn't really matter to the big picture. It doesn't matter what they claim to do. What is important to understand is that they were all connected to NATLFED, and they all funneled certain members up the chain to NATLFED, and that NATLFED was a front for a group called the Communist Party USA Provisional Wing. And this group was at the top of the strange little cult pyramid. It was headquartered in Brooklyn, New York, the brownstones where Eugenia Parente would give his long lectures almost every night. And in this inner circle group was the true cult inside of NATLFED. Some of the various satellite groups also treated volunteers like cult members, but the group at the top 100% was a cult, and very likely still is in some form. What's also interesting to think about as we wind through all of this is how eerily similar this cult is, this cult that forbid religion, this cult guided by communist principles, how it ended up feeling damn near exactly like a doomsday cult founded in religious extremism. Just replace false prophet with phony revolutionary leader. Replace knowing when the end times will be upon us with knowing when a government takeover will happen. Replace needing to follow a false prophet in order to be guaranteed a special seat at the table in the coming days of a new kingdom of God with needing to follow a revolutionary leader in order to be guaranteed a special seat at the table in a coming utopian communist society. Despite a lack of religion, a lack of any notion of God, in the end, it was all the same shit when it came to why cult members hung around and how they were manipulated and exploited. Today's story, more proof that you don't need religion to form a cult. You don't need any sense of a spiritual life. At one point in my life, I thought that if you can somehow eliminate all religion, you could rid the world of this type of exploitation. Nope. If a con artist can take advantage of your desire to know God, they'll just find some other hope of yours to fucking prey upon, which is a bummer. So what was Naddlefed's doomsday, back when the cult was at the peak of its powers? Well, all the members of the provisional wing were preparing for a revolution. That Parente promised, all the members of the provisional wing were preparing for a revolution. It was going to kick off February 17th, 1984. Remember that crazy revolution back in 84? When America was taken down by an elite communist domestic terrorist organization? Not all members of Naddlefed were provisional wing members, though. Just the best of the best, or sometimes the hottest. To become a member of the provisional wing, it seems like you likely started by working in one of Naddlefed's many shell organizations around the country. We called them local branches, many different names. They would obscure intentionally their real connection to Naddlefed. These were organizations named things like, and here's a bunch of the acronyms I mentioned were coming that you don't even remember, but it's interesting just how many of them there were. The Alaska Workers Association, Alianza Campesina, Association of Financial Aid Students, Ashland Community Service Center, Bay Area Alternative Press, Berkshire Community Fuel Committee, Boston Community for Community Arts, Carroll Street Properties, Citizens for Migrant Workers, Citizens Relief Committee, Coalition of Concerned Legal Professionals, Coalition of Concerned Medical Professionals, Commemoration Committee for the Black Panther Party, Commission on Voluntary Service and Action, Committee for Community Health and Safety, Committee for Safety and Health of Attendants and Domestics, Committee for South African Solidarity, Committee for Friends and Relatives of Prisoners. And that is literally just the A to C groups that we've been able to piece together, well, that other investigative journalists have been able to piece together. These fuckers had the whole rest of the alphabet's worth of other tiny little cells of people involved in some way to Naddlefed in the provisional wing of this Communist Party. There were dozens, if not hundreds more. And some of these organizations still around in some form. These organizations would spring up around the country, some of them kind of legitimate, doing some good, but doing a lot of, funneling money up the chain to Naddlefed. Some of them not doing much good at all. All their members, being exploited in some way, raising money for something they may not, even have known existed, probably didn't know existed for many of them. And members who wanted to dedicate themselves to the revolutionary cause even further, these elite revolutionary cause players might then head to New York, where they would become Naddlefed members. And some of the Naddlefed members, if they did really well, might be invited to join the provisional wing, right? The inner circle of fake fighters, the best of the not so best. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down, except reality. This complicated structure is what makes these slippery fuckers hard to pin down. It's made it hard for people volunteering for these various acronyms to know what they're really helping, make things even more confusing. The Communist Party USA Provisional Wing has had many different names over the years. Called themselves the Communist Party, United States of America, Provisional, the Provisional Communist Party, Provisional Party, Provisional Party of Communists, and even just the Order of Lenin. Some Naddlefed literature claimed to make sense of all of this intentionally confusing structure for members who needed some questions answered about it all. The training manual / tract / shut the fuck up already with this bullshit, called The Essential Organizer, written by Eugenio Gino Parente, a manual you could argue was their biblical equivalent or Bible equivalent, described their structure like this. An organization does not just happen. Sometimes a catalyst or disaster of sufficient proportion disturbs mass conscience to the extent that experienced individuals with experience relating to the disaster can form a group dedicated to aid in a disciplined manner. This created the American Red Cross. Sometimes membership groups are merely organized. In this case, an organizer or organizing entity will seek a solution in an area of concern. He or they will outline a solutional method to remedy the situation, outline the geographic confines of the problem, and approach individuals of similar concern within the area, explaining their concept of solution, and on finding agreement, asking the individual to join in the effort. Eastern Farm Workers Association, a Naddlefed group, is an example of this, a pre-planned organized entity. It then remains for the organization to define itself structurally and philosophically in regard to its operation. In some, a board of directors handles decisions. In others, a plebiscite of membership is relied on. In the case of most organized entities where the duty of the organization lies in the arena of building another organization and the majority of strategic questions were pre-planned, the cadre system is established. Under a cadre system of decision-making, trained individuals capable of, or cadre, of both operating the basic mechanics of the group and training other individuals to perform the tasks, agree to tactical solutions regarding strategic goals, by the consensus approach. That is, submitting positive information from key areas within the organization to approachable leadership, and then confers on policy evolving from the leadership analysis. The criterion of approval lies in obviating a denial of correctness from any of the participants. In this case, the participants are cadre. Leadership is furnished by either the operation structure of the organization or the originator of the approved strategy. Anyone else fucking hate the way this dipshit writes about all this? Could it be any more boring? And this asshole would give lectures, like speaking like this, that would sometimes drone on for 12 fucking hours. Imagine listening to this asshole, like talk like that from noon to midnight. Gino's description of organizational structure continues. Eastern Farm Workers Association is then a cadre-based organization as a pre-planned entity of an original committee approval. It is dedicated to raising a membership plebiscite of farm workers who will, at the time of the plebiscite, determine the structure of the final entity. A cadre is either an individual of the type described above or a collection of individuals within the organization dealing with a specific task in unison. Cadres come from two areas. They are either exterior cadre or interior cadre. Interior cadre come to the organization from the ranks of sympathizers, supporters, members, and other associates who, in continuing their association with the group, subscribe to the methods and goals espoused by the organization, to the extent that they both desire to abide by all pre-planned policy and discipline. And second, they fulfill the standards of participation subscribed to by the participating cadre, at least to the extent that cadre consensus does not exclude them. Fuck me. Cadres are goal motivated. The end, the final solution offered by the organization is the primary concern prior to participation. If the solution seems correct, the structural facets of the group in respect to flexibility and strategic dexterity must be correct. Leadership, 12 hours of this. Leadership should exhibit approachability, awareness, and a logical, dispassionate ability in analysis. A goal-motivated individual considering the cadre status within the group is concerned with solutional analysis, structural correctness, and leadership understanding. Does this sound anyone else? Like the writings of someone who actually is not very smart, but who desperately wants to sound very, very smart. Like he so badly wants to be seen as a true intellectual. And he thinks if he can just string enough academic terms together, he can make his word salad fuckery sound profound. I bet this guy's thesaurus. Just never left his side. Leadership should be magnanimous and exceptional. Magnanimous and unsurpassable in its effort to present solutionally based, expositionally centered feedback that incentivizes workers, stimulates operatives to accelerate or expedite their veritable and uninitiated potential or aptitude. Yeah, sure. That does all make sense if you break it all down. But you could also just not be a pretentious dick and just say something much more understandable, like we need solid leaders to get most of our workers, to get the most out of our workers by providing good feedback and empowering them. Anyway, Mr. Check out how many fucking Scrabble words I know continues with. A potential exterior cadre examining an organization as a potential host for personal goals is interested only in ascertaining if any condition exists currently that proves conclusively the attempt will not work. The cadre is aware of and unconcerned by the fact that the vehicle currently won't work. One thing is lacking: individuals of sufficient skill, determination, discipline, and devoid of ulterior motivation or interest to operate the vehicle of organization. My God. In short, the organization must fit only two descriptions. It must have correct goals, and it must not be structurally incorrect. Success from that point is determined by cadre motivation, ability, and training. It is the basic concept of the cadre-oriented activist that a reasonable plan with no logical flaw and no basic structural imperfection will eventually triumph and struggle with a strongly entrenched adversary, processing even the minimal faults needed to qualify as an oppressor, contradictions in practice of performance, and divided areas of self-interest. The basic role of cadre is not one of position, but one of power within any position. Okay, so I guess what he's saying here is that because poor people in different areas are working different kinds of jobs and being exploited in different ways, it makes sense for different organizations to serve those different populations. And also, what you need to be to help create real change and win a revolution is to be someone who can just be flexible, go with the flow, and stay dedicated to core ideology, regardless of what group you find yourself working in and what task you end up doing. I think that's a decent synopsis. I also think Gino may have written the way he wrote, intentionally trying to keep people confused. In some other literature, NatalFed addressed its national structure much more succinctly, thank God. The only thing that really makes sense is the local community-based associations that reach unrecognized workers and unite them with current and former union workers retired workers, local business leaders, professionals, and others who share a common concern for the long-term future of our communities. Fucking boom! We're all working towards the same goal, trying to help the working class. But as we'll see in the timeline, Nattlefed didn't give a fuck about that goal. They weren't about protecting communities. They were about giving Gino, and I'm sure the people around him, money and power. And, to that end, members were abused physically and sexually. They were kept away from their pre-cult social circles and given demanding, rigorous schedules that barely left time to sleep, and confusing tasks. They kept them mentally off balance. And with that context established, let's get into the weeds. Cult. It's timeline time. Right after today's sponsor break. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Nurturing. Someone who helps take care of the people in their life. Like when Lindsay brought me a splint on our second date because she knew one of my fingers was probably broken. Hardworking and responsible. Someone who takes her job seriously and does it well. I loved hearing about how Lindsay kept getting hired by the same producers over and over for years. They clearly respected her. These are two of many, many green flags I saw when I met my wife. We often hear about the red flags we should avoid, but what if we focus more on looking for green flags in friends and partners? If you're not sure what they look like, therapy can help you identify green flags, actively practice them in your relationships, and embody the green flag energy yourself. Whether you're dating, married, building a friendship, or just working on yourself, it's time to form relationships that love you back. BetterHelp is fully online, making therapy affordable and convenient, serving over 5 million people worldwide. Access a diverse network of more than 30,000 credentialed therapists with a wide range of specialties. Easily switch therapists anytime at no extra cost. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/timesuck to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timesuck. It's always nice to keep your money where you can see it, isn't it? Unfortunately, traditional big wireless carriers also seem to like keeping your money. Can you blame them? No. But you can leave them. If you're tired of crazy high wireless bills, bogus fees, and quote-unquote free perks that actually cost more in the long run, switch to Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile offers premium plans starting at $15 per month with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network. Plus, you can keep your phone and number along with all your contacts. So easy. I've been saving over $50 a month for a few years now, a couple $1,000s saved, and I gave up nothing. Same unlimited data, same coverage. Same phone with all the same contacts. Mint Mobile has made it so easy for me to just save money month after month after month. If you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/timesuck. That's mintmobile.com/timesuck. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month 5 GB plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. Everyone who's ever done stand-up comedy knows, not every joke delivers. I've bombed so hard a few times out on tour over the years that the club owners thought I was actually trying to not be funny. I wasn't. Ouch. Luckily, Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better design shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. Their razors are equipped with German-engineered blades, crafted in their own factory, and designed to stay sharp longer. Harry's has the highest customer satisfaction in the shaving industry, plus a no-risk trial. Don't like your shave? No worries. It's on them. And they make a lot more than razors. I love their antiperspirant, one of the very, very few brands out there that doesn't irritate my skin, but also controls my BO. Try the redwood or the stone scent, my two faves. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/timesuck. That's harrys.com/timesuck for a $3 trial set. Research shows, and you know I love research, that a major challenge for employers is the pressure to hire quickly, especially given how time-consuming it is to find and review candidates. Well, if you're an employer who can relate, here's a question for you. Have you tried ZipRecruiter yet? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, so you don't waste time or money. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. A buddy of mine who runs an insurance agency had a few people quit around the same time, and it left him in a really stressful bind. Luckily, he was able to replace them, and quickly within the week through ZipRecruiter. And it's looking like they'll be even better than the agents he lost. So relax, employers, and let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/timesuck right now and try it for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/timesuck. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we're back to the show now. Back to me actually hitting this fun little timeline button.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-suck timeline.
Let's begin in the year 1937. That year, the man who would become Eugenio Mario Parente Ramos was born in Crookston, Minnesota, November 21st. He would grow up around Yuba City and Marysville in California. His family was originally from Idaho. Fuck yeah, bro. And had moved to Minnesota sometime in the early 1950s. In his obituary, years later, his mother was described as a domestic worker, while his father would be described in newspapers as a man active in the industrial workers in the world. Okay, sounds a little bit like some more commie speak. His dad was a blue-collar worker. Gino's birth name was not quite as revolutionary as Eugenio Mario Parente Ramos. It was Gerald Doden. Fucking Jerry D, baby. Jerry Bear, the revolutionary. Jerry Guevara, Che's very disappointing little brother. Jerry would become a man of many names. Gino Parente, Gino Parenti, Eugenio Parente, Mario Eugenio Parente, Mario Eugenio Parente Ramos, Eugenio Mario Parente Ramos, Gino Salvo, Gino Parmigiano Casona, Maserati, Dalabaranducci, and Antonio Banderas. You get it. And Claude. Just Claude, that one. Some sort of say Claude was a Shakespearean actor before he turned to labor organization. To revolt or not to revolt, to accept the status capitalist pig quo, that is not the question. There is no question. There is only the truth. The revolution has begun. The cost will be paid in blood, but the sacrifice will be worth it. For the only outcome is victory. Tyranny shall fall, and the great Claude shall reign over the dawn of a new humanistic era. Cue thunderous applause and panties getting tossed in the air. If true, Claude's theater training would certainly come in handy for all the bullshit roles he'll play going forward in his con artist-based life. But before that, while in college, Jerry Claude was injured in a car accident that would leave him with a limp for the rest of his life. I'm sure he told people he got fucking shot in a fucking revolutionary struggle. Doctors apparently wanted to amputate, but he refused. Had his leg in a cast for several years, developing a chronic infection of the bone and giving him too much time to think about his future bullshit cons. Gerald will later claim that he spent much of the 1950s doing a bunch of labor organizing. However, others would disagree with this. According to a lot of people, he was a small-town DJ who didn't do a whole lot of anything when not at the radio station. Everyone in town knew Jerry in the late 1950s, said one Yuba City resident, Bill McJunkin. That's a fucking great name. McJunkin, a local machinist. He worked at the radio station and hung out at Andy's Drive-In. I'll tell you one thing about him. He never did an honest day's work in his life. That reminds me of my Grandpa Ward there. And of so many older guys around Riggins growing up. I've heard numerous guys described as never having done an honest day's work in their life. And that description brings up a very specific visual in my head. Some dude with a firm handshake and $1 million smile. Guy who's maybe always dressed up a little too nice, a little too well for the occasion, a little too slick, a little too put together. Guy with no calluses on his hands who will look you right in the eye and tell you nothing but lies. It's a guy who, even though you might not have any proof when you first meet him that what he's saying is nothing but a bunch of lies and exaggeration, part of you almost knows you're talking to a bullshit artist. Some slick, golden-tongued motherfucker. According to another Yuba City resident, Frank Cartaselli, Jerry spent 5 years working as a well-liked local disc jockey. He was a damn good one and popular. Said Cartaselli, he was a sharp guy who spent a lot of time in the library. I liked the guy. He was always nice to me. The next review, not as glowing, or maybe mixed, is a better description. A woman who said she was very close to Jerry described him as an extraordinarily sensitive, sad, crippled genius with an enormous amount of anger. She said that once while out drinking coffee at an all-night Marysville restaurant, a fellow customer called him uncouth. What do you mean, uncouth? Supposedly replied Gerald, who then proceeded to recite from memory entire sections of Shakespeare's play As You Like It. Holy fucking dorks, Batman. Was he a crippled genius or just a melodramatic theatrical weirdo? Others describe Jerry as a man always running a con. Bingo! That one feels correct. Several of Jerry's old friends recall the tale of how when they all once went out drinking together with Gerald, he actually paid for drinks with a check he signed as Jesus H. Christ. Okay, all right. Oh, he had odd sense of humor. I can relate. Jerry was never prosecuted for that, apparently because the merchant did not wish to appear in court and publicly admit he'd accepted such a check. That's pretty funny, if true. One of his favorite cons included printing and selling raffle tickets for prizes he never bought. Prizes that were then never given to winners who didn't exist. Jerry would also bill himself as a wedding photographer, accept an initial down payment, and then, just never show the fuck up and take any pictures. So what an asshole. This revolutionary grifter clearly didn't give a fuck about helping people. Sounds like he was just, ripping people off left and right. Ripping off working class people as well. 1960, Gerald, at the age of 22, he marries Ruth Mickelson, and the two have a daughter together, Catherine. Early in the marriage, Ruth tries to figure out how the brilliant person she fell in love with became this lazy person she was now married to. Later, she would describe him to journalists saying he was brilliant. He would read 15 books a week. He was always at the library. He wanted to reform the world. He had a vision. But did he? Did he read 15 books a week? I seriously fucking doubt it. That's a lot of books. I mean, if he was reading books written for toddlers like Goodnight Moon, maybe. I'm guessing the grifter, the professional liar, just went to the library and then told his wife he read 15 books a week and used enough big words to make his wife think he was a genius. In addition to his legendary knowledge absorption and visions and shit, she said he also just lay around, read poetry instead of working or helping around the house, experimented with drugs, talks a lot about organizing laborers into a union, but never seemed to take any real steps towards doing that. So, in short, he was a fucking bum, deadbeat. And when he reportedly fathered another child outside their marriage, Ruth called it quits and filed for divorce. By the end of the 1960s, Jerry would be in jail for failure to pay child support. One of many cult leaders we have covered now who failed to pay child support before sharing their incredible vision and powers with their adoring followers. Such strong character and integrity with these motherfuckers. By 1970, Jerry D., now 32 years old, was spending much of his time at the Little Red Bookstore. Sounds commie. In San Francisco, a funky little Bay Area shop on 3191 Mission Street that offered Communist Party literature and was the de facto headquarters for an organization Jerry put together called Largo. This is great. These Largo revolutionaries were training for fucking war, you guys. The biggest war America would ever know. That's what they said anyway. Currently, it looks like there's a tattoo shop, underground tattoo, and nail salon in this building. Tattoo shop looks dope. Wonder if they know what used to go down in their building. In full, Largo's name was the Liberation Army Revolutionary Group Organization. That group organization redundancy still kills me. In March of 1970, Largo mailed... It's one of my favorite parts of this episode. In March of 1970, Largo mailed mimeographed proclamations to several California county governments declaring that a fully trained, equipped, and manned army of revolution will be operating in Northern California beginning March 15th. Each and every one of those county commissioners, I wonder if they just sent a memo back that just said, cool story, bro. I don't know if they said anything, but I know I love this proclamation. Please enjoy the glorious, nonsensical, false bravado of what follows here. The letter sent to the government described Largo as a fighting force dedicated to the overthrow of the United States government by the use of force. Plans and training procedures for this organization have been conducted within the confines of California, and we motivate a national uprising. During the months that follow, we will offer the public more material as to our benevolent purpose toward the people of the world. You will notice that our material is badly printed. This is due to the fact that printing devices, even those operating within private premises, are traceable by the federal police state, necessitating the disguise of any mass-procured material. Okay, I already have to interject. I love these clowns are saying they won't use a decent printing device because that could lead to their whereabouts being uncovered. But they will give the government they're planning to attack a big heads up, like when they're going to fucking attack them. That's very much a mixed message. I mean, if you're so serious about your revolution that you're not going to use a conventional printing device over fears of being tracked, wouldn't you also maybe not warn your enemy about your fucking master plan? Also, can all printing devices be tracked by the government? I fucking doubt it back in 1970. Largo continues with, I do not know what path the federal force will follow to keep civilian casualties to a minimum. We are establishing a set of qualifications with which we will unswervingly follow to regulate the war against the oppressive federal government. In the revolution, all those who bear, I picture like at the coffee shop when he's like sharing with people, they're like, oh, fuck yeah, yes, oh, fuck it, they're gonna get it. These fucking bums just like drinking coffee and just getting high, not doing shit. In the revolution, all those who bear arms in service of the established government to be deposed are considered members of the federal forces because of their ability and orders to destroy, apprehend, kill, and detain soldiers of the National Liberation Front. This includes members of local police forces, the California Highway Patrol, California Border Patrol, members of county sheriff departments, uniformed armed members of the National Guard, and all federal troops on duty in uniform and armed. This shit is so entertainingly dumb and amateurish to me. What kind of revolutionaries feel the need to A, tell their oppressors they plan to attack them sometime soon, and then B, make it very clear that they'll only be attacking people dedicated to attacking them in a long-winded, convoluted explanation. To be clear, when the revolution begins and the blood of the tyrants floods the street, that blood will not be the blood of unarmed housewives or school children, or, for example, elderly people with dementia residing in assisted living facilities, or jugglers, buskers, and other assorted street performers who are neither in favor of nor opposed to the current regime, but are merely trying to put some food in their bellies with tip money earned by moderately entertaining civilians passing by. The blood of the revolution will also not include professional baseball players who are trying to kill, not trying to kill anyone, but instead are doing their very best to hit safely or make great defensive stops or lower their earned run average through proper pitch selection and likely also exceptional velocity and movement. Whatever it takes within the confines of the existing rules to win the sporting match. You get it. Largo continues. Soldiers of the revolution will be dressed in a military manner, uniformly with other members of the striking force to which we belong. In case of an emergency, when a soldier of Largo must bear arms without notice, he will identify himself throughout the action with a red armband on the left arm. Civilians coming into contact with soldiers of the revolution should immediately identify themselves, their location, and non-combatant status. Do not identify yourself as a sympathizer unless this is a true statement. Your rights will be honored and your safety taken into primary consideration, regardless of beliefs. I can't believe this is fucking real. This feels more like a Will Ferrell character in an old SNL sketch, or like a Danny McBride, just kind of like one of those arrogant idiot characters instead of real life. I find it so fucking entertaining when cult leaders this unbelievably stupid are able to succeed on some level. Just so you know, our soldiers will be dressed like soldiers. And another important thing, if you want no quarrel with us, please, just tell us that you are a sympathizer, and therefore we will not riddle your body with bullets and flood the streets with more blood of the revolution. But please do not tell us that if you are not in fact a sympathizer, and thus tricking us by deception into letting our guards down for us then to be literally stabbed or shot in the back or something. That would that would not be cool. And that would be harmful to our revolutionary objectives in a most unpleasant and upsetting manner. And then the last thing they wrote in their leaflet was, our war against the federal forces will be conducted on a program of gradual acceleration as efforts to eliminate Largo increase. At each step of the escalation, a statement of procedure will be published in order to ensure the safety of war zone residents. Power to the people. We shall not fail. So good. So fucking good. I wish that every topic we covered had some source material like that. Just a fucking gift wrapped and waiting to be unopened on the internet. One last thing. The more federal forces that try to stop us, the harder we will fight, just so you know. We will accelerate our war gradually in order to match more fighting being directed against us. I hope I just made it clear that if you fight more hard against us, we will not start fighting less hard in return. Understand? That would allow us to be defeated, and defeat is not part of our strategy. We very much would like to win. So please, do not think you can defeat our revolution by fighting more hard over and out. Power to the people. That's a legendary letter. Was sent out on March 11th, 1970. I bet by March 12th, when the letters started to arrive places. Oh, God, just fucking officials, county officials across California were having a real good laugh over this shit. And also, this keeps getting better. Despite these idiots not using a conventional trackable printing device, these fucking idiots were tracked down within 13 hours of the first letter being opened. Oh, God, I love it. 13 hours and the revolution is already over. Took the FBI that long to trace Largo's written threats to Jerry D, who by this time was going by the alias of Gino Salvo. And the FBI was not even a little bit worried about this dork. An agent for the State Department of Justice said, as anarchists and revolutionaries go, he is strictly small potatoes. Like, that's a quote. He's small potatoes. And then the agent added, while he boasts of having hundreds of automatic weapons and talks of his legions now undergoing guerrilla training in the hills, the fact is he has scarcely half a dozen dedicated followers, and most of them can be classified as kooks. We do have true anarchists and revolutionaries in our midst, but he isn't one of them. I laughed so fucking hard when I first read that. Kooks. That's the word you don't hear enough of. Hear enough anymore. The agency also had intelligence that Gerald was considered a persona non grata, even within revolutionary circles. One source told them that Gerald recently attempted to form a coalition with heads of the Red Guard and Revolutionary Union in the Palo Alto area, and these guys essentially told him to beat it. Come on, get it, Jerry D. Yeah. We got real revolutionary work to do, you fucking ding-dong, you kook. Also, some of the 5 or 6 kook followers he supposedly had may have been invented. One person who claimed to be a member of Largo was a guy who went by Claude, former downtown art store clerk who wrote into newspapers claiming to be an authority on bombs. Claude sent pictures of crude bombs. He said he purchased on the open market, but then agents determined later that he didn't buy them, he made them, and that they didn't fucking work. So Gino Salvo was Claude. Finally, citing Gerald's amateurism, no charges were filed against him for this, which is so sad. Dude threatens county officials with a bloody revolution, and the FBI's response is just like, shut the fuck up, Jerry. Get out here. We're not even going to arrest you fucking dork. Go get a job, you kook. Following month in April of 1970, Jerry does get into some actual trouble. Sutter County Sheriff's deputies arrest him on charges of failing to pay child support and spend 30 days in jail. Following his release, he will never go by the name of Jerry Doden again. Jerry is dead. Jerry was a chump. He's Gino now. Primo Gino. Fucking revolutionary. And what I have to imagine was an effort to keep not paying child support and also to not get arrested. Now he changes his name to, Eugenio Gino Parente, moves to New York State, where he will start building a cult. So sad that this guy was able to build a cult. 1971, Parente worked briefly for the United Farm Workers Organizing Committee, predecessor of United Farm Workers of America, UFW, in its New York office. I learned some more lingo, make some contacts. After taking charge during a power vacuum, he is quickly fired for reasons unknown. Later, labor activist, a real labor activist, Dolores Huerta, would remember him during this time period as a colorful biker type who played a small role in the boycott for about 9 months or a year. He created a lot of problems for the union, attacking us in the press. Then he went and formed his own group. Parente began to organize a new group in November of 1971, working among nursery and greenhouse workers in New York, Suffolk County. A couple months later, he started organizing vegetable growers in Northport and agricultural workers in Bellport, Long Island. By June of 1972, Parente and some early volunteers moved into Southold Town. Later that summer, they moved to Riverhead Township, the heart of Long Island's migrant community. There, he founded the Eastern Farm Workers Association, an organization purportedly aiming to help migrant workers on Long Island. This is how it all really starts. The EFWA received press attention in its early days for attempting to organize farm workers at the I.M. Young Company, a potato grower. By this time, newspapers were reporting that Parente was a former associate of Cesar Chavez, an actual labor organizer of note, a true revolutionary. Born in 1927, Chavez grew up in Arizona, and the small adobe home where Cesar was born in was swindled from his family. Chavez's father had agreed to clear 80 acres of land. In exchange, he would receive the deed to 40 acres of land that adjoined his home, but the agreement was broken, and that land was then sold to a man named Justice Jackson. Chavez's dad went to a lawyer who advised him to borrow money and buy the land from Jackson. Later, when Chavez's father could not pay the unreasonably high interest on the loan, the lawyer then bought back the land for pennies on the dollar, sold it back to the original owner, and it was all a setup. It was all a fucking scam. Chavez learned about injustice early, about people being taken advantage of, and vowed to do something about it. He dedicated his life's work to improving conditions for the legions of farm workers who kept fresh food on the tables across America. while they often went hungry themselves, living and laboring in abysmal conditions, being paid unlivable wages, and generally just exploited. Chavez modeled his methods on the nonviolent civil disobedience of Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., employing strikes, boycotts, marches, and fasts to draw attention to what he called La Causa. Devoutly religious, he also drew inspiration from the social teachings of the Catholic Church and from the life of St. Francis, an Italian nobleman who lived in the 12th century and 13th century. Francis of Assisi renounced his wealth after a period of captivity during war and illness, became a champion of the poor, living his life in solidarity with them. 1962, Chavez founded the National Farm Workers Association, later became United Farm Workers, and this would pave the way for landmark legislation in 1975 that codified and guaranteed agricultural workers' rights to unionize, bargain collectively with their employers, and vote in secret ballot elections in California. Cesar Chavez was the real fucking deal. Parente was not. Highly unlikely he ever worked with Chavez. Probably never even fucking met him. But with so much activism going on in the early 70s, it was easy for Parente to scam his way into some shit, replicating some of Chavez's methods, claiming to be his associate, making himself seem like he had Mexican heritage, just like the people he was supposedly helping. He didn't. So Parente organized 800 farm workers with 30 full-time EFWA staff and 70 volunteers in December of 1972, when the EFWA led a strike of potato workers. The strike was called on December 4th, after nearly 5 weeks of work interruption, while many farmers were holding potatoes off the market, hoping for a price raise. Their aim was to get $2.89 an hour in wages and 10 cents an hour for hospitalization insurance. At the time, they were earning $2 an hour, but not paid for so-called own time, periods when they were required to be at their places of work, but not actually operating potato grading machines. And they didn't receive any hospitalization insurance or other benefits. During the strike, the migrant farmers were given no wages, but had to pay for food and lodging in the camps owned by the Young Corporation. The migrant workers, along with the EFWA, marched for 15 days in front of the factory. The Farm Workers Association provided them with food and gas for their rudimentary heating units. And all of this was somewhat historic. This was the first union of agricultural workers on the East Coast. But that didn't mean it was recognized, and a court decision, the Department of Labor determined that the EFWA was not a labor organization, as defined by federal law. Unclear if the actions also of the EFWA actually helped get those workers any extra money or benefits, or if it just cost them money by keeping them out of the workforce for a while. But it gets his name out. It's all this gets, Gino's name out. And soon his band of followers will grow. 1973, Parente, still leading the EFWA, attends the Philadelphia Convention of the National Unemployed and Welfare Rights Organization, NURO. NURO was a similarly shady group that had tried to destroy and replace the National Welfare Rights Organization. So same acronym, but without the U. A legitimate national organization which, at its height in the early 70s, had chapters in nearly every state in the nation. At the conference, Parente is thought to have somehow partnered with NURO, which brought criticism, but others did defend him. Most rushed to defend what was now being called NATLFed, the National Labor Federation, as he tries to take his New York-based little organization to the national level. Here we fucking go. Most of the defenders were thought to be NATLFed members. Makes sense. Social worker familiar with NATLFed work and possibly also a NATLFed member said, they are doing the work state agencies should be providing. If they were interested in feeding or clothing people, it's the state they should press, not themselves. By 1973, NATLFed had formed volunteer-run benefit programs, which include, in its words, free dental care for members and their families. Also by 1973, other organizations under the NATLFed umbrella popping up around the country like CHA, the California Homemakers Association, a group that claimed to provide free legal aid, free emergency food and clothing also supposedly collected by CHA and provided to members in severe need. Around this time, NATLFed explained its goals with all of these groups in a publicly released document titled Sociology and the Unrecognized Worker. They also, in this document, seem to try and set the world fucking record for the most times somebody uses the word strata in a single paragraph. They wrote, our strata is made up of people who circulate through many statuses during the course of a lifetime or even in a single year. Sometimes our members work in the field, sometimes in domestic work, in a car wash, at service work, in a laundry or restaurant, are unemployed or on welfare. This demands that organizational emphasis be placed on the entire strata. Poverty programs, educational systems, etc. have generally pulled from our strata the most beautiful, intelligent, or healthy. Others have fallen into our strata, leaving the basic statistical contours of the strata pretty much untouched. It is our aim to raise our strata. As a whole, this demands the organization of the entire strata. 7 times, by my count, 7 stratas in 6 sentences. It's a fucking outstanding strata ratio. And strata in this context means a level or class to which people are assigned according to their social status, education, or income. Despite their claims, some New York journalists would note that by the mid-70s, NATLFED had only been involved in a few union recognition battles and wasn't organizing labor according to their claims. Though they've entrusted a lot of people, another social worker explained, the members don't do anything. NATLFED doesn't build anything. Well, they're doing something. Stockpiling an untold amount of money. Money that, although we don't know exactly when this happened, led to the transformation of Jerry D from a very fucking minor Bush League con artist, playing the part of a left-leaning labor organizer, to a cult leader, masquerading as a communist revolutionary. Despite maybe not really doing anything, NATLFED claimed to have 40,000 members by the end of 1973. Places like Sacramento, New Brunswick, Philadelphia, Long Island, Binghamton, New York, Western Massachusetts. Did they? I mean, Jerry D previously claimed to have hundreds of revolutionary fighters trained in the hills when he had maybe 2 or 3 fucking dorks. So I doubt he now had 40,000 members, dedicated members of NATLFED. But maybe he had hundreds. I don't know. Digging into their old literature, whatever members he did have were the fifth outer ring of the NATLFED system. Yes, his intentionally confusing shell game, various offices and organizations now divided into rings. The fourth ring was volunteers, or vols. Vols were engaged in organizing other members, going out to raise money, either by organizing bake sales or passing the donation can in shopping centers. At this level, the recruits were essentially, or usually, young, naive college students who, once inside the group, would be expected, pressured, to leave college, and be placed into the cadre, a sort of elite organizing position, or the CDR level. The CDR level was then classified into 2 types: tabular on the third ring, viable on the second. Oh, this fucking code they talk. Tabular third ring members would be almost completely occupied with clerical work, which largely entailed phoning, typing, filing out index cards. For each contact made by a cadre, a card would be made out in triplicate. One for the master file, another for the FIIN, or financial input file. I don't know why there's 2 I's in an acronym. Maybe I added that. And the third in the vol file. Viable CDRs, on the other hand, were considered candidates for the inner circle, the provisional wing, a group typically referred to cryptically by assumed members like Parente to keep viable cadre candidates intrigued. To keep them hoping they would, if they played their cards right, if they were dedicated enough to the cause and willing to lay down their lives for the revolution, they'd be invited into the inner sanctum where they could really change the world. These young student candidates for supposed inner circle membership would be told of gun stockpiles for a coming revolution, and they were expected to be ready to let go of any personal plans to join said revolution at a moment's notice. Any second, comrades, we will soon initiate a show of force. A tornado of domination will be unleashed, unprecedented in the history of the world in terms of revolutionary scale and scope. It will make the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 look like a children's game. We will bring our noble fight to all those who bear arms in service of the established government to be deposed, to those considered members of the federal forces because of their ability and order to destroy, apprehend, kill, and obtain our freedom-fighting soldiers. Now that kind of shit. And though there were many organizations, as we heard about up top with all the different acronyms, organizations with different names and different ways they claim to be helping, it seems like they all work just about the same way as far as structure. Each time NATLFED entered an area to set up ops, aka operations, an organizer's first duty was hassling a key activist or activists for the names of all the people they knew. And in some cases, without prior approval, they began to use the activist's name, thereby boosting credibility. Immediately, they started creating files, names, addresses, schooling, activities, and political backgrounds, of potential allies or enemies. The master file cards were then sent to the main branch of Parente's Brownstone in New York. One member even later remembered seeing cards with social security numbers on them. They knew exactly who to target with their phony communist revolutionary bullshit. Once NATLFED Central Operations sent the following memo to a regional operative. We request that you conduct an inquiry into the groups and or individuals who are working in either the Joanne Chesmar Defense Committee or the Phil Shinnick Defense Committee. Any information that you can find out about these people would be very useful to us at this time. What we want is an overview of who is involved and where these groups are moving. This will enable us to get an idea of other forces moving in the New Brunswick entity. Thanks. NATLFED also wouldn't hesitate to resort to outright theft to get what they wanted. Real Watergate shit. If no one cared about Watergate, because no one important was involved, and the stakes were very low. Over a year period in the New Brunswick area, there were 10 break-ins of organizations' offices and homes of activists. NATLFed members were behind all of them. And during the 5th break-in, a key NATLFed field organizer was caught in the act. The only physical thing they stole was a TV. One TV. Why were these revolutionary masterminds still on the TV? And intel on random activists they wanted to recruit, or intel on opposing activists they wanted to harm somehow. It was all done in preparation for the master plan, a master plan that members constantly referred to as the master plan. A plan that mostly revolved around discussing a supposed massive gun stockpile somewhere in Sacramento that in all likelihood never existed. One ex-member later told reporters, Parente told us there was a plan to surround and take over police stations as part of some sort of romantic revolutionary plot. New members quickly found themselves sucked into this lifestyle, fueled by cigarettes, very little sleep, canned food, a 24-hour day packed with commitments that gave them no time to reflect on whether or not they were actually helping vulnerable communities or doing any revolutionary shit. And if a member criticized Parente's plan, there was retaliation. There would be brutal, unthinkable torture carried out. Kind of. One ex-member explained on several occasions, as punishment, she had to sit on the floor for 12 hours straight, forced to listen to Gino read shit that he wrote. How is that real? Oh my God, I love how absurd all this is, how laughably pathetic. But also, listening to that motherfucker drone on with his pseudo-intellectual babble, his revolutionary talk for 12 hours, I mean, that would be torture. I can see somebody just being like, enough! Just stick some shit under my fingernails already! Waterboard me or something! If I hear you say strato one more time, I'm going to bite off my own tongue so I can drown in my own blood. Another member shared a bit of insight into the inner workings of this group, saying, this is how they get you to stay. It's like the Moonies, which is a group we are going to suck down the road here. First, they give you a meal with meat. I got to back up. I forgot how ridiculous this quote is. This is how they get you to stay. It's like the Moonies. First, they give you a meal with meat, which is real special. Gino's 3 women then make you comfortable, put you in a room. When you're tired, he comes in and reads and talks to you. After this long process, I felt trapped. I just knew that. What? You were trapped because he read to you and gave you special meat? Like, what's happening? And yes, Jerry Gino is sleeping with these 3 women. Of course he's. Cult. Professionals they'd managed to recruit, such as doctors, lawyers, college professors, would be allowed to keep their well-paying, influential jobs while turning over money and contacts to NATLFed. Cult. Most of the rest would be told to quit their jobs, leave their old lives behind, and devote all of their time and energy to the party. And many would. By 1977, NATLFed somehow actually seemed to have, a bunch of members touring all over the country, people operating as organizers and also spies on other organizations. An article written by investigative journalist Harvey Kahn for a political watchdog magazine called The Public Eye would describe these touring members. Harvey wrote, couples of organizers, one male and one female, have been touring the country over the last several years trying to set up cadres to aid and organize unrecognized farm workers and the unemployed, America's poor. They represent the National Labor Federation. These organizers then hustle to gather up contacts, lists of key activists, and academics. All are pressured to lend their names, host organizers in town, and give more names of local people to contact. According to some, a typical, though aggressive, organizing drive. But before long, the organizers who appear fatigued from overwork and undernourishment have assembled files complete with 3x5 index cards, which show personal data on most of the community's activists. While Harvey was skeptical of why they were doing this, he also couldn't solve that mystery. He wrote, the true political basis of the National Labor Federation, NATLFed, itself an umbrella for locals like Eastern Farm Workers Association, California Homemakers Association, Eastern or Western Service Workers Association, and Western Massachusetts Labor Action, is a mystery. Local NATLFed organizers tend to tease potential cadre with informational tidbits only to retreat while muttering about a loose coalition somewhere. Later, the same organizer whispers of a party, then smiles in response to a battery of questions, verifying that no leadership actually exists. NATLFed members have also aroused curiosity by claiming to have large gun stockpiles. They promise to deliver all this and more. Despite no one seeming to understand exactly what the fuck these guys were up to, NATLFed seemed to be recruiting more volunteers than ever, especially at colleges. Some college administrators even paired up with NATLFed organizations and offered up their students, right? All kinds of dipshits, the educated and uneducated alike, teachers and students, want to become a part of this mysterious revolution. Right? Give my life meaning, Jerry Gino. At Sacramento State College, California, students were assigned by school administrators to work with the California Homemakers Association for class credit. Friends World College in Huntington, Long Island, assigned students to the Eastern Farm Workers. I'm not surprised about Friends World College, now known as LIU Global. This college with a student body of less than 100 students was extremely radical. At quick glance at some of its history, it made Berkeley look conservative. Not sure what the vibe is now. Antioch College in Ohio sent students for a time to the California Homemakers Association for course credits, but then canceled the arrangement when charges of cult-like conditions at CHA started to surface way back in the mid to late 70s. When questioned by reporters, one Antioch school administrator remarked, "Much of what you're telling me about this group I've already heard from students. We canceled the program due to the lack of truth in advertising. Canceled the program after getting scammed by revolutionaries." So how was this group so successful at colleges? Well, the very short answer is it was the mid-1970s. The little bit longer answer is it was the end of the biggest cult formation era in American history, as we've discussed so many times before in previous episodes. The counterculture was breathing its last dying breaths. Kids across America were still rejecting the conservative ideals of their parents, kids questioning the integrity of their government, the ideals of capitalism, maybe more than they even had a few years prior, thanks to the Watergate scandal and subsequent congressional hearings revealing that their government had in fact lied to them over and over and over, including lying to them about why the U.S. entered the fight in Vietnam, a fight that had killed many of these college kids' older brothers. Also, many of these students were dreading graduating into the crashing economy of the mid-70s. Felt to them like if there was ever a good time to dedicate themselves to changing the fucking world, it was right now. NATOFED preyed on these feelings of uncertainty and idealism. NATOFED made these kids feel like they could join and become a part of something so much bigger than themselves, a revolution, get it on the ground floor, so that when the existing regime is toppled, you will have special status in the new world order. A lot of these kids probably felt like they could become the types of revolutionaries they'd only read about in history books. NATOFED also used the good old-fashioned allure of joining an Illuminati-type secret club, one that claimed to trace its history decades back to some real revolutionaries who really did shit. NATOFED's made-up history, written about in a document they titled Genesis, traced a fake trail from the old Communist Party of the 1930s to the progressive labor group's guerrilla training in Cuba during the early 60s, guerrilla struggles in Guatemala around 1966, the Bay Area Revolutionary Union, United Farm Workers Union, and just prior to forming the Eastern Farm Workers, the Venceremos organization. All this mythology worked on a lot of young people. Now let's meet one of them. Let's deviate away from our timeline to get to know a young woman named Sonia Larson. Sonia would go on to write a memoir about her time in the cult, Red Star Tattoo, My Life as a Girl Revolutionary, published in 2016. So thankful that she shared her story. This kind of insight, for me, is what made this story worth telling this week. Hail Nimrod and hail Sonia, or Sonia. Before she ever joined the group, Sonia's life was far from ordinary. As a young child, she lived with her parents and older sister on a hippie commune outside Montreal, Canada, called the Sweetgrass Commune, where the adults were so poor they sometimes ground up acorns into some sort of coffee substitute. Never heard about that before. And smoked cigarettes rolled with sage leaves. Holy hippie. Sonia's mother was born on a Native American reservation where her mother's father, Bud, was stationed at a mission. He was a Texas-born preacher for the Church of the Nazarene, just like his father before him. He preached stuff like women weren't supposed to wear makeup and dancing was forbidden. He was very socially conservative, and when Sonia's mother got pregnant at 16, Bud was completely ashamed of her. Almost disowned her, made her get married outside of town so it wouldn't be listed in local papers, so it wouldn't embarrass him. The marriage lasted less than 2 years, and then Sonia's mother met Sonia's father, a smart, funny guy, played the guitar, born in a working-class neighborhood in Milwaukee. He told her he would be happy to adopt her daughter, Sonia's sister Patty, so they got married. And 9 months later, hail Josephina, Sonia was born. Soon the family would move, spurred on by the Milwaukee race riots of 1967. First they went to Hawaii. Eventually they'd make their way to the Sweetgrass Commune in Quebec. In some ways, Sonia had an idyllic childhood with the Sweetgrass people, singing in Sweetgrass blues bands at old folks' homes and high school dances, selling wildflowers, daisies, and goldenrod to tourists in the city. In other ways, her early life was all about indoctrination. Made her a perfect revolutionary cult candidate later in life. As a child, Larson was taught about the duality of existence. A comrade explained dialectics to her as the struggle between opposing forces, night and day, hot and cold, communism and capitalism. Her mother told her when the revolution comes, everyone will have to pick a side. So she's been hearing about that shit her whole life. Sonia was taught that God wasn't real, nor was Santa Claus. Kids didn't need more than a couple toys. All they did was to work hard on the commune. Be a good, mindless, industrious, soulless, insignificant little worker ant. Care not for yourself, but only for the communist colony. I continue to truly struggle when it comes to seeing the appeal of the communist lifestyle. It sounds so fucking bleak and horrific to me always. I guess I'm just an individualist at the very core of my being. After a few years, the frigid Quebec winters quickly lost their appeal for the sweetgrass crew, and the commune splintered, with most members packing up for the warmth and bounty of California. Many of them were Americans, having previously dodged the Vietnam draft by heading up to Canada, and now it's time to head back home. At the age of 8, Sonia would join them, embarking on a cross-country trip with a man in his early 20s because, as she put it in her memoir, everyone knew that a kid was better than a dog or a woman for hitchhiking. What the fuck were her parents thinking, sending their 8-year-old daughter off with some dude in his early 20s across the country? That's fucking gross. Sonia packed her possessions into a canvas backpack, a sleeping bag, a drinking cup that collapsed flat into a little case, 2 matching wooden bowls, her spork, her teddy bear, some clothes, a toothbrush, her traveling papers, and pounds of homemade granola. And she made it to California, where she reconnected with her mother. Eventually, her parents split up. Dad went back to Montreal to pursue work as in the field of low-level drug dealing, while her mother volunteered with the innocuous-sounding California Homemakers Association, right? A clandestine recruiting wing for fucking Parentes bullshit. Sonia stayed with her mother, hanging out with the CHA. Sonia did see some good coming out of the group she was working with, even though the outside world seemed to disagree with them. She would describe seeing it in new recruit spaces, saying, a eureka moment when they understood that being poor wasn't only about bad choices and bad luck. What happened to people, the way they ended up poor and powerless, was not an accident, but an essential product of the system itself. But the real discovery was that someday it was going to be different. If it motivated people to get up and start advocating for themselves, it couldn't be that bad, right? Well, unfortunately, it could because someday would never come because there was not going to be some bullshit revolution as promised, right? They're being lied to. All those other lives would likely be so much fucking worse if the revolution came. Overall citizen happiness, not exactly off the charts in Mother Russia at this time. Soon, Sonia would find out that the California Homemakers Association was one organization under the larger umbrella of the newly opened Reading branch of the National Labor Federation. Fucking NATLFED, right? Sonia spent a lot of time in the Reading NATLFED office. Occasionally, that branch was called the Western Services Workers Association. The Sacramento and Oakland branches were the California Homemakers Association. The Oregon branch was the Northwest Service Workers Association, all connected, she finds out. Sonia knew her local chapter was affiliated with a variety of other organizations, like the Coalition of Concerned Medical Professionals, Coalition of Concerned Legal Professionals. A part of NATLFED before she was even a teen, Sonia worked at a food and clothing bank in the office and a soup line in the park. She participated in food drives and shifts handing out leaflets around town. Slowly and steadily, NATLFED became her whole life. While she used to spend most of her time with her mother's friends, hippies from the old Sweetgrass Commune, the Women's Center, and the Rape Crisis Center, now these women were being replaced by people from NATLFED. No more random hippies and liberals, only people truly dedicated to the revolution. Members' apartments began to be called safe houses. When she missed a volunteer shift, her maturity and commitment to the upcoming revolution would be questioned. Sonia was moved around with her mother, living in these apartments, safe houses, with dozens of other people, some of whom she knew, some of whom she did not. When she turned 13, members of the California Homemakers Association made her a birthday card. Happy birthday, Sonia, accompanied by a paper cutout figure holding a gun. Revolution! By 8th grade, Sonia had dropped out of school to help her mom with the California Homemakers Association to help with the revolution. Around that time, she was also molested by her mother's boyfriend. Happened several times, once when Sonia fell asleep in her mother's bed, another time on the couch in the living room. And because her childhood was so fucked up, because she was surrounded by so much crazy, she didn't even realize at the time that she was being molested or that it was wrong to be molested. She didn't know if what had happened to her was actually bad or just something that the straight world would condemn, like skinny dipping or smoking weed. By the time she was 13, she had been surrounded by casual sex for months, if not years. Walking in on people, fucking had become somewhat normal in this strange little cosplay comic community. Members might even ask you if you wanted to watch, right? Cult. Sonia was careful not to say anything about her mother's boyfriend. She was worried that if she did, it wasn't only her mother that would lose him, it was the revolution itself. He was too important to this revolution that would never happen. But after she'd been assaulted several times, she did want to leave. She left for Montreal, made it to a welfare agency who started investigating her, left for Montreal around the time a welfare agency started investigating her mother for some kind of fraud. Now, so young, she's on her own. 1981, when she's 16, she makes it to Brooklyn, still alone. Soon ends up taking residence at the Natalfed headquarters, right? The heart of the beast, where a row of unassuming brownstones in Crown Heights secretly housed the operations of at least 100 people preparing for the Revolution Day, which was February 18th, 1984. Sonia was told that within 40 hours, starting on that date, the U.S. government would come under the party's control as the group organized a general workers' strike, jammed telephone lines, and carried out aggressive, nationwide military action. Oh, fuck yeah! Be ready, comrades! The hour of action draws near. Soon we strike at the cold heart of the bourgeoisie. We will jam their phone lines, all of them. Or at least the ones that we do not need to use ourselves for communication. So we will jam some of them. There are a lot of phone lines in America. So we will probably need, as I am talking this out, to dramatically increase membership for the specific purpose of simultaneously disabling thousands of phone lines. Oh, shit, there might be tens of thousands of phone lines. The more I think about the phone lines, the first order of the revolution is going to be getting an accurate assessment of the totality of America's phone lines. Sony said that the man giving out orders at HQ was a slick leader. Sony described him as having the oily sex appeal of Jim Jones and the raw magnetism of Charles Manson. Under the guise of the impending revolution, Old Man, as he was called, exerted total control over his followers. Old Man, of course, being Parente. No longer a small-time dipshit con artist running raffle scams, reciting Shakespeare to fucking nerds at diners. He was now a fully formed cult leader at the height of his weird powers. Sonia also heard that Jerry Gino, now in his mid-40s, referred to as Oldie, field commander, Vincent Ramos, Vic Elder, Eugenio Parente, or Gino. She threw herself into preparing for the revolution. The phrase "after the revolution" was now being commonly used as a prefix for many conversations between comrades and in letters exchanged with her mother. Right? It was a certainty. February 18th, 1984. Put on your fucking calendar. Day of America's reckoning. Sonia, like other members lucky enough to work at HQ, attended nightly classes with the old man. For these classes, Gino Cool Guy would wear dark aviator sunglasses indoors and a Hell's Angels biker vest with a black t-shirt underneath that read, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil, for I am the meanest motherfucker in the valley." Like, he actually wore it. I sure they said that. Oh, fuck yeah, but no more dorky Shakespeare recitations for this motherfucker. He's basically like a commie, just MC 1%er now. He's the poor man's Toots Martinez. Hey, Toots Martinez here, founder, godfather, original charter president for the Cleveland Steamers Motorcycle Club. I just want to say that I never had nothing to do with fake-ass Gerald Dozen, fake-ass Mexican, fake-ass revolutionary. And speaking of ass, just a reminder, because I'm still being misunderstood, my nickname of Toots is in regards to the sound that my first bike used to make when I started up as a kid. It is not a reference to any sort of flatulence. And steamer is still not to a newly dead body, from steam coming off its dead body, not to an act of defecation. Anyway, take care and happy riding. And remember our motto, the Cleveland Steamers, when there's barbarians at the gate, you gotta drop a deuce. Been a long time since Toots swung by. Fucking love Toots. Anyway, that was confusing. Don't even fucking worry about it. Anyway, in the early hours of the morning, students like Sonia sat on folding chairs, on a couch, on the floor, in the hallway. Most had clipboards in front of them, taking meticulous notes. God, on Gino's fucking nonsense as he droned on and on. Can you imagine taking notes on Gino's speeches? Did he just say strata again, or was it cadre? These classes took place at the National Office Central, or NOC, where during daylight hours, volunteers would spend 12 to 14-hour shifts typing directives to local branches. Directives explain in painful detail how to hold more profitable bake sales, how to recruit doctors, how to run food banks and winter clothing drives, how to recruit members, both to Natalfed and to the secret branch that Sonia had only just learned about after being around Natalfed members for years, Communist Party USA Provisional Wing. There were 3 apartments at National Office Central, a main one where the old man taught and the members had their dinners and classes. In that apartment, there was a sleeping room where everyone slept on a pile of mattresses. Beside that room, well, almost everyone. Beside that room was the cave, a small room where the old man slept and where he fucked. Details on that soon. The bedroom detail I do find funny. In a true communist society, in theory, right, everyone is equal. Only one strata All for one and one for all. A classless social system with one form of public ownership and the means of production and with full social equality of all members of society. But communist leaders, do they ever truly live like everybody else? Or do they at the very least get their own private fucking room with their own mattress while everyone else sleeps next door packed in like sardines? The organization owned 3 4-story brownstones at this point on Carroll Street, 24 units altogether. Most of the units they rented out to raise money for the revolution, but they kept apartments in 2 separate buildings and had the entire basement for their cause. And that basement spanned the length of all 3 buildings. There was also a small additional walk-up apartment in the Lower East Side and another apartment in Park Slope. Sonia moved from place to place, sleeping on spare beds, couches, and gym mats on the floor. But back to the lessons. Old Man, aka Parente, had 2 assistants, Polly and Mary T, who changed tapes in his tape recorders, lit his cigarettes, refilled his coffee as he gave long rambling lectures on revolutionary history, and sucked his dick and stuff. Not kidding. Both women were recruited as teenagers, Polly when she was just 15, Mary when she was 17. Typical cult leader shit. At these classes, the old man would say things like, truth is the collision of an objective and a subjective reality inside your own mind. For a revolutionary, the truth of the revolution is impossible to deny, since it corresponds to the objective reality of the oppression of the working class and our subjective concept of justice. In other words, kids, there ain't no justice. There's just us. I don't think he's necessarily wrong there, but also he's making it clear that ethics are subjective, which can definitely create a new reality that is very good for a cult leader, very bad for the followers. He told the group that young people had fought in revolutionary struggles throughout the world: Spain, Cuba, China, Russia, and Vietnam. And he told them it would be their job on the mornings after night classes to go pick up donations around the city. They'd be on the road 8 hours on a bad day, 10 to 12 on a good one. And these donations would not be made to the Communist Party provisional wing. They were donations to the Coalition of Concerned Medical Professionals, a branch organization that claimed to be giving low-income people and migrant workers access to health care. They took food donations as well, supposedly for low-income and migrant workers. Well, what really happened to that food? Well, they ate it themselves. Fueled themselves for the war ahead. The donated food fed everyone back at the brownstones, even when they told people giving it to them that they were giving the cheese and milk and fruit to malnourished migrant kids on Long Island. They also solicited telephone donations, cold calling people for money, and did so much clerical work. They had to type fundraising pitches, recruitment pitches, drafts of new leaflets. They would only take a break for dinner, eating in front of the TV as they watched PBS. And they would be back to work, sometimes on watch duty, making sure there weren't any capitalist pig threats lurking in the blocks around the brownstones. If there was no class, they'd be in their assigned sleeping spots by 11 or 12. Sonia often slept on a mat underneath the drafting table in one of the organization's actual businesses, a design studio in Park Slope. Sounds fucking lovely. She also wore the underwear that the organization bought in bulk for its members and toted around the same style of vinyl overnight bag from a bankrupt travel agency. All these kids being kept tired, overworked, confused, their individuality stripped. Cult. And though members were permitted to roam the city to do their jobs, there were so many rules they had to follow as they did so. No watching TV or movies or reading books that were non-political, for one. No discussing the organization's business in public places. Secrets. Everything about the organization had to be referred to in code. Code words came from that manual, the essential organizer. The FIN committee is just one eye. Raised money. The PRO, short for procurement department, got stuff. Food, clothes, anything and everything. BENE, or benefits. Benny, distributed out to people who needed it, as in people in the cults, not starving kids or migrant workers or anything. Transportation was the TRX department. There was a name for fucking everything in the organization. Proper way to do things, a right way to ask for donations or rides, a right way to sort clothes in the free clothing closet. Everything, and I mean everything, had very specific instructions with too many words. Every hour of every day was mapped out and color-coded on a large whiteboard back at HQ. When members arrived back after a long day, there would be new colors on the board, new tasks next to their names. For much of the first year, Sonia was happy to do her job, took pride in it, felt like she was contributing to something important, something bigger than herself. Jerry Gino feeding on her youthful idealism. On Christmas, she and the other members ate turkey, took half the day off. And on New Year's Eve, they took the whole day off, drank whiskey and beer, sang until the early morning. St. Patrick's Day was the same, but, sang Irish songs. Then on Sonia's 17th birthday, Parente, Jerry D, the old man, called her down to his office. Wonder where this could be going. Jerry had on a Western shirt with bandana tied around his neck, because I guess he's cosplaying being a fucking ranch hand now. and he motioned to a small wrapped box on the coffee table. Inside the box was a Pelican fountain pen, black with a gold band around the center. Pen that probably would cost about $1,000 now. Weird that he wasn't using a basic, not fancy, right, proletariat pen, just like his fellow comrades. It's almost like he doesn't walk the walk. He offered her a bourbon, but said that he didn't drink himself. Then put on a Roy Orbison record, started telling her about his past with Largo, how they once hatched a plan to blow up the Shasta Dam and flood the whole valley around Redding, California. Fucking capitalist pigs. Before she knew it, Sonia was telling him about the boyfriend of her mother's who had molested her. She was crying. She was drunk on bourbon. And then she left the meeting feeling closer to him than ever. And at 17, Sonia would now be accepted as the youngest full member of the Communist Party USA Provisional Wing. As a party member, not just a volunteer member, she could hold an office in the local cell, put forward motions for discussion. She could now join something called the military fraction. She was important in this little microenvironment. The explanation was that fractions were all the parts you needed to have a whole thing. The Mutual Benefit Society were part of a labor fraction. The organizations that mobilized lawyers and doctors, part of a professional fraction. And now there was a fighting fraction. For the definitely going to happen revolution coming up quick. The big one with these fucking ding-dongs take over America. Other cadres now taught Sonia how to take apart and put together an M1A1, which she did using a dime that she had to keep under her tongue when not in use. She learned how to slide the 8-clip into the gun, studied military manuals, the diagrams of guns, readying herself for eventual fight. They actually did have some weapons out in New York. Being on military duty also meant other things like being an example to everyone else. Sonia was instructed to volunteer first when people were needed to bring in the food or the laundry or to not complain about stuff like cooking dinner 2 days in a row. Sometimes she didn't see how folding 60 pairs of pants constituted revolutionary work, but she did it. She reminded herself, like she'd been brainwashed, that this doubt was the remnants of her capitalist way of thinking, her own silly ego getting in the way. But even to her, the lines between the Provisional Wing and the National Labor Federation remained blurred. Despite being in the inner circle now, she still didn't fully understand the structure of all this. She found out stuff that left her feeling more confused, like how the chair of the Provisional Wing, a woman they called Struggler, not Parente, was the field commander for the upcoming revolution. By this time, there was less than 2 years to go until Revolution Day. Sonia was seeing Parente more than ever, listening to his conspiracy theories, such as how the newly reported AIDS virus was really a CIA experiment. I mean, I wouldn't actually be shocked if that was true. The old man also gave her weird fucking tasks, like translating a Haitian newspaper, writing the song lyrics out from an Edith Piaf record. Also started getting a little handsy. This is 1982, right? He's 44, she's 17. Starts touching her on her back, stroking her hair, telling her about how he'd already slept with the 2 girls that worked for him as secretaries. She remembered him once saying, I fucked her on the desk, made her go back to filing while her knees were still shaking. So cool, cool guy, not cringy. Soon that girl would hand Sonia an envelope of birth control pills. By that point, Parente, the old man, the horny cult leader, was calling Sonia all hours of the night, asking her thoughts on politics, motherhood, life in the field offices, what she liked about rock and roll, how tight her pussy was, that kind of stuff. When she went to his office, he sat down on the couch. He put his hand on her knee, her thighs, grooming her. Before long, he's asking her, what got her off, calling her a pretty little girl. And young Sonia liked it. She hadn't felt safe in a long time, not since her mother's boyfriend had molested her. But she felt safe now with Parente. And how fucking sad, right? The predator masquerading as the nurturer. Not uncommon, actually. Soon, I think we all saw where this was going. The two start sleeping together. Parente frames their sexual escapades as him helping her. He's helping her figure out how to orgasm, how to be less frigid, how to enjoy sex. That's right. He's a giver. Oh, fucking Jerry Gino. And then he gets possessive. When Sonia starts developing a crush on a young cadre named John, old man immediately sends him away. Within weeks, Sonia was not on any kind of revolutionary duty anymore. Her only job now was to get Parente's clothes out, dust his guns, fill his pens, make him sandwiches, fuck him every which way but Sunday. He was a controlling and demeaning asshole, typical cult leader. Once he made her make 7 eggs for him before she got it exactly the way he wanted it. Nightly now, she would sleep outside his office on the floor like she was a fucking dog, in case he needed anything like sex. But sometimes he would get that itch scratched from someone else, even when she was sleeping right outside the door. Once she heard him spanking his secretary, Polly, with a riding crop for the revolution. Hi-yo, sarsaparilla, away! He went full fucking Captain Whisperhorn on her. If you know, you know. Like she'd been told, Sonia kept her mouth shut about all this. She also kept her mouth shut when Parente started fucking another new member, a young woman named Jane. On her 18th birthday, Parente, still also fucking Sonia, gives her a sheer pale yellow blouse, asks her to model it for him, braless, which she does. She's always doing shit like this for him now. Soon as late March 1983. Revolution only 329 days away. Members start getting more and more stressed out, like one woman, Barbara, who began praying at all hours and constantly washing her hands. That annoyed the fuck out of Jerry D. So the old man now asks Sonia for a small, teensy tiny favor. Just a little favor. He asked her to straight up murder Barbara. He said, it happens in war all the time. No big deal. Right? She's probably going to die in the revolution anyway. We cannot win the revolution, comrades, if some of us are too busy washing their hands to grab their guns and kill capitalist pigs. We cannot overthrow the factory owners if someone, looking at you, Barb, keeps giving away our location thanks to loud cry prayers. Sonia actually agrees to off Miss washes her hands and prays too much. Why is she praying, right? The commies have no God. She chooses Parente's silver .45 pistol to do the deed. Then just 2 days afterward, she tells the old man she'll do it. But then when she looks for Barb, she can't find her. Barb's gone. Sonia still doesn't know what happened to Barb. Maybe someone else killed her. Maybe she got wind of having a target on her back and fled. Or maybe she just got too stressed out to continue. Following her exit, more comrades vanish. At the beginning of the fall of 1983, there were 80 elite revolutionary comrades in the safe house in the surrounding area. By the winter, they were down to 63, almost a 25% drop in membership. To deter more members from leaving, some women caught trying to escape are now beaten. Others still escape, though. People say stuff like they're going to go to the basement to get some potatoes and then just, head out the back door and never come back. Despite this trend of members exiting, Parente has more women under his sexual thumb than ever. Plans for the revolution may be collapsing, but he still has a pecker that is not going to suck itself. Jane, Susan, a woman named Beth, Sonia, maybe more, are satisfying the old man. One day, Sonia finds these other women's underwear tucked into the folds of Parente's couch and a tub of fucking Vaseline hidden under the cushion. Remnants of an orgy, perhaps. Cult. Then there's another new girl, Tanya, and Tanya truly is just a girl. Sonia thought she was 14, maybe 15. She had originally come to the brownstone to visit her grandma, then got roped in by the old man, who then made her another one of his sexual pets. Sonia confronted Parente about this, but the old man dismisses her and then punishes her. Reassigns her to work alone in a small, dark room, organizing everybody's schedules hour by hour. No more sleeping outside the old man's door either. Be gone now, Jezebel. Soon after this, Parente starts beating Struggler, the woman who's ostensibly the chair of the provisional wing, his field commander. Shit's breaking down, devolving, getting weirder, like it always does in these cults, especially in doomsday cults, right? And this is a doomsday cult. Instead of an apocalypse, instead of a second coming, there is the revolution. And just like false prophets know their prophecies aren't going to actually come true. And they might lose their followers and all the sex and stuff when the promises go unfulfilled. False revolutionaries, no, there's actually not a revolution coming. So it seems like Jerry Gino is getting all the fucking in he can before this big fantasy world he has built comes crashing down around him. 9 days before the revolution was supposed to begin, Parente makes a surprise announcement. Nobody's going to work that day. Instead, they need to regroup. Take a day. Figure out exactly what the fuck they're doing. Everybody gathers into one big room, trapped really, supposedly to regroup, but really just being held hostage. They have to ask the old man for permission to go to the bathroom. It's feeling real Jonestown all of a sudden, right? He's fucking droning on and on with his weird lectures. Next day, another curveball. Parente declares that the man he'd had working as a bouncer just the day before, an escaped murderer named Harold, needs to be killed. Parente tells Struggler, his field commander, she has to kill him. Why? Because everything that had happened, the recent steady disintegration of the group, it was all her fault. Sonia now waits in terror for Harold to be killed. She's getting wild in the cult. Now let's shift focus away from Sonia and reconnect the overall cult in the timeline. Not that we're not already doing that a bit. Just 1 day before the professed revolution is supposed to begin, Friday, February 17th, 1984, the cult brownstones are raided by the Federal Joint Terrorist Task Force. Fucking FBI agents storm the compound. How convenient for Jer Bear. Also, check out how truly pathetic this next scene is. After nearly a decade of rallying the troops around a big, game-changing, world power-shifting revolution, how delusional for all these people, by the way, to think that was possible, Jerry Gino goes down like the silly little bitch he always was. As armed FBI agents enter the compound, Jerry Gino, brave, fearless, brilliant, communist revolutionary leader, yelps out in pain after throwing himself down the dumbwaiter shaft in a desperate attempt to escape. Instead of escaping, this dumb fuck breaks his leg. and then lays helpless at the bottom of the shaft and waits for agents to come help him out. The agents of tyranny are descending upon us, brothers. They fear our strength. These capitalist pigs cannot defeat us, comrades, as long as our solidarity remains unbroken. We must stick together. He then lifts up the door to the dumbwaiter shaft. Be brave, comrades. Show strength. He starts to climb inside. I will be right back to lead us. I just forgot my machine gun down in the basement. Ah! He fucking breaks his leg. After being dragged out by agents, Jerry Gino is carted away in an ambulance. Other members are then detained in the courtyard as the FBI agents bring out boxes of possible evidence to examine. In the harsh winter light, Son, you can see how pale everybody is in comparison to the cops and FBI agents, right? They never get out. They're just trapped doing weird work all the time. The FBI, in a prepared statement that night, said the raids were based on information received by the FBI in August 1983, which alleges that the Provisional Party of Communists had planned a series of violent acts to be committed within the United States. Said the FBI's goal was to interdict a terrorist action prior to violence and destruction of property. No arrests were actually made, but agents did take papers from 3 locations, 2 in Brooklyn, 1 in Manhattan. And then I guess arrests weren't made later because, again, the FBI had no respect for these clowns once they really looked into things. They weren't going to do shit, right? Just pretenders, phonies, cosplaying, and being revolutionaries. The next day, Saturday, February 18th, 1984, the day of reckoning that Gino had been preaching about for 10 years, almost. The old man, instead of bringing America to her knees, will instead whine to journalists about how he suffered 4 compound fractures on his right leg during the raid. He said the raid was preposterous, and he had no idea why authorities might have staged it. Asked about the Provisional Party of Communists, he said, I've never heard of it before, unless it's something new. Oh man, some fearless leaker. Meanwhile, the members try to pick up the remnants of their old lives back at the brownstones, right? They're still making dinner, brewing coffee, smoking cigarettes, watching the street, looking for FBI agents. Vans parked across the street did surface occasionally with men staring at the brownstones with binoculars. Back at the brownstone after his hospital stay, Jerry Gino lives for a while in a haze of painkillers that some of his ex-medical students got for him by forging doctors' names. And this pathetic fuck shouted new orders about shit like, newsletters that had to be written, calls to action. And everyone was like, I guess so. Everyone was moving sluggishly now. Any sense of urgency was lost, right? Of course. Everyone seemed to know now on some level that the revolution, it was just a farce. Morale is very low. They've been building towards February 18th, 1984 for years, sacrificing their time and energy and finances, their fucking lives. Some of them literally getting fucked by this douche. And now the revolution is not happening. What are they doing now? I'm sure many of them wanted to leave, but sunk cost fallacy, right? They'd already given so much to the cause. Many still weren't ready to admit to themselves it had all been for nothing. They don't want to face that embarrassment. So like cult members do over and over again, when the writing on the wall makes it so painfully clear that they have done nothing but allow themselves to be exploited and wasted their time, many still stay. Hang around. Wait to see what's going to happen next. They live on the same delusion and hope that they've been living on this entire time. Old man is embarrassed. He's stewing in his shame. He's crueler than ever now. Right? He fucks with Sonya now by giving her impossible tasks and slapping her if she corrects him. About a month after about a month of that shit, she had enough and she leaves for good. It was just a few days before her 19th birthday. She initially stayed at her father's house in his guest room, then got a job as a telephone solicitor for summer timeshares. Later, turned out that the whole summer timeshares thing also a scam. Yet again, she found herself helping some dickhead pull some bullshit. She must have been like, are you fucking kidding me? Again? She leaves, gets a job as a waitress at a sports bar next, and finally moves on to a much more normal chapter of her life. Starts to heal a bit from all the bullshit she had gone through for her entire life. Meanwhile, the FBI has wondered exactly what it was they had on their hands with Nadelfed and the Provisional Party of Communists. Later, a California resident would tell the FBI about Jerry Gino's cult-like authority, but there just wasn't enough evidence, I guess, to make any arrests. A few months later, July of 1984, a woman named Mia Pryor escapes from the group, gives authorities a bit more info that will lead to something at least. She tells police that several members had resorted to fraud and forgery to siphon thousands of dollars from her trust fund. When she escaped, she left behind checks for a Bank of New York account that held her $30,000 a year trust fund. 2 members of the group, including Harold Jones, that escaped murderer from Massachusetts, forged Pryor's signature on one of the checks and stole $700. Jones was arrested and charged, but the case against him was dismissed so he could, go back to prison for the whole murder conviction. No idea who he murdered, by the way. Looking for info on him is tricky because there's another much more notorious murderer with the exact same name. Daniel Foster and Amanda Reed, both members of the group, are sentenced in 1986 to 6 years in prison on charges based on Pryor's allegations. Despite being down a few members, life of the Brownstones continues. For many other comrades, not the same. Things are falling apart, but it continues. 1985, Jerry Gino, now in hiding somewhere, dictates a document that rails against the current members of the organization. Document kind of shows us the general direction things were heading in after the raid. This little excerpt says, because of recent flooding of our entities by boozers, users, born losers, police agents, informants, spies, quislings, traitors, turncoats, wayward internal cadres, and probationals, the following procedure is to be used in the cases of multiple AWOLs. Internal cadre with legal, alcohol, financial, drug problems, history of insubordination, or breaches of discipline. And then it goes on to talk about, how to get rid of undesirable members. But that wouldn't really happen because no one really respects them like they used to. Also, who says quislings? It is a real word. It means a traitor who collaborates with an enemy force occupying their country. So it's a real word used correctly. But also, it sounds like something out of a Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings movie. Comrades, we must purge our ranks. Quislings, orcs, halflings, hobbits, elves, dragons, ring wraiths, goblins, and more have infiltrated our cadres. According to ex-members, the organization did suffer a big influx of such persons after the FBI raid. With real dreams of a revolution now dead or dying, members who were actually once excited by the cult's communist ideology largely left, and they were replaced, it seems, by bottom-of-the-barrel opportunists, just looking for a free ride. The NOC, for example, had a resident alcoholic who would run off, get completely drunk somewhere, then return to pass out on the front lawn, but still be accepted back into the group because they were desperate for members. One of the Politburo staff was an addict who would run off for several days at a time and then return when he ran out of drugs. He'll be allowed back in. That wouldn't have happened a couple years earlier. Several recruits that came to NOC were previously homeless persons that appreciated good food and a place to sleep, but would always wiggle out of various duty assignments. Various bedrooms were no longer viable as workspaces, always filled with cadre who were down because they were sick. Rumors of traitors and spies abounded. But somehow, despite HQ being a shit show, Nattlethead keeps making money. In 1986, it was reported that the Eastern Farm Workers Association profited from an auction of art donated by esteemed painters and sculptors. Right? Because in the outside world, a lot of these groups have not been connected still. They still aren't today. In August of that year, a woman named Viola Mitchell was introduced at a farm workers dinner as the new director of the National Labor Federation. She said the organization's goal was to end the conditions that caused poverty, but refused to answer any other questions from the press, declaring that they were welcome to learn more if they first volunteered to work for the organization. Cut to 8 years later. January of 1994, sitting in a wheelchair, alternately breathing oxygen from a machine and chain-smoking Lucky Strikes, Jerry Gino, the old man, only 56 years old, but looking like an unhealthy 80, gives the last lecture we have a record of to a room packed with, devotees, but probably use that word loosely. He wore fringed black leather and sunglasses at 2 in the fucking morning. He's cool. Some women still were around him. Yes, he still has cult women. They'll crush out his cigarette stubs, wipe sweat from his brow and chin. He'll drone on for hours. Many of the listeners will fall asleep during his speech. The whole scene is pretty pathetic. In a tape recording of the lecture, Parente's droning is interrupted by long pauses, disconnected asides, and hacking, coughing, and spitting. And here's some of the dumb commie shit he said. This is a continuance in the historical chronology of dislocations, phenomena that deals with the cracks in the floor. Trotsky, in his related writings, gives Stalin a next to invisible role in the process that was taking place there, saying he was a mere minister of minorities. During the Civil War, there was 24 other armed struggles going on inside what was the Soviet Union. Socialism retreated from a single state, single rule of socialism, he says, his coffee breaking sentence. And when I think of war again. Oh boy. Those who are for the revolution before, from time to time, none needed more space in order to actually go and set up administration or leadership in one place or another. They find themselves unrepentant. They find themselves revealed and confused. At the end of the lecture, he declares, Patria o muerte, because he's a fucking hack. That is Spanish for country or death. Che Guevara or Fidel Castro, one of them said it first in the 60s in Cuba. Both would end speeches with it, and it would become the motto for communist Cuba. Sometimes venceremos would be added to the end, which means we will prevail, right? Country or death, we will prevail. What was left of his followers, they now jump to their feet, they echo the shout, then his wheelchair is rolled away with quote, military precision. What a fucking sad clown. His one chance at true revolutionary confrontation, and he falls down the fucking dumbwaiter shaft, breaks his leg, and cries about it. But, you know, viva la revolution, country or death. Jerry Gino is like, if there was an action figure of Che, he would be the generic toy version of that. Just the commie guru. New from the makers of Fighting Man, Atomic Man, Flying Guy, Warrior Woman, Attack Cat, and Prophet Jeffrey. It's commie guru. Do you want a revolution? Do you want to overthrow the capitalist pigs? Cosplay. Do you want so many cadres? Commie cosplay. Do you want only one strata? Commie cosplay. But also don't want to actually fight? Commie cosplay. But also might need to slide down a dumbwaiter shaft? Commie cosplay. You need commie guru. Commie guru can talk the talk. Cosplay. But commie guru don't walk the walk. It's just talk. It's just commie talk. Commie cosplay. Commie guru will rant about settling the score, but you'll never have to fight in any war. It's just talk. It's just commie talk. Cosplay, commie guru. Revolution, comrade, commie talk. Cosplay, commie talk. Complete your action hero people said today. Fighting Man, Flying Guy, Warrior Woman, Attack Cat, Atomic Man, Prophet Jeffrey, and now Commie Guru. Still maybe coming soon, Karate Lady and Spy Person. Anyway, don't even worry about what just happened. That was jarring. Just put it out of your mind. Put it out of your mind. A little over a year after that lecture, March 18th, 1995, Jerry Gino will pass away at the age of just 57. He dies in the Colts Crown Heights apartment of congestive heart failure. He was buried at Oak Hill Cemetery in Stony Brook, New York by the organization he founded. And his gravestone, oh wow, is full of lies. It reads, Eugenio Mario Parente Ramos. Not his real name. November 21st, 1935 through March 18th, 1995. World-class revolutionary fighter. Nope. Internationalist soldier. Literally never fought. Son of the American working class. Maybe. Theologian, philosopher, historian, teacher, writer, broadcaster, machinist, farm worker, labor, and community organizer. Maybe. Gentleman and friend. No. Beloved comrade. Maybe. He fought at Armageddon, and his armies will march forever. Oh, fuck no. With abiding love and solidarity. Holy shit, I want to piss on that fucking grave so bad. The delusion. That sack of shit was a world-class revolutionary, just like I was once a world-class dunk contest competitor. I've never been able to dunk. He was a world-class grifter. I'll give him that. The New York Times printed his obituary and then a correction. The initial obituary relied primarily on information from two close associates, Daniel Fisk and Christopher Day. Called him an organizer of migrant and seasonal laborers and a close associate of Cesar Chavez in the United Farm Workers Organizing Committee. The Times was then contacted by his former wife, the woman he never paid child support to, some former colleagues and longtime critics of Jerry Gino, to which there were many. And after fact-checking the initial obituary, the Times issued a corrected obituary the next day. That one stated that he was actually Gerald Doden, the leader of a group that has been characterized as a cult. Bingo. Sadly, his cult would outlive him. Yep, we have more to talk about. But you knew that, based on how much time is left in this episode. Damn you, podcast players. After Jerry Gino died, a struggle emerged out of the sad, pathetic power vacuum his death left between East and West Coast factions of his group, still blown away that this guy was leader of any group, let alone a group with East and West Coast factions. The leader who emerged was a woman named Margaret Rybar. We don't actually know a ton about her. During the first year of her leadership, she aggressively operated a campaign of better, fewer, but better, aka the Purges. Many cadres were forced out of the organization, several by violent means, I guess, while most were forced out through psychological or emotional abuse. She then changed the agenda of the group from initiating an armed struggle against capitalist pigs to a, quote, passive revolution. And she would say about the revolution, kind of like the motto, I guess, new motto, when it comes, it comes. Dear God, just when I thought this couldn't get more ridiculous. That is the most uninspiring revolutionary motto I have ever heard. What do we want? A revolution! And when do we want it? I guess whenever it's fine. When it comes, it comes. Right away in the summer of 1995, Margaret began sending persons from national out to the field entities to start rebuilding. She built up the few organizations that were still recruiting heavily for NATLFED, like Suffolk Eastern Farm Workers Association. They continued to recruit cadres regularly. Women's Press Collective in Brooklyn also was doing well with recruiting. The main headquarters was moved to the offices of the Western Services Workers Association, a front group in the San Francisco area. The former Brooklyn headquarters still housed members, and some of those members got into some trouble on November 12, 1996, when police raided the Brooklyn brownstones. This raid was triggered after a concerned neighbor spotted two girls, 8 and 10-year-old sisters, who never seemed to leave the apartment complex. There also seemed to be more children, at least 5, that never seemed to go outside and play or go to school. Concerned, a neighbor called authorities. The girls were taken to Kings County Hospital, placed into foster care. Sources don't say about the other 5 kids. Police identified the girl's mother as Lisa Burns, 27. Said she would be charged with assault and child endangerment as well as weapons counts. Authorities also discovered 16 handguns, 26 rifles, 5 shotguns, 2 Thompson submachine guns, 1 air gun, 13 knives, 3 blackjacks, and 5 pounds of explosive powder. And that was, obviously concerning. Approximately 30 people would eventually be taken into custody, 6 of them charged with possessing illegal weapons, and 1 who was said to be beating a child with a belt, charged with assault and endangering the welfare of a child. Otherwise, Brooklyn police said they did not know of any illegal acts committed by the group. In fact, they didn't know the group had existed very long prior to the raid. As 30 people were arrested, other members sat on the stairs and sang Amazing Grace. Police Inspector Michael Collin, not long after the raid, said, "We're looking into whether they're a cult, and we're looking into exactly what they were doing with all those weapons." No further arrests were made, but the press now ran with stories of a cult existing in the middle of Brooklyn. The publicity would make its way to several ex-members who would then provide the public with more info on this secretive group. Jeff Whitnack, an ex-member living in California who had joined the group back in 1981, was one of those ex-members. Dive into another focus on one person's view of all this nonsense again now. Prior to joining, Jeff worked hauling garbage for 6 years in Chico, Fairfield, and Richmond, California. Good at it. He'd run through the route 4 to 5 hours, still get paid for an 8-hour day. He liked to work outdoors, liked the fact that he could go anywhere in the country and without too much trouble find a job to make a living wage. In addition, he'd also been taking nursing prerequisites at a local community college, thinking that he might someday enter a nursing program. One day on the job, he lifts a particularly heavy can, throws out his back, then descends into a hell of trying to get workman's comp, waiting for months for late checks from the insurance company, constant and demeaning visits to various doctors and lawyers who insinuate he's faking his injury. Finally, after a year, he has to admit to himself that he can't go on hauling garbage for a living. He starts a rehab program, opts for a career in respiratory therapy, learning the high-tech practices of ventilator management in an intensive care unit. And there he sees many people being kept alive, quote unquote, on ventilators after every organ except their hearts had failed. And he's witnessing capitalistic medicine he feels being carried to the extreme. What's the point? It's just families being charged for nothing. He decides he's being trained for bizarre and cruel situations that often make the hospital money at the expense of the patient's health or at the expense of the patient's family's financial, health. He gets into activism now, but feels like the Bay Area activist scene is a bit stale. Sees a bunch of trendy short-term support groups for like LGBT rights, the third world, prisoners, whales, and in his view, they don't accomplish much. He finds himself in a state of personal, economic, and ideological crisis. As he would put it, "I used to joke to my friends that I should sue over my back injury for developing a secondary disease called Pol Potatis, I don't know, just made up word, affecting the politically sensitive areas of the brain and leading to chronic outbreaks against the bourgeoisie and the professional henchmen." Well, this crisis leads him right to NATLFED. Jeff had previously been involved with the political group collecting medical supplies from the East Bay to be sent to aid Nicaragua. One afternoon in early 1981, he'd been busy sorting through some of the supplies in a Berkeley church when he ran into an old acquaintance, and they caught him. By the end of the day, the guy pulled him aside and said he had something to talk to him about. Jeff's intrigued. As soon as the sorting is done for the day, they walk out the back door, and go sit in his friend's new Volkswagen Rabbit to talk. On the way out of the church, he asked Jeff if Jeff was a cadre to any organization. When Jeff said no, he seemed relieved. The friend talked for 2 hours to him. The friend started out by referring to the recent trip he had made to Nicaragua. He then moved on to paint the picture of the Nicaraguan revolution as one instigated by a super clandestine group, the Sandinistas, who operated helpful associations to aid the poor in Nicaragua, like mutual benefits associations. Then he said there was a group a lot like that acting in the U.S. right now, and he gave Jeff 2 phone numbers. One was for the California Homemakers Association. The other was for the Coalition of Concerned Medical Professionals, right? We've heard of both of them. He was to call either number and use a special code word to signify he had the introductory lecture. He was supposed to say that he was a friend of Carlos and asked to speak to a woman named Brooke. Right? How mysterious and exciting this all is. Is a new revolution of brewing? Looking back on all this later, Jeff would, well, I guess this would be the same revolution we went over before. Jeff would, looking back on this, would come to believe that this rigmarole was not done for any kind of security purposes. It was theater. It was to prove that a new recruit was willing to buy in and play the cosplay game. The next Saturday, he tours both the CHA and CCMP offices and is impressed. Signs up immediately to canvass neighborhood for dudes. Everyone there seemed sincere, dedicated, interested in the projects. There was a vast array of activities: canvassing, house meetings, outreach phoning, bucket drives, general medical sessions, well child sessions, combined with the vast membership base in low-income areas from coast to coast. All this seems legitimate to him. The thing that really impressed him was the Coalition of Concerned Medical Professionals, since he had been studying respiratory therapy. CCMP held weekly general medical sessions and bi-weekly well child sessions. At these sessions, community members received free comprehensive medical care from medical professionals, supplies, and volunteers that have been organized by NATLFED. So they did do some good on this, while they're also doing shady shit. And it seems like this is all exactly what Jeff was looking for. After a few weeks of volunteering with NATLFED, Jeff is invited to attend a huge revivalist-style meeting called the National Labor College now, a thing carried out for recruiting purposes. Potential recruits are given a speech on the secretive nature of the meeting. They're given envelopes with a secret address to go to another place, told not to open their envelopes until they are in their vehicles. More mystery, more theater. Right? These assholes really went all in on pretending to be important revolutionaries. Jeff gets an envelope, opens it in his car, drives across the bay to San Francisco, enters a hall at the UCSF campus where he had to sign in. The speaker is Dr. Marcus Saline, a former sociology professor from a college in Ohio, a man later given the title of Western Regional Political Commissar. Right? Such an important guy, on par with Fidel Castro. At one National Labor College meeting, Dr. Saline claimed to the audience that a provisional party member had just recently been killed in El Salvador after having been sent there on assignment from the provisional party to fight alongside their purported sister organization, the FMLN of El Salvador. This lends an air of importance and seriousness, to the group, to some credibility. Over the following month, Jeff goes to a bunch more silly bullshit meetings like this and hears a bunch more lies. All of this designed to make, dipshits feel like they're part of something so fucking important. Whenever he can, Jeff now works full-time for NATLFED, which is often over 18 hours a day. Cult. Then at the end of his spring break from respiratory therapy school, drops out, as requested by NATLFED, and goes to work as an organizer full-time. At this point, they clue him in on the history of the organization, right? Genesis again. Included in Genesis is the claim that Jerry Gino's group is the officially recognized representative of Cuban solidarity in the U.S., supposedly through another group, the Organization of Solidarity with the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America in Havana, Cuba. The provisional, it's OSPAL. The provisional wing told its members that OSPAL was now the centralized Western Hemisphere Communist Clearinghouse. All this fucking terminology. Based in Cuba. They further claimed that their sister organizations in OSPAL included the Cuban Communist Party, the Nicaraguan Sandinistas, El Salvador's FMLN, and Chile's MIR, and then a whole bunch more, right? They're the real deal, everybody. But just 2 months after he joins, Jeff leaves the group. As he would put it, one day while returning from taking some new volunteers out on a canvas, I asked a woman volunteer to pull her car over, whereupon I opened the door and got out. I walked to a nearby BART station and escaped. I never went back. Said he left because he was angry that he was expected to accomplish 10 times the work he could in 18-hour shifts, already way too long to be working. He'd slowly begun to suspect that the whole situation was purposely set up to create a pressure cooker, boot camp style atmosphere. Obviously, nobody could engage in intellectual discussions in that atmosphere, confused and fucking exhausted all the time. And Jeff started to think that was on purpose, right? That is what cult leaders did to members. That's some Jim Jones shit. Also witness how provisional wing members pass themselves off as actual members of foreign military forces when they weren't. It began to dawn on him that being a cadre in their organization was a mixture of being a con artist and a hitman. Or a con artist who dresses up like a hitman like he's going to a Halloween party, except it's not Halloween and there's no party. And what's more, the deadline for revolution, that 1984 date, seemed utterly ridiculous to Jeff. Like, did they not know how powerful the U.S. military was? So one day he spoke up right before he left and went to the BART station. He said, "Well, I'm impressed with this organization and its potential for growth. I don't expect to see us holding power that soon." He told that to his Oakland leader during a meeting he had where just the two of them were present. Seeing Jeff's skepticism, she replied that the deadline wasn't really definite. It was rather an adjustable guideline to keep them from being too complacent. But then a month and a half later, Jeff was at a National Labor College meeting, and one of the national leaders blusters out, "The 33-month deadline is real. The leadership of this organization has their theoretical and real necks on the line. So if you've been just an irregular volunteer or some half-assed schedule, get real." Jeff made up his mind right then and there. He was quitting. This is madness. Soon he'll begin talking to other ex-members, and he finds out just how much bullshit he'd listened to in the past couple months. Just about everything he had heard was fucking lies. As one ex-member who helped found CHA in Sacramento in 1973 remarked to him, "I heard people claim that they were in Venceremos, when I knew they weren't. I don't doubt they would lie if they thought they could use it to their advantage." Everyone he talked to said that NATLFed had no international ties, no legitimacy. The whole thing was a sham. One former volunteer wrote to him, "At first sight, the work here seems ideal. Low-income people have an organization which is working in their interest. You read about this positive impression in my previous reports. After 3 months of experience with this project, however, I must report that reality is very different. Members are told that this is their organization. To the contrary, most members outside New York do not even know about the National Labor Federation. The structure is ambiguously organized from top to bottom. Members are at the bottom of the hierarchy. No decisions are made collectively. Members do not have any power of decision. It is a lie if they are told that they themselves are deciding about the organization. I have been told that volunteers are not supposed to be thinking about what they are doing. Volunteers and members are not taken seriously, but are being used. They are being lied to if it is useful to the organization. I have experienced these lies often. Financial matters are totally obscure. Some money goes to the top, but almost nobody knows where to, particularly not to the members. As soon as a volunteer criticizes anything, he will be interviewed by a trained coworker. It appears to be just like an interrogation. Systematically, he will be driven into defense. Nobody will listen to the problem. He is just a stupid volunteer. I have never known criticism to be really listened to. Contacts to the outside are severely limited. I do not know anything but work. You may ask why I do not face my conflicts here. The militarist structure and the way in which conflicts are dealt with are incompatible with raising criticisms internally. It is assumed that anyone who does not like the way things as they are leaves. All who are of different opinions are stupid and ridiculous. One who does not cooperate is a murderer because he allows poor people to continue to starve. I am told that the only way for real change is through this organization. I do not want to cause any panic, but this organization is dangerous." Yeah, man, no room for dissent. Cult, cult, cult. And Jeff concludes that NATLFed is indeed a cult. And he starts writing about that. He gets some stuff published. Over the next decade, he'll come into contact with more and more ex-members and hear their stories. A Brooklyn high school student who sought a community service credit but vanished for 3 years instead. Beatings, imprisonments, tribunals. He'd heard that female members were warned that the streets in Brooklyn were dangerous and that they should never venture out alone, seating the cult's members inside the walls of the brownstone where some would be sexually used and abused by Jerry Don and others. After the 1996 raid, Jeff would comment again, warning people of just how persuasive this organization could be. "It's like this overwhelming current that sucks you in," he said. "A lot of really good people got deflected into this for years." Jeff also talked about how the 1984 raid saved the group, saying that it actually probably gave Parente a handy excuse as to why the group wasn't in power by that year. It actually seemed to serve his purpose to have a raid. Why didn't we have a revolution? Well, we got attacked, Jeff theorized. At a time when it may have been dying out, the raid breathed new life into it. Cutting away from Jeff now, back to New York. November 13th, 1996, District Attorney Charles Hines announces that 6 of the arrested cult members will appear before a grand jury. 3 members in their mid-40s are arraigned on felony weapons charges. 2 others, a 46-year-old and an 84-year-old, issued summonses for trying to sneak past police back into the building after it was evacuated, and charged with endangering the welfare of a child is 27-year-old Lisa Ann Burns, mother of the child taken into foster care. All the others were let go. At a news conference at one police plaza, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, Hines, and several top police officials preside over a display of items taken from one of the 3 townhouses owned by the group at 1107 Carroll Street. The display included weapons, badges, bulletproof vests, a pair of yellowed organizational flowcharts that resembled childlike drawings of spaceships. Yeah, why not? Firearms and seized included shotguns and a semi-automatic Tommy gun replica. More damning stories would come up in the days following the news conference. One of them would belong to a former member named Irene Davidson. One day, years earlier, Irene and her 18-year-old daughter will walk into a festival in Prospect Park when they noticed a table covered with progressive slogans, manned by a group calling themselves the Women's Press Collective. If they signed up, the members told the two women they would get to write progressive things for their newsletters. Irene's daughter would live with this group for 3 years now. Startled with members incessantly calling her daughter, convincing her to visit the group's headquarters on Carroll Street. Once there, the young woman subjected to painfully long lectures. Right? I picture someone less gifted with public speaking than Jerry Gino, maybe reading his old gibberish if it wasn't Jerry himself. As Comrade Jerry Gino, Father Claude, once proclaimed, when the revolution begins, the blood of the tyrants will fill the streets, and that blood, this is important, that blood must not be the blood of unarmed housewives or school children or elderly people with dementia residing in assisted living facilities. The blood, this also is important, will not be the blood of jugglers or buskers, other sort of street performers who are neither in favor of nor opposed to current regimes, but merely trying to put food in their bellies with tip money earned by moderately entertaining, are you listening? Pay attention. Moderately entertaining civilians passing by. It was like that for hours. Within months, this young woman would be living there full time. They really confused her. It was impossible to have a conversation with her because she only talked about the cult and their goals. Irene would remember. Almost 3 years passed before the group shipped the daughter to a small field office upstate. And there, luckily, the young woman got depressed and finally left. And best depressive episode ever. Thank you, depression, for saving my ass. Meanwhile, other ex-members and ex-volunteers were now telling the press about another planned revolution. Right? Former volunteer of the group, speaking to a reporter working for the New Jersey Star-Ledger, said, the revolution was supposed to start in New Jersey after they set up temporary employment agencies, paid the workers more money than they usually earn, and won millions of supporters. This is a plan that they didn't get to carry out because of the 1984 raid. Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, if that 1984 raid wouldn't have happened, they for sure would have gotten millions of supporters. Following this bit of press in 1996, info on the group becomes scarce again for quite a while. It's unclear what the group was up to for much of the 90s and early 2000s. Still difficult to know what's going on now, as persons recruited after 1995 are especially reluctant to talk about experiences after leaving the organization. Many, they still believe the organization will come after them. Or maybe they still believe. Maybe they're just waiting for the right moment to step forward. Maybe they were just so few that were recruited that only a handful of people know what actually happened. What we do know is that Struggler, right, the field commander, who would go by the alias Mary Struggler on a blog dedicated to ex-Natalfed experiences, was kicked out of the group at some point and eventually died of leukemia. And poor Polly Sarsaparilla, former secretary to Jerry D, who sometimes got her bare bottom spanked, Shelby, with a riding crop, died of untreated breast cancer. Also, many of the regional organizations seem to have continued operations, perhaps independently, perhaps not. Definitely still recruiting college kids, organizing volunteering committees, and so on. Also still creating new front organizations. 2003, a poster on a website called indiebay.org warned, be careful, referencing something called the Commemoration Committee for the Black Panther Party, CCBPP. The CCBPP is a front organization for the National Labor Federation, NATLFED. They are a very creepy outfit, more like a cult than a political organization, the poster wrote. NATLFED gains members to innocuously named fronts, recruiting through street fairs, canvassing door-to-door and by phone, giving free holiday dinners, targeting the poor, and posting flyers. The fronts acquire volunteers who may be given work to help the poor directly and are definitely given work to support the operations of the front itself in the name of helping the poor indirectly. Other front groups include the California Homemakers Association, Western Service Workers Association, Western Farm Workers Association, and National Equal Justice Association. Please become educated about this group. They have already fucked up a lot of lives. I know because I watched people who should have known better get sucked in by these charlatans. 2004, Nate Leskovic, now editor of Performer magazine in Boston, infiltrated the Northeastern Service Workers Association as an independent journalist. This was the only way I saw getting any information about them, he said. I went in as a volunteer, did a couple of events with them, and went door to door with them. Tried to get a sense of how they ran things. He came away with an impression of an organization obsessed with its own version of communist doctrine. Despite some accounts that the group had mellowed under Margaret Rybar's leadership, a 1996 Village Voice story said that she loosened some of the restrictions that prevent members from visiting their families. Leskovic was still troubled by the sheltered lives of the group's young volunteers. He wrote, these kids had given up all their family and friends. They were living in poverty, working and living at the office, and doing nothing else, and living off of food donations. They always had the same clothes on. It's this kind of taking lives away from people. You could argue that, well, that's their decision. They can do what they want with their lives. But being around these kids, it seemed like there was more to it than that. It seemed like it was not their decision. They were never happy at all. There was not much laughter, never any smiles, and they were always running around doing work. None of them seemed to have anything to enjoy in their lives. Despite these occasional warnings, overall, after being around for over 25 years now, they're largely still flying under the radar. And because of that, able to even get grant money for their little commie cult. The John Templeton Foundation gave $6,000 to a NATLFED organization in 2004, another $6,000 in 2005. The Halcyon Hill Foundation gave $20,000 to Eastern Service Workers of America in 2005 and 2006. The Daisy Marquis Jones Foundation gave $50,000 to ESWA Rochester in 2004. Illinois Bar Association gave $7,000 to the Midwest Workers Association in 2002, and then $5,000 in 2003, 2004, and 2005. The Long Island Unitarian Universalist Fund gave $12,500 to Eastern Farm Workers of America in 2004, and all that money believed to have been funneled up to NATLFED leadership. According to ex-NATLFED members, all operations mandated to submit a minimum of 10% of all money to the national office. That included all these little acronyms. 2006, Dan Roche, then a UMass Boston student and reporter for the mass media, wrote an article detailing his experience volunteering for ESWA. Started when he saw a few college students tabling for the organization at his school. Nobody here makes a salary, the volunteer explained. As a full-time organizer, a member explained that his housing needs were met through our benefit program. I spoke with people who had long been separated from their families, Roche recalled. When Roche attempted to go home after 12 hours of volunteering, an ESWA member stood in front of the door. I almost had to use physical force, said Roche, to get out. When he phoned them to break his ties to the organization, he was told, I have your address here in front of me. And Roche considered that a veiled threat. Around that time, articles about ESWA, other NATLFED affiliates began to be compiled in a now defunct blog at politicalcults.blogspot.com. The comments on the posts were often by ex-members or the desperate parents of current members. One mother wrote, my daughter is planning to move there this summer. Please advise. I noticed they do not even have beds for these volunteers to sleep. Another comment read, my brother got recruited at an on-campus table at Stony Brook University down on Long Island by a group called EFWA, Eastern Farm Workers Association, which is part of NATLFED, same as ESWA. He ended up dropping out of school to devote his life to these commie bastards. He was going to be a dentist, but that never happened. He ended up living in poverty with these leeches, working 18 hours a day for no pay until he finally left on his own. He didn't come back to our family because he was ashamed of what he had done with his life because of these people. I ended up tracking him down and bringing him back home. You can't allow them to continue to recruit people on your campus. The damage these people did to my brother, to our whole family, is enormous. And for what purpose? They're not helping anyone but themselves. Fortunately, I got my brother a really good therapist who has turned his life around. But not all ex-NATLFED people recover from their brainwashing. A third comment read, point blank, NATLFED is a cult. I can't believe Williams will continue to allow NATLFED to recruit UMass Boston students on campus. He can be mindful all he wants, but the damage will be done without him realizing it. My sister was taken in by them in 1984, forced to work long hours with little sleep, and was constantly barraged with communist dogma. I remember trying to talk to my sister and tell her that she should leave the group. The damage had been done. She would have a blank look on her face when I talked to her, and she would talk about her love for the organization. Through their brainwashing, she was convinced that her family was evil, and she cut off all contact with us to live with them permanently in Brooklyn. NATLFED eventually shipped her to the West Coast, where she was ultimately tossed out by the organization. Because she had cut off all ties with us, she never contacted us for help when this happened. She suffers from crazy delusions about our family and refuses to contact any of us to this day. Feel free to contact me for a family member's point of view about the evils of NATLFED. Right? Cult. How sad. A one-star review on Yelp of the Eastern Service Workers Association, posted in 2012, reads, I volunteered with them for 4 months. I found them to be deceptive, to say the least. Many times I was asked to donate money, while already donating my time. Volunteers are deliberately made to do unnecessarily manual tasks that could be automated with a database in a matter of minutes. This overly senseless labor is a deliberate tactic. The intention is not to actually manage the information, but to break down the volunteers mentally and emotionally. Insurmountable tasks lead to feelings of desperation. This creates emotional vulnerability into which influence of political and economic doctrine are inserted. The whole time, there is no external validation of the information they provide. As of 2009, they deliberately avoided using the internet. Orgs that avoid external influence only do so to control the internal discourse. Please note, my original comment was flagged for removal. But as I said, do not donate money to these people. They will manipulate you. Worst off, they manipulate their benefit recipients. There are numerous reputable orgs in the area. Go there, not to ESWA. Wow, staying off the web since 2009 to avoid scrutiny. Weaselly motherfuckers. Many think this group or groups are still brainwashing people, still ruining lives today. Decentralized, disorganized, no apparent leader in charge, but still ruining people's lives. 2015, an ex-member of the Eastern Farm Workers Association, Robin Fallberg, shared some of her experiences with the group in an interview posted to YouTube. When I was 18, Robin said, I decided I wanted to do something good for the world. I decided I wanted to volunteer for a year within an organization before going to college. Or with an organization. She ended up on Long Island with EFWA and would be there for 15 years. It was a 24/7 immersion in this philosophy that was held up by untruth, lies. Eventually, she left, and she did end up doing great things in life. She got an engineering degree and then got a law degree. 2021, a Reddit user took to the r/cults subreddit with a post titled, "Nattlefied is alive and well." In it, they explained that their sister was deep in the Nattlefied labor cult only 6 months earlier, working for a group called the Coalition of Concerned Legal Professionals. He wrote, a professor who maybe didn't know the harm of the org had recruited my sister from her community college. She was in a very vulnerable position at this time, as nearly any college student is, struggling with her place in the world, feeling like college was useless, to the suffering she saw, etc. Very valid existential human social crisis. They pretty much told her that they have the answer to the ills of the world, to capitalism, and it would never be solved outside of their theory and practice of politics. 6 months later, she had quit her job and was about to quit college to give herself fully to this organization. They were tracking her emotions and crying, grooming her for sex in the group. Man, still with that shit. Making her shower in volunteers' houses, even though she could shower at home, keeping her up late, working constantly for no money at all, sleeping on the floor, feeding her poor nutrition, etc. God, there was so much, to be honest. But when my family tried researching the org she was in, my mom couldn't find anything because their 40-plus-year-old organizing strategy has been operating under front groups scattered across the country. So hard to stop these slippery fuckers. I got down to business researching, and I collected everything I could on the internet into one document. They have been using the exact same strategy in organizing for years and have achieved so little in their grand bastardization of communism. In the end, gentle prodding with critical thinking questions and empathetic listening while she slowly confessed the things she was uncomfortable with this whole time got my sister out. Hail Nimrod! I promised her any true revolution against capitalism would not be exploiting those trying to break us all free. She was courageous enough to get out, and she went through intensive therapy to deal with trauma from the manipulation. I know sometimes I do help people. My sister did connect a few people to lawyers and helped manage cases, but you don't need to give up everything to do this. Essentially, the cult is self-perpetuating. These folks give up everything to follow the ideology, and they must keep recruiting people in order to sustain their basic material substance, like housing, living on the floor, and food, canned food drives, and dollar store meals. I feel for these folks. I think they all got sucked in because they wanted to see a better world, and now to question their beliefs will be to question their entire life. If they left these orgs shut down, they would be homeless. Yeah, if they left these orgs shut down, often stranded in new cities to them with zero community to support them because the cult has alienated and isolated them. Anyways, I just wanted to share that this group is still out there preying on folks, and I wanted to tag some more on the front names for easier research. That's a great post. And also one I would not understand or be that scared by if I didn't know all the backstory. Finally, just as recently as June of this year, June 2023, people still warning about the dangers of Nattlefied and its many front organizations. Posting in the Brooklyn and New York subreddits, a poster warns, hoping to spread some awareness about this group and help other folks avoid getting involved with an exploitative organization. I was approached by volunteers of the Coalition of Concerned Medical Professionals at a grocery store in Brooklyn and ended up volunteering with them for about a month. Long story short, they pressured me to give more and more of my free time, up to 12 hours a day, before revealing that they are staffed by full-time volunteers who work there 12 hours a day, 7 days a week with no pay. Prospective full-time recruits are encouraged to drop out of school, quit their jobs, and move into CCMP dorms, where they have no safety net nor outside support system. The CCMP does offer a legit service to the New York City community in the form of free preventative health care benefits and health advocacy. I know they work with doctors who volunteer part-time by offering free medical sessions, usually in their normal clinics, and I've helped them schedule blood work appointments and the like. However, they spend far more of their time and resources on recruitment, canvassing door-to-door and in grocery stores, farmers markets, college campuses, and churches. If anyone else has worked with them or received a benefit from them, I'd love to hear your opinion. I can't say my personal experience was entirely negative, but the exploitation and inefficiency I witnessed was in line with how former members have described their abusive practices. Wow. That fucking post is what brought this group to our attention. Right? One of our producers, Sophie Evans, fact sorceress, who has been with us for 6 years now. She lives in Brooklyn. Came across that on Reddit, was like, what the fuck? Did a little digging, and then texted me, and here we are. Right? These sneaky bastards. I truly hope this episode can maybe keep at least one other person from falling for their bullshit. If you see a member of some communist-esque community outreach program out and about, maybe really look into exactly what they're all about. Maybe pass up the opportunity to volunteer if you run into anything that reminds you of the shit we went over today. Find some other group to be a part of, one where you can actually make a difference, one that doesn't abuse and manipulate its volunteers, one that doesn't want you to work fucking 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. Fucking Jerry Gino, that pathetic rat clown, might be one of the most successful cult leaders we've come across yet. Dude created a slippery system of organizations that, due to its changing names and difficulty in connecting regional offices with national leadership who work under organizations of more different names, so hard to stamp these fuckers out once and for all.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
NATOFed, the National Labor Federation. What a wild one. Communist Party, USA, Provisional Wing, all these acronyms, all different tentacles of the same damn cult octopus. How do you kill an organization like this? One where even its members are often confused as to exactly what organizations are tied together, how like they're connected to everything, who the current leader is, how the money flows. Was Jerry Gino crazy like a fucking fox? Did he mastermind this system? Right, they're apparently still around, still doing cult shit almost 30 years after their leader died, almost 40 years since their big revolution did not happen, almost 50 years since forming. Though the group has been active since the mid-70s, it's only fairly recently that, other than a few ex-members and journalists, the group has been recognized widely as a cult, or at least an organization practicing cult tactics. Though you can say that the organization has become less cult-like since the days of Eugenio Parente and Sonia Larson, it's clear that from testimony found online, it still uses many of the same tactics, ends up having the same basic effect when it comes to destroying the lives of its members. Reg Oliver, the executive director of the Chicago-based Cult Awareness Network, said his group continues to classify the National Labor Federation as a cult because it employs classic techniques used by religious sects such as the Moonies and the Hare Krishna movement. Psychological manipulation is essential, says Mr. Oliver. They use deception to keep members unaware of true goals. Information is purposely withheld. Under the guise of having a mission, they create an authoritarian environment laced with mythical jargon. The purity of their doctrine is under attack by an evil outside world. There are indications of protein deprivation, according to our files. Right? Keep people hungry and tired and confused. Give them shit to do constantly. Don't leave them time to talk to old friends and family. Don't tolerate dissent. Make them financially dependent on continuing with membership. Maybe fuck them for good measure, right? That's a cult. Eugenio Parente and his successors have controlled their cult members in a number of ways, but perhaps biggest of all is appealing to the desire to be good people and improve the world. After all, don't you want to be a good person? Don't you want to help those in need? It is important to help people, but not at the expense of your own health and the destruction of your finances. Then you're just going to end up becoming another person who will need someone else to help them. Want to help? Well, volunteer with an organization you know. Help a friend in need directly. Do some research and provide financial support or your time to an organization that has a reputable background. Pay attention to how they treat you. No organization you're volunteering for should bully you. They shouldn't shame you. Constantly demand more and more of your time. You're helping them, and you don't have to. If they start giving you a bunch of shit, how about fuck them? Toss your clipboard or whatever in the trash, just walk away. I mean, what are they going to do? Fire you from a job you're not being paid for? There are plenty of other places to help. And this one's going to stick with me for a while. I did not know prior to this week, when it came to cults, that you had to watch out for non-religious volunteer organizations. Makes sense, though, that a communist group would be behind this all and morph into a cult, doesn't it? Well, Jangles thinks it does. as a political ideology, isn't communism inherently very culty? I mean, so many of its leaders historically are seen as some sort of father figure, godlike. Cult of personalities routinely developed in communist societies. Leaders are worshipped by followers, brainwashed by continual propaganda. Followers afraid to voice any dissent because dissent strictly punished. Mao Zedong, right? Kim Il-sung, weren't they really cult leaders? Wasn't Stalin a cult leader? Stalin would receive ovations at his public appearances that would last 15 or more fucking minutes. So many statues of him, he was worshipped and feared like a cult leader. Communism doesn't allow its followers to own their own shit, right? They're dependent on the state, and the state is almost never truly run by a group. It's run by a worship leader. So followers are depending on father, their cult leader, for survival. I don't know. I just made that connection now. It feels real in the moment. Agree? Disagree? Send in some emails. Bojangles agrees passionately. Now let's head to today's takeaways.
Time check. Top 5 takeaways.
Number one, NATOFED is a slippery as fuck organization that unfortunately still exists. It was started in 1973 by lying dickhead Eugenio Parente, real name, Gerald Doden, Geragino, who basically failed to be a revolutionary in California and then decided to shoot his next shot in New York. And as pathetic as it was, he did succeed. He didn't start a revolution, but holy shit, did he create a cult. The Communist Party USA Provisional Wing. Number two, people are still being lost to this predatory collection of shady organizations today. Be careful. Number three, NATOFED goes by so many other names. We talked about a bunch of them here, right? The California Homemakers Association, the Eastern Service Workers Association, Coalition of Concerned Medical Professionals, on and on and on. If you're going to volunteer for some organization, any organization, do your research. If they seem shady, fucking tell them to fuck off. Number four, it's unclear who leads NATOFED now. Perhaps it is a decentralized organization that inherited many of the tactics and manipulative management styles of its predecessor, or perhaps it just appears decentralized and there's some new Geragino in charge. Number five, new information. Remember how we talked about Eugenio Parente going to that conference in Philadelphia in 1973 for the National Unemployed and Welfare Rights Organization, NURO, right around the time he formed NATOFED. Well, NURO was also a front group for its own crazy leader, a man named Lyndon LaRoche. He's also was accused during his lifetime of being a cult leader. Not sure he was, but he was for sure a kook. Maybe Geragino learned a thing or two about how to form a cult from this fuckhead. LaRoche was born in 1922 in Rochester, New Hampshire, created the foundation of the LaRoche movement in the 1970s. Over the course of that decade, he would swing from the far left to the far right, advocating some of the most insane conspiracy theories out there. He denounced Walter Mondale as a KGB agent, Queen Elizabeth as a drug smuggler, and in the mid-'80s presented a statewide ballot proposition in California, which would mandate quarantines for all persons testing positive for HIV or AIDS. He alleged that he had been targeted for assassination by Queen Elizabeth, Zionist mobsters, and associates of his who had been drugged and brainwashed by CIA spies. Despite being batshit crazy, also had a lot of power. Former author and political activist Robert J. Alexander wrote that LaRoche first established an intelligence network composed of people weirdly devoted to him in 1971. Members of his mysterious movement all over the world would send information to the movement's headquarters, which would be distributed via briefings and other publications. LaRoche organized the network as a series of news services and magazines, which critics say was done to gain access to government officials under the guise of being a member of the press. Seems like he did gain that access. U.S. sources told the Washington Post in 1985 that LaRoche, the organization, had assembled a worldwide network of government and military contacts, and that his researchers sometimes supplied information to government officials. Norman Bailey, formerly with the U.S. National Security Council, said in 1984 that LaRoche's staff comprised one of the best private intelligence services in the world. They do know a lot of people around the world. They do get to talk to prime ministers and presidents. It is estimated that the LaRoche movement never exceeded a few thousand members, but had outsized political influence, raised more than $200 million, and ran candidates in more than 4,000 elections in the 80s. Noted for disguising candidates as conservative Democrats and harassing opponents. LaRoche even ran in every presidential election himself from 1976 to 2004 as a candidate for his organization's various third parties. He peaked in at 78,000 votes in the 1984 presidential election. Thank God he wasn't actually elected. And now he can't run, because he's dead. He died in 2019 at the age of 96. I could say a lot more about him. Maybe someday he'll get his own episode. For now, let's wrap this up.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
NATOFED, the communist cult still hiding in America, has been sucked. Thank you to the team here at Time Suck. Thank you to producer Sophie Evans for such a great find and for the initial research today. Thanks to Tyler C., the Suck Ranger, recording and editing again on this episode. And again, you can watch it on YouTube in addition to listening. And you can watch the special, right? Trying to get better out there right now. Next week on Time Suck, we get historical. So quit bitching about a lack of history sucks. I don't even know if anyone's bitching right now. We learn about the Library of Alexandria. Yet another topic I've heard about practically my whole life, but don't know shit about. Let's get curious. The Library of Alexandria was one of the largest and greatest libraries of the ancient world. The mysterious contents of the library have fascinated writers, historians, dipshits like me, and scholars for centuries, a fascination fueled by the potential permanent loss of priceless works of literature and knowledge about the world. The library was founded by Ptolemy I Soter, king of Egypt, and his son Ptolemy II, based on the idea of a universal library, a place that would contain all the written knowledge in the world. Ptolemy I and his son Ptolemy II seemingly made this dream a reality. Kings hired scholars to live and work in the library, making copies of original works, teaching, debating, researching. People traveled from far and wide to experience the Library of Alexandria for themselves. The library was a place where people of different scholarly backgrounds or philosophical beliefs could come together to learn and debate. And it is estimated that the library housed somewhere between 40,000 and 700,000 scrolls. The library gathered its massive collection, largely by seizing original manuscripts from ships that would come to the harbor of Alexandria. And many believe that the library was tragically completely destroyed in a massive fire around 2,000 years ago. However, conflicting records cast some doubt on that theory. So what really happened? Well, next week we'll discuss the history of Alexandria and its founder, Alexander the Great, the Ptolemaic dynasty, featuring some familiar names from previous episodes, what we know about the ancient library, and a timeline of its destruction. Right now, let's head on over to this week's Time Sucker Updates.
Updates? Get your Time Sucker updates.
I love this first update so much. Starting off with some great fucking news, meat sacks. Remember when I shit all over New Madrid, Mississippi in the Emmett Till episode? And I was worried that I'd lost all of my New Madrid listeners. Well, I still have at least one of those idiots. New Madrid meat sack Landon writes, "Dearest Father Dan, as a New Madrid resident, I would just like to let you know that the local Dollar General is in fact shit. Pro Pizza is mediocre at best, and we pronounce it New Madrid because the Spanish pronunciation is too fancy for our tiny little no-good Peckerwood brains to comprehend." Long-time fan and continuing listener, Landon. Landon, you killed me with this message. I'm still loving the word Peckerwood. I find it so funny. Also, I just came across a new racial slur for white folks I'd never heard before, mayonnaise monkeys. Whoever came up with that one, kudos. Clever stuff. Sorry I don't have better pizza. You know, it still isn't too late. Just start walking out of town and never look back. Now for some insights on the Dennis Nielsen suck from someone who didn't think that my Scottish accent was very fucking accurate. Fucking Todd writes in with a subject line of nice accent, fuckface. Hail King Cummins Magnificent. The subject line has nothing to do with his email. I just hope to get your attention. Even though that attempt at Scottish or whatever the fuck it was more like a creepy crocodile hunter than anything else. Now that's fair. I'm actually pausing this week's episode because something really hit home with me. At the conclusion of the part of the timeline where you discussed Nielsen's almost victim, Carl Stoddard, you informed us that due to his trauma at nearly being murdered, he became an alcoholic. You further elaborated that his alcoholism is almost surely the reason behind his eventual death. That is why I would like to speak, or that is what I would like to speak on. While over the years, alcohol and weed have been called gateway drugs and gateways to addiction, I don't have to tell you that's completely false. You see, the real gateway to addiction is trauma. Trauma can be many more things than people realize. Sure, it can be nearly becoming a murder victim, being sexually assaulted or abused in some way. It can also be things like being ignored by your parents, bullied at school, or even going to bed hungry. But I also draw the line in how you were bathed and washed by mom and grandma, for fuck's sake. Trauma is real, and its path to addiction is real. Many people ask for shout-outs for a loved one or a friend, but I would like to request one for the Cult of the Curious subgroup, the Cult of the Recovering. It's full of amazing meat sacks trying to better themselves and help each other to do the same. Anyone there who reaches out for help always gets responses and offers to assist in any way that we can. I don't exaggerate when I say that it can and probably does save lives. I bet you don't. You do not have to keep my name anonymous because while I'm not proud of many things I did in active addiction, I'm proud to be a person in recovery. September 22nd will be 2 years, Nimrod willing. In closing, I offer no apologies for the length of this email. If you don't like it, you can fuck all the way off. JK, gosh dang. Platonically love the fuck out of you, you mush-mouth, tongue-tied, rapier-witted, beautiful bearded bastard. Hail fucking Nimrod forever, Todd Hartman. Well, Todd, great message. Sounds like that private Facebook group, the Cult of the Recovery. It's fucking awesome. And yeah, you can just find it. For anybody wanting to find it, if you just go in Facebook, you go to the Cult of the Curious page, and then there's like a little search column, for the groups. And it's just, again, the Cult of the Recovery. And yeah, man, trauma and the shame and hurt and anger that can come from it, not wanting to talk about it, not wanting to deal with it in a therapeutic way. Hell yes, that can lead to an unhealthy relationship with alcohol or drugs, right? Anything to numb the pain. Thank you for sharing that. And congrats on almost 2 years of being in recovery, you beautiful bastard. And now for a very special shout out request from a very special sack, Race Phillips. Hi, Dan. My name is Race Phillips. I'm a longtime listener of STD and Time Suck, recent Space Lizard, Hail Nimrod. My 8-year-old son even started listening to STD with me last year and absolutely loves it. He's braver than I was that age. I let him listen to certain Time Suck episodes with me, always the historical ones, because he has a thirst for knowledge. My oldest son, Racer Eli Phillips, passed away August 28th, 2012. I know he would have loved your stand-up and podcast. If it's not too much, could I ask you to give my son a happy heavenly birthday shout out on the August 28th Time Suck episode? Well, you got this message in on time, Race. Well done. Yeah, hell yes. Racer Eli Phillips can get a happy heavenly birthday. Racer, shine a lot, a little light on your dad down here from time to time and let him know that you're out there, ready to join him down the road in some plane of love and light. I don't know, everything just fucking amazing. I don't know what it is, but I do believe strongly that something's out there. I believe we continue to carry on in some sentient form. I don't have proof, and I don't care if you think this is all bullshit, but I believe it. So see you out there someday, Racer Eli. I'll fill you in on all the silly shit your dad laughed at. Hail fucking Nimrod. And now time for the BetterHelp portion of this special edition of Time Sucker Updates. Big thanks to BetterHelp for partnering with me on this special segment. I'm going to share some advice given to me by Courtney Cope, licensed marriage family therapist and principal clinical operations manager at BetterHelp, and David Yadish, licensed therapist and senior clinical operations manager at BetterHelp. I chatted with both Courtney and David at great length to ensure this advice is in line with healthy practices for better mental health. And just like last time, this is not me playing therapist. Okay, in this episode, going to answer some questions around relationships from our listeners. Let's get into it. First question. How do you handle the stress of your child being away at college? I feel this one. My son Kyler is heading off to college right now, and there have been so many emotions associated around this for me. So much happiness for him, but also I'm going to miss the hell out of him, not being around all the time. One of my favorite people on earth, and one of the only two people I have literally loved since their birth. It's such an exciting time for both of you. You want to be cautious, not to have your emotions dictate this experience for them. If you are feeling anxious and stressed, you don't want to pass that on to them. Try to find some peers who are going through this as well, so that you can normalize how you feel, because I promise you, you are not the only parent who has ever felt this way. Especially if you have friends with older kids who have already done this, seek them out. Set some ways to stay in touch with your child. Share new things with them. Can you create a routine that will work for both of you to connect without being overbearing? For me, we have a family text thread that we share music in. I would suggest finding some commonality like that. Can you text about movies or TV shows or books or hikes you're going to go on? We also have set some guidelines with Kyler as he's about to head off to college. We talked to him about understanding his need for independence while also balancing his commitment to his family. So for us, we told him that if we text him, he must reply to us within 24 hours, simply out of respect for us. We also shared with him that he's not allowed to turn off his Find My, with the understanding that we won't be tracking him through his phone daily. We just want to know he's safe. If he were to not reply to us in that 24-hour window, we want to know that we should probably be calling somebody. We know it's tricky to balance a new life of independence. We suspect that the first few months, there's going to be a lot of missteps on both ends, and that's okay. We think if you are honest with your child about your expectations and ask them what their expectations are, you can become collaborators and find a system of communication that will work for both of you. It's normal to cycle through the emotions of fear, concern, excitement, joy, and so on. This is an accomplishment for both of you, so celebrate it. Give them space to grow. They can process on their own, revisit your interests, and pour back into yourself as well. Okay, now that was a lot. And now for one more question. Another big one and a common one: how to deal with traumatic divorce, being separated from kids, and ex speaking ill of me. Even when things are amicable with divorce, there is still so much to process. So first of all, make sure you're seeking help and support to manage all of these new divorce-related feelings. And be sure, if you choose to seek the support of friends and family, you choose your support wisely. It's easy to choose people who will side with us. If you aren't going to seek therapy, you want to make sure that you're not picking support from people who are going to fuel your flames. Be careful not to put yourself in some echo chamber full of angry, bitter, divorced people. There is a time and place to vent, of course, but just recognize it can be easy to fall into a negative pattern. Remember, you are only as good as the company you keep. Right now, you need especially good company. Try to find ways to connect with things that make you happy and feel good, that distract you from the mess of things. It can be easy to think that what your ex is saying about you is true, even if you know it's not. Be sure to have bright spots in your life that will help you remain grounded in your truth. Even
harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violation, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct. Unit 207 and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents, which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST, specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum to the declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al., 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, acts to obstruct justice such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025, involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence facilitated by the use of my disabled sons after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings on my YouTube live streams. 2. Critical context and ongoing illegal detention. Now I'm reading this verbatim, but I'm actually going to adjust 2 portions of this part I'm about to read. The date and the length of time I've now been illegally detained. That's the only adjustment I made. And the length of time I've now been illegally detained. As of today's date, Friday, February 7th, 2025, I have been detained within my own homes illegally for 185 days. As of today's date, February 7th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own home for 185 days. Since August 6th, 2024. My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025. Per explicit instructions from the FBI. Per explicit instructions. With the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I interact with anything, nor will I, or anyone on the exterior of my home. Per FBI directives. My home. 3. Pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and their co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass and obstruct justice and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4. Financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the conspirators. Any illegal act. Doubling of all penalties and fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5, absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct. And among all of their co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne-Marie Bauer, there is no immunity. There is no, nor will there ever be, no, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me. Past, present, or present, or every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6, recent events and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events on January 29, 2025. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST on that date. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussions suggest it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator, such as Anne-Marie Bauer, for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders with that date. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public. The FBI is fully aware of these. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, accountability is imminent. Date February 4th, 2025. Time 10:08 a.m. PST. And then remember, everybody, today is Friday, February 7th, 2025. It is 5:59 a.m. PST. Remember, if this live stream ends for any reason whatsoever without me orally telling you the end time and the commencement of a new live stream in 90 seconds or less, that Unit 207 is responsible, and they've either broken in and kidnapped, unlawfully arrested me, or unlawfully committed me, like they've been premeditating, and I've been reporting for over a year, and or they decided to add more evidence tampering and obstruction of justice counts to their looming soon-to-be unsealed indictment, something of which they accrued numerous counts of in the last 24 hours. Remember, if you look at the YouTube live stream, all of the videos that you see from February 1st forward that show an image of my living room are live streams they criminally and illegally ended. I am only adding selfies of myself going forward from last month to live streams when I personally am ending them. Now let's make sure there is still audio and this is still recording. And it appears to be at 6 a.m. Nerd Squad, the YouTube interface is reflecting as 198 videos set for public consumption. I don't know if that's accurate or if it should be 199.
But there is some
updates are reflected on
plans
the
upstairs
description
for
from the home
Monday.
screen.
Now, I don't know if that's this Monday or the Monday after that. There also was some plans discussed for Saturday. I just speculate that these are to do with the remaining felonies they have yet to perpetrate and or that they're going to add additional counts for, like breaking and entering. Depending on how you count it, it'll be their second or third attempt of that. If depending on how you count it, it'll be their second or third attempt of that. They also believe they're going to, quote, wage a war with me, which they also believe they're going to, quote, wage a war with me for over half a year. They have stolen tens of thousands of dollars from me. They currently owe
5:08 a.m. PST, and provides further information regarding subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 20. MPST, and provides further information regarding subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207.
We have a 10-second delay, Nerd Squad. It just turned to 5:22 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. The federal felons upstairs are on a bit of a rampage. Once again, Pacific Standard Time.
Live stream.
The federal felons upstairs are on a bit of a rampage.
Once again, 27511 imminent new police report shows a runtime of 7 minutes, but probably like the prior live streams that show my living room, this is another video they've criminally and illegally shut off and shaved minutes off of, just like those other recent ones. Let's click on it together and see how long the video is, because the male and females upstairs are laughing and thinking they're smart and sly because of this particular ongoing crime. Thinking they're smart and sly. Okay. Because of this particular looks like it's still showing a runtime of 7 minutes. And this is going to cover the updates I just went over because they just criminally and illegally shut it off. So same day, it's just now 5:23 a.m. this Friday. Pay attention to these updates.
Bars where you input the title and description were half of the height that they should have been. When pushing next, it didn't come to mandatory things that I needed to impute and select, like whether or not there would be an age restriction on this video. As a result, I had to restart and reinitiate a second time. That specific issue I've never encountered before. We do have some updates, which I'll throw into the description. But in my mind, these updates aren't necessarily the most specific. They just sort of further reflect the imbecilic nature of the federal felons. And those updates are that as of this morning and last night, yesterday, just before 4 p.m., Mrs. 80 plus years was in the building giving directives for something while I'm asleep. The plan of attack now, which I, again, speculate is largely due to the prosecutors facing federal disbarment and any other attorneys involved facing federal disbarment. The plan now is for them to double down on their fraudulent and perjury claims. For instance, the, quote, fraudulent, demonstrably false claim that they have all been sticking to, that anything and everything they've done has been a reactive measure, considering they had been premeditating and I had been reporting this behavior that they've since made overt and actionable with their co-conspirators. That's a big one for the FBI, but there is some plans upstairs for Monday. Now, I don't know if that's this Monday or the Monday after that. There also was some plans discussed for Saturday. I just speculate that these are to do with the remaining felonies they have yet to perpetrate and or that they're going to add additional counts for, like breaking and entering. Depending on how you count it, it'll be their second or third attempt of that, if that's what their plans for Saturday or Monday coincide with. They also believe they're going to, quote, wage a war with me, which is just kind of ironic considering they've been illegally detaining me for over half a year. They have stolen tens of thousands of dollars from me. They currently owe
5:08 a.m. PST, and provides further information regarding subsequent events and the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207. At 2020 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filing, all facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025 are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned formal judicial notice, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, and their continued obstruction of justice. This section details further criminal acts and ongoing conspiracy subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned document on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m., further demonstrating the blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing threat posed by the individuals involved. February 5th, 2025, 11:52 a.m. to 11:58 a.m. PST. A female individual associated with Unit 207 identified as having actively participated in stalking and harassment activities against me since April 2023 and described as a protege of the woman facing over 80 years in prison, was observed engaging in frantic cellular phone communications. During this period, she actively attempted to prevent me from overhearing her conversations. Based on the context of this ongoing conspiracy, the nature of her actions, and my informed perspective as a designated FBI informant, it is reasonably speculated that this individual was engaged in acts of perjury, further conspiracy to obstruct justice, and or furthering the aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF. February 5th, 2025, 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. PST. Male individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in furtive and suspicious behavior, interpreted as an attempt to test the FBI's surveillance capabilities or to provoke a reaction. This behavior is consistent with their ongoing pattern of attempting to, quote, catch the FBI, end quote, as they phrased it, demonstrating a continued disregard for the federal investigation and a commitment to their criminal objectives. Ongoing stalking, hacking, and threats. The individuals associated with Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office continue to actively stalk, hack, and harass me. They have stated as recently as this morning, February 6, 2025, that they are planning to break into my home and detain, arrest, and or unlawfully commit me. They stated that this will occur either today or by Monday. Premeditated second/third break-in Individuals in Unit 207 have reiterated their intent to perpetrate a second or third, depending on whether prior attempted entries are included, breaking and entering of my residence. The first instance occurred on January 29, 2025, and involved the exploitation of my disabled sons. The prior attempted illegal entries in stalking, moving of private property to do so, peering into my windows, numbering at least 38 separate instances. The current plans apparently involve the utilization of co-conspirators, including, but not limited to, Erica and John Owens and/or Anne Marie Bauer. Child abuse and exploitation, the continued involvement of and planned use of my disabled sons in these criminal activities constitutes aggravated child abuse and endangerment. These actions are a direct result of a year-long campaign of targeted abuse designed to exploit their disabilities and cause regression and escalation, which has been perpetrated by these individuals and their co-conspirators as outlined in the incorporated documents. They instructed their named co-conspirators Erica Owens and Richard Garcia to perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis. Planned, quote, defenses, end quote, and obstruction. The planned, quote, defenses, end quote, of this criminal enterprise, as articulated in the tort claim filed on August 14th, 2024, and incorporated herein, are demonstratively fraudulent and constitute further acts of obstruction of justice. These defenses were conceived prior to many of the overt acts of this conspiracy and are now being pursued in a desperate and illegal attempt to retroactively justify their criminal conduct. They are attempting to make me cooperate with some form of prosecution via coercion of Erica Owens. Their stated motives to the FBI and others continue to be self-serving, protecting their careers, reputations, and income has always been of primary concern to them. Coordinated, aggravated conspiracy. The entirety of their actions, as detailed, form the basis of a coordinated and aggravated conspiracy to deprive myself and my sons of our civil rights and liberties. 3. Conclusion. The information presented in this addendum, taken in conjunction with the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all previously incorporated documents, paints a damning picture of escalating criminal conduct. The individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrate not only a blatant disregard for the law, but a stubborn commitment to their failing conspiracy. Despite clear warnings, despite the weight of evidence accumulating against them, and despite the ongoing federal investigation, they persist in their obstruction of justice. Their evidence tampering, their threats, and their unconscionable exploitation of vulnerable children. Their attempts to retroactively fabricate a legal justification for their actions are transparently fraudulent and will not succeed. They continue to dig a deeper hole for themselves. Their recent actions, including the continued plotting, the frantic communications, and the blatant attempts to interfere with this ongoing investigation, are not signs of strength. They are signs of desperation. The, quote, cycle of subterfuge, end quote, as previously noted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, continues. It is a cycle that is rapidly spiraling toward the inevitable conclusion: full accountability under the law. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Now the FBI wants me to read you the February 4th document that this is in addendum to what I just read. That is significantly longer. So let me scroll down to it. It is now 5:45 a.m. PST. Oh, and you know what? Because of their criminal conduct for the last 24 hours, I need to make sure this is even still recording and that there's audio. Let's see. Is there audio? Is this still recording? I don't. Is there audio? Is this still recording? All right. Here we go. Here we go. So, for this one, I'm going to read it straight off of Facebook, which does include like a couple of sentences, just kind of letting you know what it is. Second police report of 2/4/25 at 10 a.m. Also served on federal felons via email and provided to law clerks at Snohomish Superior Courthouse via email. ADA mandatory filing in any all cases with my legal name, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Law clerks urgent, please and thanks. ADA mandatory file in any all cases with my legal names, Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject: aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violation, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct. Unit 207 and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents, which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST. Specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum to the declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum in amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al., 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, acts to obstruct justice such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025, involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recording. 2, critical context and ongoing illegal detention. Now I'm reading this verbatim, but I'm actually going to adjust 2 portions of this part I'm about to read. The date and the length of time I've now been illegally detained. That's the 1:27 p.m. Stalking / trespass / harassment at 12:50 p.m. by a $10 million knocking. 8:48 a.m. More legit police reports rejected / obstruction based on the pattern of criminality, likely because of the stalking incident they just perpetrated. 2:75 a.m. Plans to, quote, double down, wage a war for Monday and or Saturday. 2:05 p.m. Unit 207 visited by female felon just before 4 p.m. She gave directives for when I am, quote, asleep. It's 1:27 p.m. PST. Federal felons, did you pray today? Did you reject police reports to send more people to stalk me and perpetrate felonies that you'll be convicted for even though you're upstairs? Yes, you did. That's your idea of doubling down and waging a war? Adding more minimum years on your looming soon-to-be unsealed indictment? Indictment? Yes, you did. That's your idea of doubling down and waging a war? Adding more minimum years on your looming soon-to-be unsealed indictment?
Even if you messed up, even if your ex is saying ugly truths about you, these mistakes you may have made do not have to define who you are going forward. If your child is asking you why your former partner is saying specific things about you, consider replying with, I don't know why mom or dad is saying that about me, and leave it at that. Keeping the kids out of the middle is so
1:29 p.m.
not being
PST,
defensive and facing your
ending
child
because of
is
federal
also
felons
very
upstairs
important.
plans, and they
Your
have
child is going to feel
co-conspirators
torn
in
between
the
two
alley.
people they love.
A new live
Don't
stream
be nasty.
initiating in 90
It's
seconds or
complicated
less.
and confusing
Don't worry,
times
I've
for
been
everyone.
recording this all on the phone that the
Possible,
FBI wants as
even when not
ancillary
amicable,
evidence
Can you come
since
together
a
to
minute or
support
two
and love
after the
your child,
knocking began.
even if you can't personally get along? If you are going to share sensitive information with the kid or kids in order to defend